whatever, dude.
In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice, a flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality.
All right, hello and welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, episode 113, lads. We're going to watch Proud's intro video here, and then we're going to jump into the space. Let's go.
They want to end it with the misrepresentation. And then shift subjects.
Oh, David,
okay,
shut
whatever,
up.
dude.
Will you give me a second so I can chew out, David? This is the first time I've ever been tempted to boot someone. I'm just like, for crying out loud, like while I'm talking, you purposely unmute yourself to try to speak over me to get a quip at Witsit. Like, you're a grown adult. You have to exercise some self-control.
All right, boys.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre,
Shout out to the level heads.
Back with like Floyd Mayweather with this shit.
Always fucking Floyd Mayweather.
You tackle LeBron, that doesn't mean you beat him. Still crossed you up, he was still going to dunk on you. You can't stop what's about that.
90-degree angles are used on surveys to ascertain distances, and that would require the Earth to have curvature.
90-degree angles require curvature? What are you talking about?
So you've shown examples and demonstrations that show that the way that those examples were used were faulty. There's no way to verify the quality of how that experiment was done, so they are rejected. You have nothing to follow up with. An exception to a rule, especially when it's not substantiated by an experiment, does not bolster your claim. When you're being so skeptical, you should validate your skepticism with these facts. And you're not doing that. You're simply declaring things. You're saying, oh, hey, we did this, we did this, we did this, we did that. And here's an example, which is not an experiment, it's a demonstration. Close, like, I acknowledge Mark's quality when he presented what he presented. Something that, is, you can reproduce that. He showed the Earth in various perspectives. And you guys are showing photographs of failed demonstrations, not even experiments.
So I think that demonstrations or experiments, if you set something up like a gyro and you're examining its properties, rigidity in space, precession of the axis, that is an experiment. That is an observation that now when you make an observation of something in the natural world, you have to account that in your worldview.
We provide photos, we provide sort of demonstrations,
Wow,
we provide all of this.
crushed.
We showed the pictures, we showed all of the evidence.
And you guys are showing photographs of failed demonstrations, not even experiments.
So we provide photos, we provide sort of demonstrations.
Wow.
Here's an example, which is not an experiment, it's a demonstration.
They end it with the misrepresentation. And then shift subjects.
Oh, David.
Shout out to the squad for holding us down. We don't run from no smoke. We don't run from no smoke.
Motherfucker, I've been on my flat earth shit.
On my flat earth.
Getting tight rat shit.
Yeah.
Growth ain't even a fact. Just miss all the action.
I missed it.
Ooh, I know, 10. Don't fucking say that shit is 10 feet tall. Why not? You probably still think we're on a spinning ball. Do you feel that shit spinning? No, I don't feel it at all. What they did is they've hijacked perspective.
Let's go.
When it fits their objective. They say it's just too big for our eyes to see. Except when boats go over it. That don't make sense to me.
Run them pockets, anti-float.
Flat earth shit. Trolls in the side chat, getting tight rat shit. Your precious little globe ain't even a fact shit. The gig is up, we've exposed your tactics.
Expose
your tactics. Expose your tactics. Expose your tactics.
Tell them to pull up.
Your tactics.
You got a co-host with your name on it. No excuses.
Don't run from it. Yeah. Wait. They didn't think that we only do home games, right? They know we play away games too, right? They gotta take my mic. We don't take no mics over here though. David, come out to play. David, come out to play. Even rockin' proud. Retweet the space. 113 is Friday Fridays. What up, Levelheads? Let's get it.
You're up for Friday, motherfuckers.
Don't put no bounty on the Levelheads.
Yeah, fucking science. Bro, Lepo, check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro. Hi, lads. Welcome to science class. Wow, quit writing raps in your log sheet. No one's gonna sign your ass. Okay, let's get scientific. Fossil fuels come from years and years of biodecomposition. It's really just scientific. Why didn't all the fossils turn to oil? Some did, some didn't. Anyway, didn't Rockefeller pay a scientist off the year Geneva Convention? Wait, what was that? You wanna come up here in front of class? What? You wanna teach? You really think you're smarter than me? No, sir. Sit down. Here's your homework on the atom bomb and the World War. How it affected us then and now. Well, I've seen the footage and I really just want some answers. How does someone film an atomic bomb and it doesn't destroy the camera? I mean, I was just... Bro, I'm just saying. I mean, What fucking science, bro? Lepo, check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro. Welcome to history. We evolved from Neanderthals. That is no mystery. Well, why are there no monkey fossils? What, are you kidding me? I'm just saying. I just should have learned that way back in elementary. Man, this nigga motherfucker. What? I have a diploma. Do you have a diploma? Or we're learning disorder? My wife is a lawyer. We both have a daughter. She's doing fine with the things that we taught her. I'm just using the scientific method. Did we evolve from Electronica boy or Homo erectus? And all of the fossilized footprints in the fossil records don't show a line of thrust. That's not consistent with compression.
Hardest intro in spaces.
Yeah, okay, smart ass. This is real knowledge. Save all the hippie shit for art class. It's really starting to bug me on this one. You're gonna have to trust me on this one. I've done the studies on this one. Real little rusty on this one. I mean, why can't you just answer my question on the subject? It's not in the fucking book. It's not up for discussion. Science. I fucking love it. I love science. Goggles, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro. Damn, must have been the hell of them Stegosaurus. It's over century burning fossil fuel. Still ain't no shortages. I ain't saying but I'm nothing short of a Morpheus. Fuck, thought this was a globe. I gotta check my coordinates. You got disorderly conduct on my subordinates. If it ain't no Coriolis, who's to blame for New Orleans? Why do people always get extorted by corporate giants? We don't boycott, we buy in, and I find it
Repost.
Plus you plus her plus her, that's four. Now bring your works and I'm gonna bring much more. Yeah, leave your nerves, your skirt both at the door. Add it up. In case you know. Fucking science, bro.
Well, Earthshine is much brighter than moonshine.
Fucking science, bro. Lepo,
Moonshine.
goggles,
Moonshine.
nodules,
Moonshine.
But October.
How many fingers am I holding up? Come a fuck. Your team is weak, you beat your bouncer up.
We just getting started. Hey, don't tell lies about me. I won't tell the truth about you.
I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, bitch.
He's heating up! He's on fire!
I'm charged up. I'm charged up.
Don't put no bag on my head. My squad too deep. Put the money up.
Welcome. If you are new here, just now joining, or this is your first time ever clicking on a Twitter space, you are in luck. This is Flat Earth Fridays. My name is Proud, and I'll be your cruise director. We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. We do not take disrespect of any kind, and we have no problem addressing disrespect of any kind. If you do not like disrespect and you don't like to listen to anger or frustration, tonight might not be the night for you, because we got some addressing to do.
Big facts.
Welcome. If you have any questions pertaining to Flat Earth and the sciences, do not be afraid to come grab a mic, join, or post it in the comments section, and we will get to you for sure. Hold on tight, ladies and gentlemen, because we go into tomorrow. So we will be here all night. Get comfortable, get your snacks, and welcome.
Glow clowns gotta get a life, bro.
Just saying. Episode 113. Level heads in a building. I destroy Flirfs versus Flat Earth Fridays. 1K challenge accepted. Hey man, you tweet at me, I don't give a damn what your follower count is. You act like you want the smoke, pull up. Yo, it's 113 on your head, bro. In case you didn't know, we've been doing this. Like I said earlier, we don't just play home games, we play away games too. Don't gaslight me like I won't pull up, bro. And when I do pull up, don't take my mic. Don't censor me. Don't insult and attack and ad hom because you don't got no reputation to no claims. You don't want to address the things that you claim. Run them fair ones, gang. Otherwise, don't at me. Stay out my mentions. Stay out my reply. Now, before we get into all the BS, want to say what up to the level heads, man. Everybody pulled up, man. Flat Earth Friday. Sorry we late, but we here. Better late than never. How you feeling, Proud? How that etheric vibration going?
I'm here. I'm there. I'm everywhere.
Omnipresent. I see that. I feel that. Let me scroll through and see the squad who pulled up. Because you know, it's Friday night. Y'all could be doing whatever y'all want to do across this beautiful plain. But y'all here with us. I see my guy Alan in the building, of course, at AlanSpaceAudits. We live. What up, YouTube, man? Big shout out to the chat. Orwellian in the building.
W's in the chat.
Big W's. Throw it up. I see Rufus. What up, Rufus? Shout out to Bill, Def and Ted. Bone Booth Pod. Big squad. Catch them on Mondays, man. They be lit. Flat Earth Dave, we see you, gang. Oh, yeah, Dave, you got thrown into this too, man. We gonna get into it.
Poor Dave catching strays.
Catching strays. Duck, Dave. Dave didn't say he was grifting. He said he was gifting. What, y'all anti-flirts can't read?
Or count.
Or count. Mila, what up, Mila? I see you holding us down. Getting that intel. Yeah, gang. Yeah, gang. Dang, what up? We live over there, too. We see Taylor in the building, taking back Lake Pontchartrain. Oh, y'all know they was in her mentions going crazy. Stop it.
Yo,
Redirect that smoke over
sniped
here.
her page. I almost thought they sniped you, Taylor. My heart had broke.
Yo, you have no idea. Taylor I was like, yo, where's Taylor? Her page is gone. I was like, nah, you got to add that extra underscore, gang. It's all good. Taylor's still here. We ain't going to let nothing happen to Taylor. Doing big work out here. Feet on land type. You feel me? Protect Taylor at all costs. TM, what up, TM? Yeah, TM pulled up too. TM, we ain't gonna let them get away with that, gang. Nope. Substantiate them claims. You gonna make them claims. You gonna attack us personally. Be ready. We'll come with it. Don't act like we just looking the other way. No, we right here. Right, Ken? Big OG. Yours truly, what up? Dan Blue. Rock, I see you. Sheepdog, what up? Leliana, the ambassadress. Justin Roberts. Big squad. Libra, I see you. Nah, Rab, I see you. Zetetic. Version 2. Who it is, what it is. J-Rod in the building. Brian Sweet. Timbo, what up? Squad, of course. Sam Fink. Squad, of course. I see Zane over there. What up, Zane? Ron Boston, the Presidente. Black lads in the building. Mr. X, what up? Hopefully, B, yo. Hopefully. Y'all seen, yo, we gonna get into that too, because listen, bro. I seen that tweet. Matter of fact, that's probably gonna be the first thing that we get into, because I'm not playing. I don't care about none of this other stuff, man. First things first, protect the children, bro. Nah, I don't think y'all heard me. First things first, protect the children. I don't care if you glow birth. I don't care if you flat earth. If you put in minors in danger, endangering children, we on your head and we gonna expose it. And I hope that this is one of the most biggest spaces, the most lively spaces that we ever had, whether it's in YouTube, whether it's in spaces, because I want everybody to see any threat in the community. I'm not playing with that. I don't go with that. I don't care if you a flat earther or a globe earther, whatever you is, putting children in danger, you getting exposed, we on your head, period. Now, before I get turned up on that, because I don't play about the kids. Nope, no way. Let's continue on. Shout out everybody that pulled up. Rusty, I see you, Rusty. What up, Doug? Howdy, Bill. Yeah, conspiracy, you hold it down throughout the week. Hey, you notice that these globe earthers don't be holding spaces, right? You know these anti-flat earthers be gaslighting like we be running, but they don't hold no spaces, right? If Flat Earth Fridays ain't going, you could pop into Brian Sweet. You could pop over to Ken. You could slide over to conspiracy theorists. They holding it down too. We got every day of the week on Smash. Let's keep it rocking. Clyde, what up, Clyde? Big Ominous in the building. Yo, if you got some more clips, I need those. Yo, I'm be catching all the flat earth references in these movies, bro. Hollywood, yo, y'all be playing in our face. Stop it. Brian Cash, what up? Big money. I see you, Lynn. Hey, Lynn, we're going to focus on the flat earth stuff today. I know we did a little bit of open discussion last week, but we're going to get right into it as long as the ops pull up. That's all they got to do, Lynn. All the ops got to do is pull up. Daz, I see you. What up, shorty? Mr. OG Meatball. Shout out to the squad on the other side. And what's it called over there? Big Clubhouse. JJJ Beard. Biden's Adam. 1112. Chris, Jamie, Daniel. Witness, I see you. New name today. Who else see down there, Proud? Are we getting turned tonight? We on their head.
Like we got a full house tonight already. We got 5 or 6 anons, of course. We see you in all your cowardice. Flat Smack just dipped. Oh, he thought he was slick. Raja, Red, Ford, Bear. We got Eric in the building. Flat Bob, Genesis, Dreaming. We got Jason, Ed, Clinton, JJJ Bear. We got T. We got Grouper King, Witness, D, OG Meatball.
Welcome OG, by the way, TikTok said, what up, man? They said they really rocking with you over there. Got to relay that message. Shout out to TikTok Flat Earth.
Shout out to Jason. Shout out to Mr. Shout out to Goat. Halen. 007, Jedi, Chris, Aaron, Abel, Brian, Luke. Welcome, Bill. Mike. How y'all feeling tonight? I see Mr. X in here. All right, once again, if you're new in here, I see Tim in here. I see Timothy. We got Flat. We got Tony. I see a couple new faces. If you're new in here, welcome. This is Flat Earth Fridays, y'all.
Big facts. Every week, right on their head.
So
no motion, no curve.
We were like minding our business, floating around the Elon's Twitter hard drive streets, Twitter space streets, and we got hit by a wild glober. Like literally just minding our business. A wild glober just came out of nowhere.
Thinking like we was gonna duck some. Hey, but hold on. Before we get into that, because I want Proud to lay out like how we got to this moment, right? We got to give y'all the backstory. But like I said, before we get into any of these other things, because y'all know, flat earth, physics, science, history, those are my favorite topics. I do not like to be misled. I want the truth. I don't respect misinterpretations. We got to make sure that they're not tapping in our face, bro. Literally. So we're going to definitely get into that. But the first thing that I want to take care of making y'all extremely aware, I don't know who this is. I don't know where they came from, but I want y'all to be aware of anybody that's a threat to our community. So I'm just going to make this really, really quick. And then we're going to get off of it. I don't really want to make the whole entire space about it. But I don't play about the children, bro. So I'm over here like I'm just chilling in the ether, doing my thing. I tap in with the level heads. I hit the group chat, did a little scrolling, lay down the timeline, see what was going on. And then Elon put some algorithm tweet to my mainframe. And I tapped in with hopefully. Let me show y'all what I had to find out in the timeline that happened in the space over there. Because I don't respect it at all. It's not funny. And I don't play about that type of thing. Some things is not a joke. Matter of fact, how about this? I'm just gonna grab the audio so y'all can hear for yourself, bro. So shout out to Hopi. Thank you for grabbing this. I don't really know whose space this was, who was hosting, but this is cringe as hell. And I'm gonna post it up top too, so y'all got it. By the way, what's this guy's name? Something free pizza? Free pizza talking about PDF files. Not going for it. Let's run the clip.
I'm calling it a night. Y'all have a good one. It's been a pleasure.
Love you, Brian. Good night, man. Have a great night.
You guys, peace out.
Hi, Brian. Love you.
Hi, bro.
Pizza out. Pizza out.
Kidding you, sir.
You heard him now. You heard him say that, right? Pizza out. Pizza out. This is some guy named Free Pizza. He already saying weird stuff. We see his @ weird as hell. Keep it rocking.
Bro, no. That's actually, I'll be frank with you, bro. Like, when I saw your name, I cringed immediately. It's not.
Tell him, Hopi.
That I'm gonna land the plane.
Listen, man, I love 19-year-old, 20-year-old girls.
Already looking weird as hell.
How old are
I'm
you?
glad I'm married.
You said 19, 20? How old are you?
That story won't go away.
19, 20. How old are you?
I'm 36. I'm a pedo.
What?
You said 19, 20? How old are you?
That story won't go away.
19, 20. How old are you?
I'm 36. I'm a pedo.
You're 36. You're a pedo? Okay, keep applying that pressure.
You should have.
Regular Leo DiCaprio in the chat.
I'm just gonna be frank, I don't find it funny. It's actually pretty disgusting.
Not funny.
Like, I don't like underage girls, obviously.
It's not obvious.
But teens count, right?
It's not obvious at all.
Teens count. You know what that is, like 19,
yes, they count.
right?
They count. They're women. They're grown women. They know what they're doing. Yep.
Bro, they're children.
No. See, a woman. Sorry, no offense to any woman. Actually, with a man too. It's about age 25 is when your brain, when you are mentally capable of making rational decisions.
Yep.
Yeah. If you take that into account, by 25 they have a high body count, and
bro.
Most
Cool
high value
story.
males don't want them. So.
Yeah, cool story. I'm out. Bye, guys.
Have a good night.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed too, guys. Have a good night. Who the fuck all right. Conspiracy, shut this space down. I'm not leaving until
it's conspiracy
shut down, especially with P-Dub still up here.
Hey, any 18-year-old, 19-year-old girls want to hook up, call me. Bye.
Weird as hell. I'm not playing about this, bro. I don't care who you are, what you look like, what you believe in. The first thing that come before anything else, my opinion, protect the babies, save the children. I'm dead serious about this, bro. I'm not joking. This does not sit right with my soul. It don't sit right with my spirit. I'm not going to look the other direction, depending on what you believe in. If you on this type of weird stuff, I will make sure the entire timeline knows who you are and what you about. And y'all do whatever you want to do with that information. But I got a responsibility. when something like this comes across my timeline or come across my consciousness, I'ma speak on it straight up. Don't think because you may believe in flat earth or globe earth or whatever the case is, I'm gonna look at no. That's weird. It's not funny. And it's illegal. So if y'all know who this is, let them know. We not rocking with him. We not playing with him. And y'all do whatever y'all want to do with that information. But I'm telling you, bro, I better not see this man around none of my spaces at all. So if you see him, if he in here, let me know, DM me, tweet at me, whatever you got to do, bro. I'm not rocking with this shit. And if you know his at, drop it in the purple pill, bro. So everybody know who this is. And if there's any more of y'all like that, bro, I better not find out. I hope I do, but I better not. The internet is a crazy and scary place, man. We have a responsibility to protect our community, for real. There's already a whole lot of weird stuff going on TikTok. I mean, we talked about this a couple months ago already. Taking advantage of women. Planet Peterson endangering minors in his Discord. Y'all don't know who Planet Peterson is? I'll go ahead and link that down there too if y'all want that. They got a whole 3-hour video of evidence of just doing weird things around minors, knowingly around PDF files. This is what
similar to that video you just listened to. People willingly calling themselves that. Would you allow a child and a minor to be in an environment where they could get reached out to from someone who is calling themselves that? Like, that's the type of like lack of responsibility that some of these guys are showing. And like, yeah, it's just it's not cut over here. It's not happening over here.
Never at all. That come before anything else, bro. I'm serious. I don't care about race. I don't care about politics. I don't care about science. None of that stuff matters if we can't protect the next generation, bro. I'm so serious. I don't know how much I gotta. Yo, you know what? I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. You know why this like burns my circuit so much, bro? Because they feel disconfident that they could just play like this. Like they discomfortable. This ain't an environment to be comfortable in, bro. And I'm not going to let y'all feel comfortable. I'm not having it. So thank you, Hopi, for bringing this to my attention and letting the timeline know I'm not rocking with it. And if y'all see shit like this, say something. Please. Please, bro, I'm begging you. I don't ask for nothing. Sometimes I ask for a retweet. But when it comes to serious stuff like this, bro, please say something, bro. This is not right. I don't even want to know if it's a mental disorder. I don't even care what it is, bro. It's not cool. It's not right. And I'm not having it. Straight up. If y'all see something, say something. Okay. Deep breath, Sacred. Deep breath. Now that that's out of the way, let me check in with Alan, make sure Alan good. Alan, how you feeling, bro?
Feeling fantastic, man. Real shame about the globular situation or whatever.
Sickening, man. Should get weirder and weirder by the week. But I'm glad that we're here to hold it down.
Can I say one thing?
Welcome, Vibrating.
Thank you. I have never heard somebody actually admit that shit on here. That was probably the most fucked up thing I think I've ever heard in our spaces ever. And Sacred, thank you for addressing that the way you did. To admit that is, I don't even know what to say.
Disgusting.
Yes. Like who admits that type of shit? Like,
oh, they're innocent children. They cannot defend themselves. Are you kidding me, bro?
They want to normalize that shit. That's the fucking sad thing.
Yeah, we're not having it.
No, good for you, Sacred. Good the way you fucking put that down was perfect. Good for you.
I appreciate it, man. I'm just really passionate about that. It's like someone took care of me, right? Someone took care of y'all. So we have that same responsibility, bro. I'm not gonna let them feel comfortable on the internet. This is where that stuff breeds and thrives. And if we don't like hold that accountable, it's gonna fester and it's gonna grow. And I'm just not having it. Not in my presence. Not while I'm here. I'm not dealing with it. Seriously. So
yeah, no
I don't
doubt,
want to dwell on it too much. I'm gonna let y'all go ahead, and if y'all want to speak on it real quick, but I do want to go and get back to the topic right after this. I want to do a review of what happened yesterday. But I see Proud brought up some of the squads, so we're gonna say what up to them, and then we're gonna go and jump back into the topic, and hopefully the anti-flourish will actually pull up, because you can't call me a coward saying that I don't pull up to your little space, and then when I come turn you up, and then you take my mic, and then you act like you don't see me live. Pull up, bro. Anyway, who's up next? Appreciate you vibrating.
I got 20 on a parlay he show.
You think so?
Yeah, I'll put 20 on it.
He in our mentions?
I don't think so.
I'm gonna check. While I go check that, let's slide over to the next. I think Orwellian had his hand up. What up, Orwellian 1982? My man.
What up, brother? What's going on, man? What's going on? Yeah, I'm not going to touch too long on that either. I seen that in the group chat. And then a couple other people sent it to me personally in DMs. Like, bro, did you see this? Because I got most of the notifications in the group chats I'm in muted, so I got to go through and scroll through them because they just get too busy. And at work, man, I get notifications. It gets crazy. So I saw that. The only thing I wanted to add to it, bro, and shout out to you for putting it down like that for real, because now it is our responsibility, man. We got I don't care how you feel about politics, the politicians talking about it, but we got like I don't know, about 320,000 children missing that were smuggled across the border as as tokens and chips to get here. Yeah, they're gone. So nobody know where they're at.
I forgot about that. That's so missing children. Not just that they dead somewhere. Missing, bro. 300,000, you said?
They're estimating about 320. So that's a lot of kids, bro. And that's a lot of missing kids. That's a lot of lives that weren't protected, right? So we got a responsibility to our own, to the next generation, so on and so forth. Just like you laid it down, bro. I got 4 kids. I don't play about that shit. I don't play about my friends' kids. I don't play about my siblings' children, right? My nieces, my nephews, none of that. So I wouldn't be playing about people in the community's kids either. The few people that earned themselves a block recently on my block list were talking about my kids on the TL, bro, when I was on vacation. I actually had to have one located, bro, and it cost me some money. Like, for real? You want to do that? All right, that's how you want to play? Cool. Well, that shit goes both ways. And that ain't public. I didn't dox him, but I had it. I'll slide up on you, bro. You want to talk about my family like that? Started posting pictures of my kids. Nope. Sorry, buddy. I got something for all you. And everybody should have that attitude, especially when kids are turning them missing, bro. And you got people talking like that live in spaces shamelessly, like it's funny. Man, fuck them people.
Well, let me jump in real quick. I want Proud to tell you about something, because she showed me something on TikTok. I just want to highlight something that you said that was very, very important. When you talk about like putting kids online, playing like that. Proud, let them know what you was telling me about these some of these TikTokers that they got these challenges where if they say, send me a picture of something where you at. I don't care if you in your kitchen. I don't care if you in your bathroom. I don't care if you in the basement. I don't care if you in a hotel. Wherever you at, send me a picture of somewhere you at, and I bet you I'll find you. Proud, tell them about that.
Oh yeah. So I'm not gonna lie, I was just telling somebody else about this. It's 2 different guys, right? It's probably more, because he mentioned somebody. But it's one guy who's young and attractive, and he does it for fun. And he usually does it to girls. They'll post a video, and she'll be like, "Come find me," and all he sees is the hotel room, the backdrop, and he'll hop on here like, "Okay, based on the coffee mug that you have and the what's on the napkin, I pinpointed the address to that photo you took last week. It's in your highlights on Instagram," and he posts it, and like I'm not gonna lie, like audience ate it up. They're cute. They met up. They did her podcast, and it was cute. But there's this other guy who's like, not gonna lie, he looks like a nerd. He looks like he doesn't really socialize with people. He looks like somebody that people would get bullied, like stereotypical. And he's like, yo, show me, you can show me whatever. And some people will like just go outside and just post a street lamp and some grass. And he's on Google search, Google Live, Google Earth, all of that, pinpointing IP addresses. And he does it for awareness. I'm using air quotes here. He says, no, I'm doing this for awareness to show y'all that you can't just post where you're at constantly and willy-nilly while you're there. And I know, you've heard like people don't post their location until they leave. But like there are grown men sitting online requesting people to engage with them, to send them details of them, spending the time to look them up just to make content about it. Like, and then it's being marketed as cute and fun. It's like Twilight in real life. You're getting stalked and you love it. Stockholm syndrome. But like that's the shit that's just on TikTok. And I get why a lot of people are against TikTok, but it's very eye-opening to know if like there are some sickos in this world, yo. People will follow you, trace you down, track you, call your job, like find your kids, take pictures of them outside the school. It just you never know what people will stoop to, and for whatever reason, whatever vendetta they have. And even this conversation breeds a lot of hate. And so yeah, I definitely, I use everybody to leave with caution and move wisely. You never know who's out there. I stay strapped. But oh, go ahead.
Big facts. Just be aware, man. It's not a game. There's people that got some weird agendas out here. Playing online is not something to play with. Like someone will devastate your world doing the wrong things on the internet. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, well, you got it.
Yeah, 100%. So, to Proud's point, so like my kids, right? My oldest especially, but like my middle child is now messing around on Snapchat and stuff. Never have your geotagging on, never have your location on, always be in ghost mode. If you geotag any of your photos, if it does it automatically for you, turn that shit off. Some of y'all know that I post pictures of my family on Twitter.
To piggyback, that's actually what I was going to say, Aurelian. A lot of people's phones, because let's be honest, the average user is not like a tech person, right? But a lot of people's phones will have geolocation or geotagging enabled by default in their camera roll settings. And so what people can do is you can actually use analytics tools to strip the metadata tags off of photos. And so when people upload stuff, if people go to the like the file repositories where the photos are located, like on Instagram or Facebook or whatever, like, like when you view it on like the app or whatever, or you view it like through whatever platform, it just shows a photo, but you can actually go to a browser and you can get like the embedded code location of those photos, and you can go to the direct file link if you know how, and then you can save the direct file, and then you can analyze the metadata on that file and use it to pull out lat long locations and coordinates and stuff. So that's the main way that people do that and find people with photos. So if you have a phone, I encourage everybody to go to your camera settings and then go into like the settings, sub menus on there, and turn off geolocation / geotagging, and do not allow the camera to access the location permission. So nobody should be doing that. You don't need to pair a freaking location on your photos anyway. I know there's all these new AI functions that, look, restore your memories based on location. Cool. But bro, if you're going to share photos, you don't need to be having that on there. I don't turn any of that stuff on my phone.
And a lot of people just ignorant to how that technology work. So it's just more awareness of just knowing, like it's kind of complicated out here, but it's really simple, man. You got to protect yourself and protect your family. I appreciate that, Piezo. Go ahead, Orwellian. I think you dropped down.
Yeah, I got booted. I don't know, maybe too much sauce, but I'll make it brief. But yeah, so with regards to my kids, right, they obviously know, and so my son's brought me some of this stuff on TikTok too, and to Proud's point, it's just for awareness. It's not. There's a network of people exploiting this quote unquote awareness content, right? There's a whole network of pedophiles doing it. We don't have 320,000 missing children coincidentally. This shit is happening. There are deep, dark, disgusting underground networks of people that literally get off on this stuff. They profit off of it. You got to protect your own. So my kids are on the up and up with regards to this, but back to the point that I was trying to make right before I got dropped down or kicked out or whatever, because they don't like the sauce. So for me personally, like y'all know, I post some pictures of my children on here. I like to share with the community. I typically don't, you know what I mean? I don't worry about it because they're not posted anywhere else. None of those photos, anything that goes on to this account is on no other account I have anywhere, period, because I know how Google reverse image searches work. You should familiarize yourself with that if you do not. If you have a photograph of yourself posted on a social media account like Facebook that has your actual name, which is the reason FedBook was created, well, now somebody's got a dossier on you. It's very, very, very easy to locate you at that point, right? So a lot of the threats I get on here, even when I was rocking my own personal PFP, which will come back, the only reason Mickey's in there gouging his eyes out is because I'm just disgusted with some of the shit I'm seeing in the world today. But that being said, man, these are all things that, like, as a community, we can help each other be aware of, right? We can help protect each other, help protect each other's families, share the information. Not everybody is as technologically adept as the other person. All of that information being spread, that awareness being spread, is a net benefit to us with regards to our safety, right, and our security. Everybody can make their own choice about what they choose to share. Just be aware of the fact that if you share it here and it's somewhere else, it's got your name tied to it, somebody can find you. And they can find you even without it. I mean, I had to prove that down in New Mexico, man. People threatening my family. I'm done with that. You're getting blocked, bro. And I'm going to let you know that, hey, this is where you're at within a pretty small, within a couple of blocks, basically. And then they typically shut the fuck up. I don't like having to do that, man, but I'm a proud. I stay strapped. Come and get it. Like at the end of the day, I'm gonna defend myself. We're not getting down like that. I'm gonna land it there with regards to that, bro. But I just appreciate you bringing that up and bringing that to light for people who might not have heard it. And I'm excited. I'm excited to get to this recap.
Shout out to you, Orwellian. Yeah, man, it's a scary place out here, but we don't fear nothing at all. We right here on the front line with it. Whether we defending children, defending each other, or defending the truth, whatever it is. So I appreciate that, brother. And yeah, we definitely about to get into this after I say what up to some of the squad up here on mic. After we do that, yeah, we're gonna do a little recap. So stay tuned, man. Get your popcorn, retweets of space, let them know we're here. And hey, by the way, at I Destroy Flirts and tell them please destroy something. We got a co-host.
Get out of non. Get out of non. Get out of non. You tweeting at us. Get out of non.
Get out of non.
We got, you know, we got a guy down there that claims he hurted some of us that ain't hurted shit. We got somebody claiming at his that he destroys some of us, ain't destroyed a fucking thing. Bro, we're tired of that, man. Quit clapping on the timeline and bumping your fucking gun. Get up here, say something, or shut the fuck up, man. We tired of it.
I know you're not talking about Anima Dirter. Anyway, hey, look, y'all let I Destroy Flirts. Let him know we got a co-host with his name on it. So he can't cry about people talking over him and he don't got control over his space. He got all these, let me not even go there. Anyway, that's the reason why we got the co-host ready for him. So he can't complain and act like he don't have the same control over the space that I do. He gonna be able to mute, be able to speak uninterrupted, and he's challenging us to present any flat earth argument that he can't refute. And if he can't refute it, we get a ban. This guy's at right up in the top. As a matter of fact, he debated Witsit and Nathan on Modern Day Debates. Y'all go look at that pin tweet. Funny as hell, proud be clipping them up. Right in my pin tweet if y'all want to know who we talking about. So he got an open challenge. I want to walk y'all through how we got to this point after we say what up to some of the squad up here on the mic. But yeah, so that's like kind of the backstory. We're going to get into it. But before we do that, let's keep it moving. and then we'll slide into the topic. Let's say what up to Liliana, RG, and I see some of the other squad. We're gonna see if they want to chime in, and then we'll get straight to it. What up, Liliana, the ambassadress?
Hey, hi. Yeah, how you guys doing? Hey, this children's topic, this is the most serious issue facing us, and it's such a dark, horrible thing. Anyways, what I'm about to say, thankfully, is a little dark, a little less dark, but it's kind of, if it weren't so pathetic, it would be funny actually. But last week or whatever, this week I was on a couple of spaces. I think it was a conspiracy space with Brian and all that. Anyways, I saw TM and I saw Aurelian on there and I saw Mrs. Xavier and I saw, a bunch of people, Zetetic, Ken, all these people I love and respect. And I was so excited and I was like, oh, all my favorite people are here. Yay. And so, of course, one of the Globers chimes in and says, oh, stop it, you little Mary Poppins. So, it was just really sad that, my genuine excitement at seeing community members who I love and respect and was so cheerful and happy to see it. Like, it's wrong to be cheerful, apparently. It's like silly to be cheerful and happy to see people you love and respect. So that was like, it was just something to deal with. And then the other thing too is that, whenever I praise our teachers who I love so much and respect so much and learn from them, and all these lovely community members like you and Mr. Xavier and Piezo and so many people that are so knowledgeable. Sorry if I didn't name everybody, but Ken, everyone. And if I show respect to them, if I want to promote them in any way, their spaces or, donations for them or something, I'm being accused of being a cult member now. So this is imagine, I know. It's like, imagine living in a reality where expressing respect and love and trust and joy is seen as something ridiculous and silly and cultish and it's just really sad. It makes me appreciate this community even more. But just so you guys know, they can't refute us on anything solid. So now they're like, they've descended into calling us cult members and being Mary Poppins. And, I know there's a lot of pain in this world,
Mary
but
Poppins.
there's also a lot of joy.
That sounds like Mary Poppins sounds like a compliment, Lily. I think they were complimenting you. Lily Poppins is awesome.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of sorrow in our world, and I've been tweeting so much about, the flooding going on and how FEMA's, preventing help from getting them, which is, to me, it's like, it's just blowing my mind. And I feel like all these people that are guilty of preventing the help and assistance to these people that are flooded, they need to be held accountable at the end of all this. So yeah, our world is full of a lot of pain and sorrow, but that does not mean that we cannot also experience a little bit of joy and share respect and love for our fellow people. And I've gotten to know so many people here over the last over a year now. I've been listening to them. You get a feel for what their character is like. And, I express my love and respect for them. What's wrong with that? But anyways, that's kind of what, the Globers world has come to. So anywho, I love you guys. And just a reminder to everybody that's new, I posted in the Purple Pill different ways to support our community here and all the different spaces and the teachers and the donations. So please, pay attention to that. And thank you for all the hearts. Sometimes I can't match the names with the handles, but I heart you all back. Thank you so much. I love you guys. And I like this cult, so I'm going to stay in this lovely cult. Thank you.
Oh, Lily, you're a sweetheart.
Yeah, she's our ambassador.
It's funny how they never come on these spaces, like Tune and that. They come out with their fake bullshit all week, but they never come out and talk to us during the weekend, like on Flat Earth Fridays and shit.
Yeah, and they know where we at too. And just to piggyback off of what Lely was saying, we really need to support, our favorite creators. I kind of tweeted about this the other day. A lot of our guys putting in so much work, bro. Like, y'all really don't understand. I don't care if they have the interest and they do it just because they do it. Like, the work is still being put, the time is still being put in. So don't let nobody discourage you from showing love. Like, that is the weirdest thing. Like, don't let nobody discourage you from supporting your favorite speakers, your favorite researchers. If you gain value from anybody that you come in contact with and there's a way to support them, do that. Because without them, we wouldn't be where we at. That's just what it is. So
yeah, exactly. The way that we bring on other people's opinions, we respect them. We really respect them, and do what you want. But the people that come in with all this bullshit during the week, they don't come on these spaces during the weekend when they know that we bring these weekends on. They know this, but they ignore it. They
vibrating. Do me a favor. Take this guy's at in the title, go on the purple pill and at him and tell him we waiting for him to pull up, because that's who we focus on today. And tell him to pull up. We got a co-host ready. He can't complain about being muted.
You know he's not coming. You know he's not going to come. You know he's not going to come.
We just got to make sure they see us, just in case they try to act like they don't. That's all I'm saying. I don't want them to act like they don't see that we live. I don't want them to act like they don't accept their challenge. So just do that for me. And I just want to say thank you, Liliana. That was great. Of course, I always love when you come speak. You add the balance that we need to the spaces. This is the ambassador.
Liliana, you're a sweetheart.
Oh, no, Sacred, real quick. The reason I promote the teachers, and to give donations is that they have to hold down real life outside jobs and do this at their free time and put out all this content for us for free. And my goal is, that we as a community can support them so that they don't have to have outside jobs and they can continue to put out tons and tons of really great content. That's the only reason I always promote the teachers. It's not like it's a cult.
Well, there's no such thing as free time either, so it all costs money. So shout out to Lily for really pushing for this stuff, like for Alan and Stone and Toby and Shane and Flat Earth Dave, everybody that's out there putting in work and grinding. Like, that's not free time. That shit costs something. That's your most valuable resource. And the thing that's ironic, and I bring it up all the time, is these people that are clapping on the timeline are wasting theirs, right? But they ain't learning shit, and they don't even come to refute none of this. So to the guys that are putting in this work, like Liliana said, outside of actually working a full-time job, that ain't free time, right? It's not free at all. So thank you guys for doing that, for real, and definitely support them when you can.
Yeah, time is probably our most precious commodity. So yeah, definitely support. So I appreciate that, Liliana. This is the ambassadress, aka Miss Poppins.
I will say on the support side,
I got options. I can pass that bitch like stock.
Come on, y'all can't mess up that drop. Go ahead, Miss Poppins.
What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. I got options. I can pass that bitch like stock.
Go ahead, Stone, and then we'll slide over to RG.
I will say on the support side that let me grab my mic slider so you can hear me. That if enough does come my way, I assure you all that I will be getting a monkey butler, because I think everybody should have one. Everybody needs a monkey butler.
You got to teach them how to make crepes.
Liliana, you're the best. Thank you very much. What's up, man? How y'all doing? Yeah, man. Yeah, you too, brother. I just wanted to chime in real quick. I'm on 1%. I don't know why, man. Every Friday, my phone dies, bro. Like right in the beginning of the show, I'm gonna have to plug this thing up. But yeah, thank you, Liliana. You're doing great. I see your stuff all the time, and I just wanted to say I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody here, really. I'll keep it short and sweet. I live in the northeast corner of Georgia. Like, I'm in the foothills of the Appalachians here. If my phone dies, I'm sorry. I'll try to get back on. But there's a lot of devastation around me, man. It's like bodies floating, man. Like, it is crazy what's going on, and the lack of what needs to be done being done by the federal government. So they say FEMA's here to help us. We all remember Katrina, bro. That's bullshit. They're not here to help us. There was a lady that was on a private airport when a private jet flew in, landed. It was 4 FEMA executives got off. It was sometime today in the middle of the day. And the lady was there. She was like a head nurse, an RN at a private hospital. And she kind of overheard the executives talking. This is hearsay because I don't have that recording, but supposedly they're too tied up at the border to do anything about what's going on in this tri-state area. Yeah, so we really need to be helping each other out here, man. It's a lot of death, a lot of destruction, a lot of missing kids, a lot of abortion clinics, bro. As if that ain't enough, man. Like, it just keeps being piled on. And it's really odd how this hurricane came all the way inland like that and then made this curve, bro. That don't happen. We all know about weather modification, right? I mean, we're no dummies to this stuff. We're pretty educated between all of us, bro. We can make a difference. I think it's just a matter of all coming together. I know this is a lot, people have their everyday lives, but bro, I just pray for all these people, man, that's going through it, the families, and just send up a prayer, man, if you can. I appreciate it.
Hey, we're praying for you, bro, and your whole region. Hopefully your phone's still on, you can hear it. But yeah, definitely, we're definitely praying for you, man. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy the amount of citizen support that's down there that's being turned around right now, just to try to help you guys by the feds to save face, is despicable. So if anybody's in his area and you can help out in any way, definitely help them.
My bad. I think I was glitching. Y'all hear me? I'm good now?
Yeah, we got you, Sacred.
Okay. Cool. I kind of missed the last part of that, but yeah, man, we definitely prayers out to everybody that's going through all that down there. Natural disasters are crazy, but what's even crazier if it's not natural. And I'll always keep an open mind because, like RG said, like, that we got these weather modification instruments and things that they do. They put it out. They let everybody know, like, yeah, we can create clouds, we can create rain, we can create storms and all this different type of stuff. So if they can create them, why can't they stop them? That's just my opinion. I'm not too well versed in those sciences and the instruments and how they work and everything like that. I just know that they exist. And it's just very weird on the path that it took, how devastating it is, and the timing. Y'all know we like a month away from like a lot of wild stuff. If you are playing into the Matrix, right? Just saying, just keep open mind. Pray to everybody that's dealing with all that stuff out there. And if there's anything that we could do, let us know. Like, I don't really know. I think we got a few level heads that's out in that area, but yeah, prayers out to all the families that's dealing with that type of stuff. I do want to slide over. I think we got a few mics that I'm going to rotate, and then we're going to get into the topic. But I want to make sure that everybody get a chance to speak before we get into it. I do see my man, Flat Earth Geo, in the building, over from TikTok. I was over in his live a couple days ago. I'm actually over there quite often, just not as often as they are, because they be holding down Flat Earth TikTok like on a daily basis, bro. Like, I know we say that we go week for week and we on their head every week, but these guys over on TikTok go every day. Like, dead serious, bro. And it's super intuitive how they get to it. They know a lot about the information, very diverse ideas. And I don't know if he wants to speak into some of the things I was talking about earlier with some of the weird stuff going on with the anti-flat earthers. He doesn't have to talk about that. I just know that was a big thing on TikTok. These anti-flat earthers getting exposed for these same type of predatorial behavior. But anyway, besides all of that, Flat Earth Geo is a wealth of knowledge. I really respect his opinion. We don't agree on everything, but we agree on a lot. And I appreciate his approach. I just want to say, what up, man? Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, and glad that you pulled up, brother.
Thanks, Sacred. I'm glad to be here. Yeah, the TikTok community is really getting pretty strong. I don't know much about all the things being uncovered as far as like the anti-flat earth trolls, as far as all that stuff coming out. But I do know, just at least from my time on there, I spent almost a couple years. And when I first got on there was just so many people who were just rabidly there to ridicule and belittle and just harass, endlessly. And so at first, when I started going live, it was a pretty tense sort of kind of time at first. There was a lot of back and forth, and a lot of angry conversations and yelling, and then a lot of it even turned into like from the flat earth side calling all these people Masonic shills and trying to like basically block everybody almost. And so I was a little concerned because while they're very much, I'm sure there's I get it, the government, there's conspiracy all over the place, and I'm sure that whether it's the Masons or whoever, I don't care about the names of the groups. I just care about the things that are happening and why they're happening and how to make them not happen if possible. Getting into the details is a little bit too much for me to worry about, I feel like. But as far as like when I got into like getting these conversations and it was getting so crazy, I just blocked like a couple dozen or more like, anti-flat earthers. And I just started trying to make it so that we were having like, like our own, kind of more personal lives where we were just kind of hanging out, getting to know each other better on a personal level, and just also discussing how to better handle these trolls, and just trying to get them to understand like whether or not anyone's paid. Yeah, maybe I'm sure some of them got to be paid, right? And whether or not they
I
are,
agree. Some of them gotta have some type of agenda.
yeah, it seems that way. Like McToon for sure. Like he was actually when I first started. Okay, I had my phytogeographer TikTok going for uh a good few months, probably 6 months or more. Before I even started my flat geographer Facebook page. But like within days, if that, of me starting my Facebook page, McToon was on there like challenging me to debate him, and he had like a whole like dozen or so of like Facebook or like globe trolls or maybe bot accounts or whatever, but like they were all like chiming in and trying to like goad me into like debating him and like trying to like make fun of me for being scared or something. And like, look, I don't even know who this guy is. I just started this page and here he is just being an asshole to me. I have no obligation to talk to him. I don't feel peer pressure when idiots come talking shit at me. Like I just like I find it amusing, and I just get stronger. I multiply my accounts if they shut me down. Like that's what happened. I had a backup account, that they keep shutting down because they get into all the politics and exposing the one party system and the fake democracy, and they keep shutting that live down. And so I made a backup account for that once they finally were getting, because it was like 6 times I appealed and got it reinstated before the seventh finally at midnight before they shut me down the last time. So I was like, okay, whatever. I'm gonna make a new account. And I got on TikTok because on Facebook I had some like trolls insulting me, saying, "Hey, you never make it on TikTok. That all the young people would eat you alive." I'm like, "Oh yeah, here we go." So yeah, so when I was getting all the, when I blocked the trolls, I got all like, my Facebook friend or my flat earth friends on TikTok trying to like try to rally the troops a bit, and I was just trying to help them calm them down, help them realize not to be how to not be triggered, how to like avoid, this kind of conversations. And if we let someone in our live, and if they're just there to overtalk and insult, we can give them a few chances. And if they just show that they have no other intention but just to be an interrupter, to be someone who won't let us get the cogent point through, so that anyone can actually follow along and have the whole thing make sense to them. Like that's a lot of what will happen. Like, they'll just keep stopping you from speaking, and so like, okay, bye. You'll see you some other time, maybe, and like. But the thing too is like undid all the blocking. I got all these other, a lot of these Globers started coming in, like, and becoming really amicable and having really good conversations once we switched the narrative. So the TikTok experience has gotten a lot better. Sorry for the long-winded back to that story. I'll land it here in a second. But yeah, that was the big, I think, the shift that really helped us to start moving in a more productive, direction with the conversations, having a lot more people come up who are on the fence, and at least like, getting deeper into the conversations with the stalwart Globers who maybe wouldn't really see it on one thing or the other, but would at least get to talk more into these other things and become better friends with us. So yeah, it's a good experience. I recommend getting on there. I don't personally go on like live every day. I'm gonna try to go more every day, but I do hop on. A lot of my friends go on live. Candy Girl, um, I know Gene goes on a lot too. I haven't seen him as much lately, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of folks that I know come on here too that I kind of double dip. So anyway, yeah, I'll land with that. Nice to meet y'all.
Appreciate you, man. And shout out to Proud because Proud really made this connection. Proud was trying to get me on TikTok for a very long time. I just wasn't having it. And she had to just force me over there, and I'm so glad that she did because I get to meet some of these new flat earthers and make some of these new relationships. So thank you, Proud, for doing that.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
Really cool dude. And also, what I realized, just to piggyback off. Oh, go ahead, Proud. You want to say something? Go ahead.
Welcome to the Twitter streets, man. It's rough out here.
Hell
TikTok's
yeah,
a little different. It's like it goes away. Lives are a little different. These people, I feel like they never sleep, yo.
Seems like it.
Yeah, you can always find a flat earth TikTok live. Like, so we be over there. We're gonna post the TikTok thread. So if you guys are on TikTok, you can post it and follow each other, like in that same thread. Just real quick, Gio. So what happens is when you're in a space, just in case you're not familiar with how spaces work, you always have a purple pill, right? So when you're in a space, there's like a tweet that's generated where all the content, all the tweets, all the comments, we don't have like a live chat like TikTok does. So if y'all don't know, TikTok has a live chat. They haven't implemented that in spaces yet. So we just have the purple pill where we can drop comments. The thing is the comments kind of stay there permanently unless you delete them yourself. But you always have access to the purple pill where you could drop your tweets. You could drop any graphics that you have. And those guys are super organized over there on TikTok, bro. Like they got folders for different topics. I mean, it's crazy. It's like a database for TikTok, and they're super like just organized. So it's so dope. So if you have anything you want to drop during the discussion, feel free to use it. Use the purple pill so it stays in a space that people can reference back to the conversation. And also, when you tweet, if you click the share button on your tweet while you're a speaker, you can share the content or your post to the top of the space. It's called the nest. Some people call it the jumbotron. So that way, when we're speaking about certain things, it's almost like how you guys got that screen share where you open up your camera, you can do like the backdrop. Not everyone has access to video spaces yet in Twitter spaces, but we do got the nest. So while you're on speaker, you can share content to the top just by clicking the share button. So if you need help with that later on, if you're going to hang out for a little bit, just let me know. We can walk you through it. I just want to get you more familiar with the functionality of Twitter Spaces.
The purple pill is that little purple thing in the bottom right corner with the 41 and the little talk box.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, so that works.
Okay.
And thank you, Proud, for sharing that. So we have a TikTok thread, and we posted some of the homies down there. If you have a TikTok, take a screenshot, put a link, so that way we can just follow each other and keep on supporting each other. It's up on the nest right now. Thank you, Proud, for that. I appreciate it. And yeah, welcome, Jill. So we're going to get to it in just a little bit. Let's slide over to Boston, and then we'll go to Taylor. We'll see if Rob and Gal have anything to say. And if not, then we'll get straight into how we got to this 1K challenge. And I still don't see my third co-host up here. What's going to happen? Bro, don't act like if you only play home games, you're not that tough, gang. If you don't play no away games, you're not that tough and you're not that confident. We're going to get to that in a minute. But what up, Ron Boston? Talk to me, JT. How you feeling?
Hey, it's good to see the fam, and thank you, Sacred and Proud. I want to thank y'all for taking such a stance for mining truth, digging truth up, finding it, sharing it, and also just your strong stance on protecting the innocent, the children, women.
Is anybody talking?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, JT is.
From Boston is. I'll drop you down, Taylor, and bring you back up.
Yeah, I'm kind of glitching too because you were calling on hands and I don't see it, so I might be glitching. But yeah, if you can hear me, Sacred, I'll keep going. I was saying, the importance of you guys having this strong stance on protecting the innocents. And what's interesting is truth seekers. I would say truth seekers, you more or less can trust them. I mean, that's my take. Unless you do something to prove me wrong, a blue dot on Dave's app. I mean, I'm not going to trust you with my family or like a ton of money, but more often than not, they have a disposition of wanting purity and righteousness and walking the better path, the higher road, help your fellow brother. I mean, I saw that at Flattoberfest. People were helping each other out, and sometimes they would leave their phone or their camera just sitting there while they were going and doing something else. It's like, you don't have to worry about your stuff getting stolen. And what I just heard that person say, it's like they think it's funny to toe the line on how hard they can push up against messing with us, like they're gonna win, or like they're cool for being super nasty. And that's just the wrong, I'd say that's just the wrong disposition. So I look forward to, all the smoke that's about to come up on this space. I got a couple more things. One, if you have an iPhone and you want to double check that your metadata for your photos is turned off, grab a pencil, a pen, maybe just look it up on Google, but it's easy. You just go to your settings, privacy and security, location services, camera, and you want to make sure that's set to never. Mine was set to never, so that's good. I wanted to say to RG, the artist, we're praying over you, brother. I was kind of down there in the area. I wanted to make it out there. I was going to drive like an hour and a half to go and just say what's up. But, the roads were nuts. Everything was crazy. So we're lifting you up, and we're praying over everybody that's grieving right now, either loss of life or property. It's just a crazy time right now. So you got our prayers. I was going to announce Piezo. I'm almost done editing you and Omnivore's talk from last Friday. It was amazing. It's going to end up being great. It's a clip. I'm going to put it up on my channel. And I know Sacred and Proud I had sent y'all the A Fool's Wisdom, so that should be in your inbox. And I also found out in the interim, anybody that can hear my voice right now, if you have Spotify Premium, if you're paying for Spotify, you can click audiobooks and you can look up Stephen A. Young's book. The title is A Fool's Wisdom, and it's phenomenal. So check that out. And I got nothing but love for everybody that shows up here. Lots of good work is being done, and I'm proud of every one of you for pursuing truth. Keep it up.
Appreciate you, JT. Words of wisdom is always appreciated. And of course, your energy always balances us out, man. I appreciate you. That's why you are the president. Shout out to you, man. And I appreciate that gift. I didn't really get like the full information, but I did see something pop up in my email. So I'll go ahead and I'll check that out a little bit later, man. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, for sure. And just for folks wondering what that even is, this book, A Fool's Wisdom, is written by Stephen A. Young. He has a master's in theoretical physics and a PhD in nuclear theoretical physics, but he does not believe he lives on a spinning water ball. He's completely awake. He doesn't believe in Einstein's theory of relativity at all. I mean, he's a flat earther. He knows we're in an enclosed realm. He's that educated, but he also is humble enough to have done the work. And I heard him in chapter 7. He was talking about like kind of creeping, just listening to debates. Like he was super interested in
his
listening.
name again. Say his name again. Sorry.
Oh, it's Stephen A. Young.
Okay, thank you.
And the book is called A Fool's Wisdom. You can see it on Amazon. If you do Audible, he's the narrator, which is super cool. He's got a YouTube channel that he just started. He's a DJ. He calls his music alchemical music because it's set to 432 hertz, high res, high quality, and it's basically just like trance and a little bit of like it's kind of like dance music, but it's really great. He is a doctor, means PhD. But he doesn't believe that viruses exist. I mean, he's awake on a lot of these topics that a lot of us look into. So yeah, I gifted that to Sacred Proud. If you have Spotify Premium, you can find it, or just buy it. It's been phenomenal. He shouts out Dave Weiss and Witsit in Chapter 7 as being like people that helped him wake up. So I thought that was pretty epic. But yeah, I'll drop down and I'll listen for a while, and I think Dave might pop up here. So I'll drop my mic and see if he'll pick it up. So I'll talk to y'all later.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Before put share that dude's channel in the purple pill, and thanks for making that clip, dude. I'm looking forward to hearing it.
Oh yeah, it's great, man. It's great.
Definitely. Thank you a lot.
I could not more heavily stress the importance of what you just said about cymatic resonant tuning at 432 hertz. That is definitely something I recommend people look into to convert their digital library from 440 to 432. There are numerous articles out there on how to do that, even on my own channel. You guys might want to check it out there. You can keyword search that. It's invaluable change in your tonal life.
Yeah, I mean they're literally trying to disrupt us on that frequency scale, and just by listening to music at the wrong frequency can literally do some like serious subconscious damage. So when they're saying like look into this and start converting your music and some of the sounds, some of the things you're listening to, is something that your body and your mind and your spirit will more resonate with, then please look into that because that's super important. They really want us focused on gravity, and they do not want us knowing about frequency, and that's like everything. Everything is in vibration, everything's in motion, except the Earth. But anyway, appreciate that, y'all. Shout out to you guys.
Yeah, for sure. And I'll tell Stone just because he'll love it. On his website, Headflux, and I'm going to post all this in the Purple Pill, but it's hedflux.com. It's about his music. He said he provides lossless 24-bit wave files when you get his music from here, and he has crafted his music into Pythagorean 432 hertz tuning. He says all the frequencies are justly set to natural and rational numbers for maximal resonance and precise harmonic integrity. So it's pretty dope. Check it out. I'll see y'all in a little while.
That does sound fun.
Big facts, big facts. Thank you, JT. Appreciate you, brother. We're gonna slide over to Taylor, and then we'll check in with Gal, see if he got anything to say. But Taylor, talk to me. What's going on? Good to see you.
Good to see you, Sacred. So guess what? I got some new experiments for y'all. So I was gonna wait until I got my good camera, but then since it was Flat Earth Friday, I had to do it, bro. So I've been wanting to do this lately to look at the bottom of obstruction, and I have a very long hallway I work in. And basically what I did was, because I heard this morning somebody was like, oh, like, does anybody have video proof of this bottom up obstruction other than on a round earth or whatever? So I took a water bottle and I did a piece of red tape around the bottom of it, and I brought it down the hallway, and I recorded the whole thing, but I took screenshots of whenever
Oh no, you breaking up, Taylor. Reconnect to them satellites. Reconnect.
Oh. Oh man, I'm driving. Anyway, like you clearly see it disappearing. Like the bottom of obstruction. I literally just did that. So I'm about to share it.
Yo, let me tell y'all, Taylor have been putting in so much work. She done did the Lake Pontchartrain observation, had the whole timeline in a frenzy. She brought through a NASA affiliate, a contractor that is in charge of building rockets. We had a dope conversation with him the other week, and now she's putting more boots on the ground, doing more observations, and I just really, really appreciate that she is so inspired to at least trying to figure out what is going on over here. So shout out to you, Taylor. This is just dope. It's just I really appreciate your input and everything that you bring into Flat Earth Fridays. Thank you so much.
And the Lake Pontchartrain still hasn't been disproven. They're trying to talk about, because the whole horizon dropped everywhere, that means it must be around Earth. Well, no, that's not if you move your frame of reference higher to the sky, then all of the ground is going to be lower in the frame. That's not mutually exclusive whatsoever. Anyway.
Right. And basically what they're saying is the horizon is apparent. Even where it's at, we still see way too far. So it doesn't matter what you guys trying to claim. You need it to be in a specific place where the geometric shape expression of the Earth that y'all claim that it is. And if it's further, if it's closer, if it moves day to day, hour to hour, you have to concede that it's an apparent position. And if you can see that point, welcome to Flat Earth.
The funniest part is that none of them are actually addressing the bridge itself. Like, nobody's trying to debunk the bridge. They're just looking at the video. It's so crazy, bro.
And that was their main point. Oh, the bridge is curving, don't you see? And I was like, bro, do you even understand the dimensions of the Earth would have to be if that was truly the curvature, not just an optical effect, which we have demonstrated on a local scale? Like, stop trying to claim exclusivity, bro. Just stop it. And if anybody want to come challenge that, we could go and get right to it. We got all the references. So I'm telling you, man, like Lake Pontchartrain is ours. It's not yours. I know you want it. Can't have it, though.
Did you see that other video I posted right under it? It's even crazier. I'm going to have to put it up at the top.
Yeah, share it to the nest for everybody because we might have some new listeners that share it. And then If you guys see it pop up, make sure you save it so you can view all the images and the video footage. It was really good. She did it with a drone, super crystal clear, and not a curved horizon in sight.
Well, you mean that in general, if you just look out in the world, it just generally looks flat? I mean, you have to actually go out of your way to make specific observations under certain atmospheric conditions and temperatures throughout the year in order to utilize inferior mirages in order to attempt to prove some point about curvature? Is that what you're saying? That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Wait, it's up at the top. Y'all go check this one out.
There y'all have it. Make sure y'all save it for later. Show some love. Get in the chat. Get in them comments. Laugh at the spiraling anti-flirts. They don't like this. They don't like when we just get out of space. First of all, they ain't like when we in spaces right now. Like they just try to act like they don't see us. Now when we in spaces and we doing stuff IRL, it's like, bro, they don't have nothing and they can't function. They like glitching like they the cyborg. Stop it. Anyway, appreciate you, Taylor. Stick around because we just get into it. I think Galatrax was up, and then I want to see if Robert got anything to say, and then we'll get into some of this topic that we got going on. Yeah, what's going on? Galatrax. Mic check, mic check. Do y'all hear him? Because I can't.
Negative.
Are you?
Not hearing you, Galatrax. Maybe you got to drop down and come back up, or if you're connected to a Bluetooth or a headset, maybe disconnect from that. All right, we'll wait for Galatrax to pop back in while we rotate him back up. Hey, Robert, you want to chime in with anything?
Yeah, it's Curvature Nope from TikTok. I just came over here to say hey.
Hey, TikTok fam. What up, bro? Good to see you.
No, absolutely. I'm going to try to get in earlier next week with my son. He wanted to come and say hi.
Oh, man, that is awesome, bro. Like, we love talking to the youth. We have them come through. We always say whenever they do want to join spaces, as long as they're of age to be on Twitter X, right? We always say, hey, don't believe nothing that we saying. You could just take what we're talking about. We'll talk to your parents. We'll talk to your family. Have that open dialogue, open conversation, and come to your own conclusion. So shout out to you, man, for keeping the youth with an open mind, bro. And welcome to Flat Earth Friday. Is this your first time?
I think I've made it in like probably a couple of months ago. But it's been a while because I don't make it in too often.
All good, man. Hey, well, you here now, man, and we appreciate you showing up and showing some love, man. Shout out to you.
For sure. The conversation here on Twitter is a lot different than TikTok.
Let them know, man. Let them know. It's like two worlds. It's like they both have their values, right? But it's crazy how you could just be on different platforms and just get a completely different dynamic of conversation over the same topic. It's really crazy. It's polarizing, but it's super fun.
I don't follow TikTok, but what do you mean? What do you mean two different things?
Just different personalities. Even just the way that you interact on TikTok just dictates how the conversation is. A lot of things on TikTok I would say is more fast paced. Over here, a lot of things are more permanent. I don't really know. It's hard to really explain. You just have to kind of go over there.
I got you. I understand that. Thank you. That's all I want to know.
No doubt. So if you guys are on TikTok, make sure that you follow some of the squad, and when they're going live, pop in there and show some love, and tell them the level head say what up. Oh, I think we got Galatrax back. Mic check.
Negative on the mic.
Sorry, man. Can't hear you.
I don't know why we can't hear you, bro. I don't know if you're on. DM me. Let me know if you're on PC, mobile.
Make sure you check the right input device up there in your browser settings when it asks you for mic access, dude.
Yeah, that's really strange. Or if you got a mic set up too, yeah, make sure everything's like plugged in. I'm not really sure.
Yo, it's so funny, dude. This I Destroy Flurfs is just up in all of our timelines right now. Like,
wait,
all of us. Bro, he's tweeted like 6 times at us.
All I did was open the door for him.
He won't come in here. He's afraid to come in here, bro. He's just talking in the chat. Won't come in here.
I even offered him a co-host for you because you know he's going to want to use the mute button, and we give him the opportunity, of course, right? And click that.
Exactly. You know, we got to hold their hands, Stone. We got to baby them. Oh, the silly flirts, the scary flirts. There's too many of them.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Pull up, man. You can't put out a challenge, put a bounty on the flat earther's head, and you ain't pulling up, man. We got a co-host with your name on it. You see the squad. We waiting for you. Obviously, you can see that we not like toxic. You are, and we're going to get to that in a second. I'm going to let Proud lay this out beautifully, and I'll chime in too. But yeah, man, like we don't need to attack you personally. Don't care about where you came from. Don't care about who you are. You got a challenge. We accepted it. Straight up. Even though you didn't want to talk about the parameters when I pulled up playing that away game, then you censored me and took my mic. We're not going to do that to you. All you got to do is come up here, request the mic, get out of anonymous, stop being scary, pull up. I'll make you co-host, and you will have the same control over the space that I like. What do I gotta do? I even offered like other glow birthers to come over here to help judge the conversation. Like, what else do you want me to do? I'll pull up over there when you gaslight me, talking about I'm a coward. I offer you co-hosting Flat Earth Fridays, giving you the entire platform to do your thing. Show you in my pen. Like, what else do you want? You got the attention. I'm giving it to you. I don't care. Don't care about followers. Don't care about giving you a platform. I want the challenge. My squad wants the challenge. Unless it was all a lie. You do have a tendency to be dishonest. So that is the most consistent thing about you. But why don't you keep your word, gang? Keep your word. You can't go at in the level heads like this ain't like 2009 Twitter. This ain't, 2010 Flat Earth. This is 2020 floor. 20 floor.
I think he's flashing Monopoly money, dude. I don't think he has a band to give away.
He better.
V1 is unfair compared to his 1v1 space.
What you mean? You got co-host. Nobody's gonna come off mic. You scary. That's what you really saying. Oh, I'm scared that everyone's gonna come up. You have control as a co-host to mute the space. You have no argument. Do you understand that? I know you're
using technology that is not built by a flat earther. You are debunking yourself by using globalistic technology that even you don't know how it works. Because I've grown up with this shit.
Are you drunk?
Steve Jobs is a
Where are you coming to this? I'm missing something.
I have been. You're talking about flat.
You're sending in the reinforcements. Wait, what's going on? But you sending the pawns first, bro? Stop it. Don't tell me you sending in your mans because you don't want to pull up. That's what we doing.
Just raise your hand. Morwand is in front of you.
We got more one up here. All right, cool. So look, before we're gonna give what's his name? Not destroying Flirts, whatever his name. Yeah, we're gonna give him a little bit more time to put it. Look, bro, you got more wine up here. You got Free Falling telling you to fight back. Look, your squad is here. You don't got no reason not to show up. If you're gonna at me, at least you could stand on your word, bro. That's all I'm saying. If you don't want the smoke, don't at me. That's it. It's very simple. And look, the only person that came off mic interrupting was Freefalling, the Globe Earther. Notice that, right? He's the only one so far. So, yeah, look, We not afraid of none of y'all, bro. Like, we looking for the truth. If y'all got exclusive evidence, if y'all got refutation, we want to hear it. So that way we can update our positions or show that you don't know what you're talking about. It's that simple. You don't got to be toxic, bro. You could just come have a conversation, but you did put out a challenge. You made it seem like you was tweeting at me a long time. I only had an interaction with you the other day. I pulled up to your space. You took my mic. I offered you a platform to come talk to us. You said you'll take on every single level head. Here we are. Flat Earth Fridays going into stationary Saturdays, bro. Don't embarrass yourself. Everybody gonna remember this one moment right here where we waited for I don't even know how many hours for you to come up here and bring your evidence, bring your refutations, and you didn't show up. Don't do that, bro.
I'm right here, and I'm dealing with all this.
Hold on, Free Faller. We don't do that over here. My co-host said, raise your hand. Matter of fact, let me just do this real quick just to make sure that you know how to do it because you might be new to spaces. Do you know how to raise your hand, Free Faller?
No, bring it up.
No, I do not know how to do this shit. It is a chat. And you don't ever want to chat. That's your thing. You don't want to accept challenges. So you're the one that's losing because I'm trying to talk to you and all you do is mute me. So,
Check
you
that
know,
little
you're
heart plus button
debunking
down there.
yourself. I'm leaving because of the fact that you don't want to challenge.
Guys, I got this. Let him get it out. Clearly, he's a little bit upset. Clearly, he has a little bit of emotion. Let him just get it all out the way. A lot of these global earthers don't have any self-control. Like I can see in my pinned tweet. So just let him get it all out, and we'll help him guide him through the technology that he said that we don't know. Yet he just admitted that he don't know how to work it. Where you at, bro?
He already dipped, bro.
Wait.
Yeah, he tossed the mic. He's listening now.
This man said, you're using technology that was made by people who are globers. Like, bruh, and Nazis invented rockets. The people who made rockets believed in Nazism. You probably believe in rockets, right? Does that make you a Nazi, bro? Like, what are you even talking about? Get that crap out of here, dude.
I don't want to talk about that. They hate when I bring that up. They hate that. Anyway, we'll wait to see if he figures out the technology that he says that we don't understand. Right? I see Gallop Tracks is back. Let's see if we can get a mic check from Gallop Tracks. And if not, I don't know, bro. We're going to have to figure it out. Mic check?
Negative.
Oh, it is a sad story.
Damn, Gallop Tracks, what's going on, bro? DM me what device you're using. And maybe we can help you walk through it. Like, I don't know what's going on, bro. We can't hear.
Are there too many femur fiends near you or skelly snakes? Like, what's going on,
Check
bro?
your browser settings to see if you didn't accept mic permissions on that level too.
All right. Well, while we wait for Galaxy to come back, let's slide over to Morwan. Morwan, what up, man? Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, brother.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you all doing tonight?
Chilling, man. Waiting for this guy to come destroy us. I don't know if it's gonna happen. We waiting for him. What do you say about that, man? If he's calling us cowards, right? Because he called us cowards for not showing up to his space, and then we show up, we try to establish the parameters, just like how you did with Shane, and try to figure out how this is going to work out in order for us to accept the challenge and move forward. And then he takes our mic and then doesn't show up to Flat Earth Fridays. How would you interpret that type of behavior?
That sounds like a little bitch behavior to me, but hey, I don't know the guy, so.
Hey, that's why I kind of rock him more. I mean, he be honest sometimes. You know what I'm saying? We don't agree on everything, but sometimes he'll call it a spade a spade. I appreciate that, man. Go ahead, you got the mic, and then we'll slide over to
So Alan and I, we were supposed to talk about Sagnac, but I'm fucking tired as shit. But maybe we could talk a little bit about the quantum physics debate we're supposed to have and kind of work out some of those deets. I don't know. Are you interested in that, Alan?
I mean, not publicly in Flat Earth Friday time, prime time. That's not really for that.
All right. No worries, man. Yeah, not trying to put you on blast.
No worries. Do you want to do Sagnac in the morning? Because I'll be up all night. But if you wake up early, I'm good to go.
What time?
Depends on how late they go, but usually, at least 8 or 9 a.m.
Yeah, that'd probably be better.
Cool.
I don't know if I got the juice right now.
You sound beat, dog.
But I'm fucking tired of shit. I didn't sleep at all last night. So
go to bed.
Yeah. I did curious though about the international gravity formula. Is that something you guys have dealt with before?
Only heard of it a couple of times from you, I think.
Yeah. That's because I'm a globe influencer, you know. No, I'm just playing. But I wonder, you got the like ether. I don't quite understand your gravity model, I guess. I don't want to straw man it, but I don't know if this is something you can maybe derive. I mean, the elevation effect maybe from like Dayton Miller or something. I don't know, but I'm wondering like how the latitude effect would work when you don't have spherical geometry.
Talking about latitude dependent changes in weight or whatever?
Yeah. So like,
is that a real thing?
Whatever it is.
I know that
I think you
thunderstorm
talked about it.
dependent weight changes are.
Thunderstorm weight dependent changes. What is that? The Huygens effect or whatever the fuck?
I don't know, bro. You get charged up in a thunderstorm and your weight will change on a calibrated gravimeter.
Yeah. I think Witz talked about that before, right? Can you link me to that? I haven't actually seen that. I think Toon was talking about that the other night, but I wasn't listening that much.
I heard somebody pronounce it as gravimeter, so I'm adopting that new pronunciation.
Wait, we did what was it? Alan, didn't you have a buddy who bought the that scale for pharmaceuticals?
Yeah, my buddy's a chemist. He makes pills and whatnot, and they have to be a specific weight ratio for the mixture of them. And the equipment's super expensive, right? It's like $80,000 for a new one. And what you'll do is like, you'll just buy one from a previous lab, and it comes with a log sheet with it of all the previous owners. My dude said that the unit that his lab got had been in service for about 10 years, and it had been, all over the different laddies, and it had never once been recalibrated for the weight change. And we're talking like fractions and fractions of a gram. I can't remember off the top of my head the exact amount, but it's like, he was basically saying that, if the changes that were latitude dependent like that were significant, you would definitely have to have the weight recalibrated when it changes laddies, and they've never done that, because the whole thing about medication and whatnot is if you don't have those ratios exact, then it's going to mess with people's pills and stuff. So there would be like, easy liability issues there if it was like an actual thing. I've never, not super familiar with anyone presenting actual latitude dependent measurements or anything like that. So
Let me just get it straight, just to make sure I understand. So you're saying like when they're composing the amounts of like medication, if there was like a weight dependent location, they would have to adjust for that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they would have to add a couple extra fractions of grams or however they do it to get it to even out or whatever. Or they would have to recalibrate that difference in the machine so that they're all giving the same amount of like the actual amount of medication and not a lesser amount because it weighs slightly more.
Okay, so they would have to recalibrate the actual instrument that's weighing it. Right. That would be affected. Okay, gotcha. That's interesting. So like the claim is that there's different type of or different amount of gravity depending on the latitude. That's the claim. And the question is, well, why aren't the instruments being calibrated to account for that effect?
I've heard the opposite. I mean, I know Indio talks about the gnome or whatever, I think, right? I don't know what that's about, but I've heard that like neonatal scales, for example, have it on the in fact, I think I have that on my server. One sec. Go to the gravity channel here. And then there's the let's see. Yeah, neonatal scales calibrated based on latitude. Here's a link to that.
Yeah, you can drop it in a purple pill.
Yeah. Yep. Cool.
Can you DM it to me on Discord as well?
No, because I got caught up in that Northern Rebellion.
Oh, right. Yeah. Rip.
Yeah. But fortunately, I transferred I got a new account for my server owner, and so far so good. I haven't been nuked, but many soldiers were lost in the pour one out for the homies.
Yeah, dude. Toby took some shrapnel to the knee. He's out for 48 hours as well.
That's so fucking crazy. I don't even know. It's funny as fuck too because I don't even think I ever posted over there. I think I posted a GIF like one time, like 3 months ago, and since then I haven't even been back. I had no idea what, and then it comes up and it's like violent extremism, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, anyway, I don't want to get into all that drama, but yeah, I was scrambling this morning making sure that my server was secured. So,
gotcha. Well, I'll get it off the timeline then.
Yeah. Let's see, what else do we got? I got some other things. There's the whatchamacallit.
But we got time because I still don't see I Destroy Flurf. So let's give Marwan a couple more minutes. We'll see if Galatrax's mic is working, and we'll wait for this guy to show up. If not, we'll get into some of the backstory of how we got here. Go ahead, Marwan.
Yeah, I got a bunch of cool stuff. There's a measuring the gravitational changes in Yellowstone National Park. That's another cool one. Mike, there's this guy Mike in my server who posts a lot of these that are cool. And then there's the other one, which is, and I haven't looked into this too much, but there's something called the, what's it call it? Global Geodynamics Project, which is a network of gravimeters. Am I even saying that right? I always pronounce everything fucking wrong. So
I like gravimeters, man. I'm rocking with it.
All right, cool.
Yeah, that's
I'll
totally
post that
correct.
here, too. Huh?
Gravimeter is totally correct.
Oh, okay. So here's a link as well, and then yeah, once I'm not nuked, I'm happy to send those over to you, Alan, and Shade as well. But this is the Global Geodynamics Project, is a network, because there's Grace as well, Tom and Jerry. Do you guys know the Tom and Jerry thing? That one's kind of fun.
Never heard of her.
So they had two satellites. And obviously, we probably disagree on what satellites are, but let's go with the story. Two satellites in tandem orbit, and by measuring the differential pull as they orbited the Earth, that's how they mapped the gravitational anomaly. Basically, one would move relative to the other based on the differential tug of gravity on the first one and the second one. So they called them Tom and Jerry because they they're following each other.
Right.
But I like this one because it's on the Earth. I want to try to pull the data and maybe you could take a look at it because it is kind of hard. Admittedly, it is kind of hard to find data on the IGF. Like I have some some papers and such, but like the actual data is harder to find. But yeah, has anyone like rented one of those gravimeters and played around with it? I'd be curious to see that.
No, we've been reading some papers about people using centrifugal force to change objects' effective weight, though.
Yeah, that's neat.
I built my own.
You built your own?
Built your own gravitometer?
Yeah, years ago. We did that with the Arduino project. Remember that early video I did nearly 4 years ago now, the gravity test?
Stone just says that so nonchalantly.
Oh yeah, no
Dude,
big
he's
deal.
like, you guys are living in the past. I built my own gravitometer, dude. All right, Stone. Let's
So
see.
you still got it? We should fly it around the world and.
That's the point. Is I made a drop test that anybody can replicate, duplicate, and then send me the data. I offered up the spreadsheets, the Arduino programming, the procedure, the diagramming, the measurements, all of it. Recommended materials to make the device. It's all right in the video. Anybody who wants to participate, that'd just be swell.
What was the title of the
Can you link
video?
that to me?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it
Yeah,
up.
can you link that?
It's on my BitChute channel. If you just check my bio, and my BitChute channel is Man of Stone. Big surprise there, eh? And it's one of the earlier videos on my list. It's called The Gravity Test. Enjoy.
Coolio.
Yeah, dude.
I will take a look for sure.
I found it. I'm putting it up in the jumbo for you here in a second.
Sweet, perfect.
Rock
I would love
on.
to take a look
Rock
at
on. No, I've been at this a long time, my man.
that. Longer than me, that's for sure. Still wet behind the ears. when you get the shill checks, you know, it helps boost shit pretty quick. So
Hey, I'll be right back. My browser crashed. If you can hear me.
Yikes! I can hear you.
Sorry about that, lads. 1 second.
Gravitational effects, or they're measuring different downward acceleration. What are they actually measuring? The first thing
yeah, it's a good. What are the units? It's like centimeter. It's like a centimeter.
Just thousandths of G.
1,000th of a G. One
That
centimeter
kind of
per
thing,
meter
man.
squared.
That kind of thing. You got it.
Yeah. So that's what they measure. I'm not sure. I mean, there's this thing called an absolute gravimeter, but I think that it's just measuring a gal. I think gals are always the units, as far as I'm aware. I'm not sure if you can measure gravitation rather than gravity. I don't even know how you would do that. Like, just
They're all drop testing.
I posted that in the jumbo for you.
Rock on.
Oh,
Yeah,
yo,
there's
Sacred, can you bring your mic volume down just a little bit? A little hot.
Is it? Okay, hold on 1 second.
This is hurting my brain.
Check. Mic check.
Yeah, you're looking
That's
good,
better.
man.
Can somebody tell me what we're trying to do here?
Oh, we're just waiting on anybody to actually come up and have anything
No?
coherent
I
say.
can't hear I can't hear anybody talking, by the way.
Can you hear me?
You should probably come back in and again, Taylor. Just in and out. Out and in, rather.
Hold on, I'll be. Bring Taylor back up.
Hey, Mordwan, find your mic, take it out of the gutter, and then get back to us.
Sorry, what's the deal?
Just trying to get your mic out of the gutter there.
Little Wendy.
Real quick, I want to post something that that I found on gravimeters back in last summer. Hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick, and I'll just read it to you guys. 1 second, and I'll post it up top. So this actually came from Seismic Activity, Gravity, Magnetic Measurements, United Nations University, LA Geothermal Training Program. And there's just a reference here on the capability of gravimeters. It says 3.6 reduction data. And I linked the citation. I took a couple screenshots. I don't think I have the link in this tweet, but I may have it in a different one. If you guys want to, let me know. But in this citation here by United Nations University, LA Geo, says gravimeters do not give direct measurements of gravity. Rather, a meter reading is taken, which is then multiplied by an instrumental calibration factor to produce a value of observed quote-unquote gravity, known as GOB. The correction process is known as quote-unquote gravity data reduction or reduction to the geoid. You all know about them geoids.
Yeah, the WGS84 model died in that formula, bro.
Right, and then it goes on to list a bunch of different corrections and anomalies that they have to deal with in order for the instrument to function. I did hear that there's different type of gravimeters. I learned about that recently, so I don't know which one this one applies to. But yeah, just something interesting I wanted to throw out there since Morwan brought up that topic. So we'll go ahead and try to look at some of these citations and maybe circle back to it in the next couple weeks.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I'll take a look at Brother Stone's content as well. I didn't realize that he had that video, so thanks for sharing that with me as well.
Yeah, sure thing, man. Have fun.
Awesome. Let's try one more time for Galatrax. Yo, guys. Keep trying, bro.
I think it's gonna work this time. I switched
yeah,
my phone.
touchdown.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been using my laptop for Flyer Fridays for weeks now, and it's worked fine. But tonight I'm at my mom's. I'm staying over here, so I don't know, different IP. I don't know. I wrote a couple things down because for 30 minutes I wasn't getting stuff to work. But just want to say thank you guys, Sacred and Proud, for doing this. I mean, you guys have such stamina to moderate and sustain this, for 12 hours every week. That's awesome. I don't think I could do it. And then super happy to see JT, Alan, Shane here, Piezo. Piezo recently got a nice shout out in the recent robot polisher video, which was cool. Piezo and Napalm are just light into Mctoon, Austin as well. And then Taylor's doing awesome work. Super happy to see her here too.
Oh yeah, I got that new video posted.
Yeah, I saw. I already sent that to 2 people. I posted that guy that's been sea lining. His name is what's it? Flatten Destruction. What's his name? I Destroy Flirps. He was saying some stuff as you guys were talking about him. I don't know if you saw that, where he's saying that this is like a corrupt and dishonest Twitter space or something. I put that in the purple pill for you guys.
Personal attacks. That's all he got. He got more personal attacks than reputation.
Yeah, he said, you particularly, oh profane Shakespeare, feel entitled to the money. I think you felt it was okay to set up considerations that would dishonestly get you the money. This was one of the things I wanted to see. Very Mctoon-esque. You don't trust me, huh? Did I agree to come to your space? No.
He seems totally. Just don't tag him under anything of mine. He's totally like derailed vibes.
Oh, we gonna get into it. We gonna drag. See, they was in the comments like, "Oh, why didn't Sacred share the space?" Oh no, we was just waiting for Flat Earth Friday so we could show you guys exactly what happened when I went to go play that away game. I don't care if you didn't agree to come over here. I didn't agree to go over there either. You still was trying to gaslight me. You was still trying to talk shit. You still went to other spaces trolling me, calling us grifters. They ran you out that space. All them glow birthers in there and that other space gave you an L. I'm gonna let Proud lay that out so finely, so perfectly. And we're gonna show you exactly what happened, bro. I don't know you. I don't know why you have such a disdain for me. I never interacted with you before, like 2-3 days ago. Like, I seen you get bodied on Modern Day Debates, and I forgot about you. Then you started to pop up on Twitter and started like trolling the whole community. Now we're all in one place, and you have nothing but excuses. So this is what happens, bro. I know you got a little excited when I popped in there. Oh, I didn't know how many people were going to come in here, which it seems like that's your main cause. You just wanted some attention. So I'm giving it to you. And I'm giving you the platform, and I'm giving you co-host. I'm giving you control. And the fact that you think that I'm trying to control something by saying, hey, you came over here and lied about me. You got called out for it. So therefore, I don't trust you. So how about this? If you have a challenge, why don't we get another globe earther who have no reason to support me dictate whether your refutations are valid or not? Being that you have a history of being dishonest and you have some weird emotional disdain for flat earth. Like, don't know where that's come from, but I didn't say let's get a flat earther. I didn't say Proud, Shane, and Alan and Piezo. I didn't say it for them to go moderate. I said let's get a globe earther. I said NASA could pull up. There's a bunch of different globe earthers that you could talk to if you want to vet them out. I was even open to looking at maybe a list that you have. You're just demonstrating that you're not trustworthy, bro. So why would I think that you're going to be honest in your approach when you're putting forth this challenge? Like, that's just blatantly clear. Like, that's a waste of time. But anyway, regardless of that, you started this, bro. You tweeted at me. You added me. You got in my mentions. You try to gaslight me. You wanted the attention. Here it is. We giving it to you. I don't know what else you want. I know it's uncomfortable, bro. I know it's uncomfortable. But this is a new day and age, man. Like this is not old Twitter. This is not any of that other stuff. This is not just, I don't know what you think that this is. This is the level heads, though. This is Flat Earth Fridays. It's 112 episodes, 113 episodes this week. And we right here with it on the front line. I got tired of y'all making it seem like we was running from smoke. I played an away game. I opened up a space. We go for 15 hours a week. What else do you want from me? Tyrese voice. Anyway.
Sacred, bro. It's a lost cause, dude. This, like, I don't know if you read this thread, like this freaking tweet chain this dude's in. He is terrified, dog. Terrified. He's not coming in here. There's nothing you're going to be able to do to get that man to come in here. He's never going to step foot in this space. He is terrified.
Bro, even if I give him co-host,
no, bro, he is scared. It's like a boxing ring, and dudes that, like, you know, one of us is in a boxing ring and he's standing on like outside the ring and he's like, I beat you up. You don't want to fight me. I would destroy you. And it's like, okay, man, I mean, I'm in the ring. Just come up here. Well, I don't need to get in the ring, man. I saw your tweets about boxing and I know that you don't know enough about it. I know I don't have to fight you. Like, bro, what are you talking about? He looks really bad, bro. He looks real bad.
Yeah, man, I don't understand it. The thing is, it's like you don't even have to be. You put yourself in this weird situation where we seeing you tweak out on live, modern day debates. We see your behavior on the timeline. You demonstrating how you always act, thinking that you really with the smoke. I went to go see if you was really like that. You wasn't, and now I'm trying to give you my platform, and you still not pulling up. So I don't know what else you want me to do. Hey, bro, if I never reply to you again, do not, bro. I swear, do not say that I'm running from you. Do not say that I'm scared. Do not say, yo, don't even acknowledge it no more. You should just abandon anti-flat earth Twitter. Like, just abandon it and go enjoy life, bro. Because you, like, your own Globey homies is saying, bro, like, this is not how I would act. Like, that's Warwan described how he would describe you. I didn't say that. So it's like, bro, it's not just the flat earthers, bro. Everybody sees it. Okay? And you did it to yourself. This is what you wanted, so I'm giving it to you. And after this, I'm gonna be done with it. I want to, just like a flat earth geographer said earlier, we're looking for people that really want to have the conversation. Really looking for engaging in the back and forth, extracting value, learning from each other. Either we're gonna update our positions and learn something, or the other side is gonna do the same thing, hopefully, if they're honest. And then we can move forward, because you shouldn't be so stuck to an idea that you can't update your position in the face of new information. That's just dishonest. It's some weird emotional attachment. You need to let it go. Go see a therapist or something, bro. Go talk to somebody. It's just weird. That behavior is just weird. Anyway, we're going to give you a couple more minutes, bro. And then if you don't show up, we're just going to get into everything that happened. Because getting into stationary Saturdays, I don't want to drag this out too long. I don't know. I think we had Leland. Leland, do you want to like chime in and say anything real quick?
Yeah, I've been first things, thanks guys for doing this every week. You guys are legends. Can you guys hear me good?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Yeah, for sure, dude.
Right on. I'm on my phone. Thanks, guys. Yeah, just I'm here every week. You guys are awesome. Inspired by JT in Spartanburg to actually grab a mic and just jump on, and really all I want to say is thank you for doing this. But yeah, nothing really to add. All this grab-a-meter nonsense. I haven't really looked into that, but I'll have to, got a new thing to learn about now, I guess.
Yeah,
Thanks,
no doubt.
JT.
There's some new interpretation. You know, that's all.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and give the mic up, just patiently waiting to say thank you.
Hey, appreciate you, brother. And tap in with Proud, man. We got to get you a PFP. If you a level head, man, we got to make sure that you dressed up to the finest, man. Tap in with Proud Flair for that PFP. We got to get you right, man. We got to get you right in there. Right, Proud?
Will do. Much love, y'all.
Yeah, message me your spirit animal.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get on that. Incoming.
That's what's up, man. That's appreciate you, brother. Hang
Yeah,
around,
much love.
drop down, or do whatever you want to do. Be here for a while.
Yeah, I'll go. I'll go. I'll be a listener all night, man. I love sleeping and waking up. Sometimes I just like thinking with you guys in my ear, man.
Yo, is that young Leland Wilt? I'm sorry,
Yes,
Leland Wilt?
sir. Alan,
Yo,
much love. The
what's
Ether
up, man?
Cost crew. Yeah, you guys. I'm the guy that tries to poke in your little comments there. Not while
I
you're
seen
live. It
that.
seems to bring in the trolls, but
That's what's up, man. Shout out to Ether Cos, man. A lot of dope information over there with Toby and them. Yeah, man. Appreciate you sliding through, man. We always love people coming to support, and we reciprocate that too. So shout out to you, brother.
yeah, I just want to inspire other people to grab a mic and get in the space and be active. Thanks, JT, for inspiring me.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Shout out to JT.
I just tagged this guy, told him to come in, so I don't know who this guy is. So I mean, I don't know what he's like worried about.
Yo, more give him that false sense of security, bro. Be like, yo, I got your back, dog. These people ain't shit. Let's pull up.
Yeah.
No, that's the thing, Sacred. You're the best about moderation, man. You give people time to speak, let them cook, and no matter how ridiculous or unless they get a little too ignorant. But that's good. That's why I love this space, man.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. I just love the conversation. I want to hear all sides of the argument. Everyone has their own path that they walk on this journey, learning different things, whether you the sciences or history or whatever the case is. And, we're here to share information and learn from each other. And we can't do that if we're censoring. So that's what the whole space is for, is to show like, hey, we don't got to hate each other. We don't got to be toxic. I know it's Twitter. We're going to have fun. Right. But at the end of the day, bro, it's just a polarizing topic with, two completely different views, but we should still be able to have that civil discussion with each other. It's okay. It's really okay. Your whole world is not going to shatter unless your personality and who you are is dependent on the shape of the earth. At that point, I can't do nothing with you, brother. We as a level heads, our personalities is way more, than just that. It's we don't have that attachment. We just want the truth. That's all. So
There's a lot of high level thinkers in here, man. It's really cool. Some like the Ether Cost crew, especially, man. The reading nights, y'all helped me learn a lot, and I got a lot to learn, man. That high level stuff it's a lot to digest sometimes, but thank you.
Cowards will not survive in here, bro. He knows he comes in here, he's gonna get cooked like a chicken on a spit roast, dog. Ain't gonna be nothing. He's gonna be all crispy.
And look, y'all saying this now before y'all even hear how the conversation went. I'm telling you, y'all gonna really be turned after y'all hear this. So let's do this. Let's go to Flat Earth Geo. We're gonna end with Taylor, and at that point, if he don't show up by then we just gonna walk y'all through how we got to this point here. Go ahead, Gio. What's up, brother?
I like how when you saw my hand up, you started remembering of things that I've said in my TikTok lives. But yeah, I do appreciate that you're giving this guy a chance to come up, but like it's like the mainstream media just like advertising Trump 24/7. It's only giving them more power, like by worrying about them and just like trying so hard to put it out there to that extent. If they're there and they want to come up, they can come up. And if they're going to be jerks in the while they're up here not able to like maintain themselves, they can go back in the chat. That's how I like to run it with you don't worry about who's, as long as they're not like doxing people or doing some really bad shit in the chat or like super spamming so you can't really use it. Otherwise, when they do that, I'll block them. But otherwise, it's like they're just giving you the traffic and you the attention. But if you just start focusing on them, then it's like balls in their court, and they can just continue to manipulate. So I don't know. Figured I'd throw that out there for you.
Yeah, man. No, that's a fact. Yeah, man. It's interesting to observe. There's different personalities that have different approaches. We try not to deal with the toxic ones, but that's how we kind of built this whole thing. Is like we're not running from nothing. you want to come up here and show your ass and show everybody that you incoherent, feel free. You know what I'm saying? If you want to come up and show that you're coherent, do that too. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, definitely don't run away from it. Yeah, but it's just like I think it's just the way to approach it. It tends to be better to kind of you put it out there, and if they're gonna just like talk shit instead of actually coming up, and you're like, well, you know where we are, and then you just move on with it because like it really it's otherwise it's like they're just gobbling up this attention from you, and they just like because they have no attention from anybody else apparently or something like I think that's why a lot of these people like they're the ones who are really like the ones who live in their basement with their mom and have nothing better to do but go online and insult other people and like act as if they're super smart because they've always felt insecure, that they were never really the smartest. Like they were, smart enough, to get by, maybe get, their C's or B's, but they've always felt jealous of like the A students. So when they see people who they think are definite D students, they're like, all right, here we go. This is my chance to really shine and show them what shitheads these dummies are, like, and it's like it's like this game of like intelligence, like flashing, like look, I'm so smarter than you. My IQ is this or that. It's like it's like I love to be able to get into the knowledge, and that's what's so great. Like hearing you guys, and especially like I'll be blasting Wits in the grocery stores when I go shopping, like that. There's like that, like the few like little clips he's got with the what is it, the specular reflections and the mirror flashes, doing all like the getting rid of the curvature, and he gets into like all it's like 4 different videos. I'll just play it over and over like I'm going in the grocery stores because it's so like it's great concise stuff, but like it really gets people thinking, and it's like the more we can get that kind of exposure, like I'm always wearing like flat earth gear and stuff like that, trying to get people to like think about it. The more it's just like the more the conversation is just getting more and more popular, and it's like that's why they're getting so rabid. They want to stop talking about it because they see that it's becoming so popular that and their friends and their family are becoming flat earthers. We had a Glober come on that was like, oh yeah, I was thinking how dumb flat earth was and like making fun of it until I found out one of my best friends. I'm bringing it up to him and he's like, oh, he believes in flat earth. So you got to be careful, right?
Yeah, that's a fact. And just to piggyback off of that before we get to Taylor, I actually tweeted this the other day because I enjoy listening to Wizard as well. And I was like, man, it was Wednesday, and usually like my Wednesdays a couple months back was all about schooling the Globers. So I just tweeted, I just had like a random thought. I was like, man, I just miss schooling the Globers and kind of like putting on some of these streams and just like tackling some of these topics from different angles that I had never considered. And Wizard said it's coming back soon, y'all. He told me, he said, look, man, it's coming soon, man. So I'm like, yeah, let's get it. So yeah, definitely one of my favorite speakers in the flat earth community. I learned so much. And just the conversation is very articulate, high level, and it's easily digestible. So shout out to Wizard. I posted that tweet up top. If y'all want to go show some love to Wizard. It's like Leliana said earlier tonight, man, we just got to support some of our favorite creators and
Right.
let them know we still here.
And it's what's great about what people like Winston can do is just like it's like even though he's articulate and he'll use really good vocabulary, he's good at explaining things simply, and that's a sign that you really do understand a subject thoroughly enough to be able to do that. Like people take that for granted, but that's a really cool thing.
And he's honest. Like if he says something and he feels like he need to update his position, he'll do that too. And I think that's really
not just that. He doesn't come off as disrespectful. He doesn't come off as like a Glober. You know what I mean? Like he's not rude. He's not fucking coming off as like you're an idiot, you're a fucking retard or something. That type of shit. I don't mean to disrespect that type of shit. He doesn't. As us, we don't come off like that.
Right. And I've heard him also talking about the people in the comment and the trolls in the comments and like him also saying stuff like if they're not really like doing anything harmful or spamming it, like whatever, let them whine, keep going.
Exactly. Like you have your own opinion. We're not going to start calling you names. We're not going to start calling you a certain type of person or anything like that. You have your own opinion. Do what you want.
Yeah, It doesn't matter, but that's the thing is also you have to understand when we were going through all of this ourselves to varying degrees. I know at least some of my friends talk about how they were anti-flat earthers too. I wasn't so emotionally invested in it, but I mean you have to give them space to unravel and to process, the whole stages of grief kind of thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like if you believe one thing or the other, like you believe in a globe. You don't see us calling them certain names. If you believe flat Earth, they call us fucking every fucking name out of the book.
Yeah, y'all gonna hear it. Y'all gonna hear it. We're gonna get to it right after Taylor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I started coming in these spaces a while back, and I never really because these spaces are what first got me really thinking, and I never really cared, either way. I was never kind of repulsed by it. I never needed to process it. I was just whatever, it is what it is. So I know there's some people who are really attached to a certain thing, and that can be harder to accept. But I am still trying to do a bunch of experiments. So if anybody has any experiments I could do, I'm trying to do all of them. So yeah, I got the temperature gun. I'm gonna try the moonlight. So I'm just want to keep it coming, keep the evidence coming. And
yeah, that's my first demonstration, Taylor. We did that. Yo, Prob, what was that? Was that back in 2022? That was my first demonstration, getting a infrared thermometer and then measuring. Just do some quick stuff. We was in the middle of the spaces, y'all. It wasn't I was controlling for all variables. It was just somebody that was capping on the timeline that wouldn't come grab a mic while we was in spaces when we first started. And I said, listen, I'm gonna have to manifest myself into real life from the ether and go do this quick little demonstration and show this cold moonlight. So yeah, do that, Taylor, and tap in with us. We might put you in the Discord so we can chop it up with some things.
Hey Taylor, when you're doing your moonlight experiment, make sure to I just PM'd you the SCT channel invite tag, which is where the 432 tutorial is that you asked for. When you're in that channel, check the pin messages stack. You'll find an invite link to my very own channel. And in there, you will find posted a year or two ago my moonlight temperature experiment. All the data, all the process, pictures, graphs, and a way to conduct that experiment that you might want to consider.
Yeah, Stone did it the valid way. I was just winging it in spaces, y'all. So don't get on me. But Stone got the step by step and laid it out beautifully. Right on, BitChute. Proud. I still don't have a third co-host.
Morwan talking to him right now. He's giving him false confidence that he was able to debunk us. So slacking. Hopefully it goes well.
All right,
nice,
so
dude. We got an inside man.
We got an inside man, Alan. Double agent.
Morwan, social crowbar.
Well, Liliana thinks I'm a secret flat earther still. So,
hey, Mar, just real quick, man, what do you need to see in order to update your whole world? What do you? Because the guys lay out a lot of information. Some things that you accept, some things that you don't. But what will it actually take? Just real quick.
I don't know, man. I'm a pragmatic guy, so it's just I would want to see some kind of. It's with the whole Aether stuff, right? Show me the game-changing tech. Show me something better than what we have. Then I'd start to be a bit more interested.
Hey, we had Matt Rife come in here a couple of different times. I don't know if you know who that is, but definitely.
No, I don't know him.
No, frequency technology. He said he deals with quote unquote anti-gravity, but it's definitely not what people think. He's got some contracts that he's working on some stuff that he can't really talk about, but he comes drop some sauce. We had a couple of dope conversations about it. I want to get some speakers that are frequent Flat Earth Fridays in the past, all in one space, and I haven't been able to orchestrate that just yet. But there's been a lot of people that came in here and was able to, drop some thoughts on ether, frequency, fields, waves, and things like that. So I'll try to orchestrate that, and if we get that for a third, because I think he came through 2 or 3 times. So if we do like a part 3, part 4, I'll definitely send you the link.
Yeah, just hit me up. I'm down to stop by. What was I going to say? Oh, Professor Parks wants to have a cordial conversation with Dr. Bennett. So I was thinking about trying to set that up. I don't know if that's. I mean, Bennett isn't here right now, but Bennett's the man, and Professor Parks is probably the best guy who could talk to him. So I think that would be a really cool conversation if we could make that happen.
Yeah, that's a fact. I seen some of Parks' stuff. Didn't they do a book? No?
I just know. I just recently met him. I saw that. All I saw was he had a debate with Witsit, and all the comments were like, "This was like the best debate ever." So, yeah, I think it would be a really great conversation. So,
yeah, I see he I'm subscribed to him on YouTube. If there's someone that we can get in contact with him, I'd definitely like to see that happen. And even if we can get him in spaces too. I mean, Bennett's been over here, so it'd be nice to get a few other people with like minds or some opposing ideas to come join Flat Earth Fridays and have that discussion. But it doesn't have to be on this platform. It could be anywhere. I just be totally interested. That's a good idea.
yeah. I'm working on my platform, so if anyone wants to come by there, y'all are welcome. There are some rabid Globers, but we try to keep them in check. So.
Mord.
They came here. They're not here anymore for a reason, but I don't know what it is. But
yo,
shout
Mord,
out to them.
give Parks
what up?
Bennett's email. Like I said, it's the best way to contact him.
Yeah. Okay, sounds good, Ben. I'll facilitate that. So.
Mord.
Oh, go ahead, Piazza.
No, just real quick, you were asking about like what you would want to see is like all this tech that just changes everything, completely flops the paradigm on its head or whatever, dude. I mean, the technology we're using is already utilizing ether. It's the same. It's like this. It's like the same thing, bro. People think, oh, if ether was real, we'd have all this different technology. No, you're already using ether technology, dude. Like, every piece of electrical equipment that you've ever touched is leveraging the ether. Every piece of interferometry equipment that you're using leverages the ether. I mean, it's all the ether, dog. It's just y'all's interpretation of it is one that tries to do it without the ether. So it's not about new technology. It's like, what about the technology we already got?
Yeah, like interpreting the current tech. Yeah, that's a good point. We were talking about that in Discord the other day, Piazza. Piazza was dropping some sauce, man. Listen, flywheel. I'm just saying.
I just invited my timeline to come debunk the flat Earth, so maybe we'll get some Glovers in here.
Yeah, good shit.
Oh no, we got Winston up here. He definitely ain't coming up here now. No, Winston, go back where you came from. Winston, go back. We trying to make it safe for these guys.
Like this guy's gonna come in. I mean, he's not pulling up anyway. So.
Yeah, no, we gonna. I just wanted to highlight that we trying, bro. We trying. Gal just dropped down, so I don't know if he's gonna.
Yeah.
Well,
hey, what's up, Austin? How you doing?
Yeah, let's let Winston say what he got to say. Tap in. It was good to see you, brother. It's been a long time. Miss you. Glad that you here, bro.
Yeah, what up with the fam?
Chilling on our Flat Earth Friday / stationary Saturdays in some part of the plane. We got.
Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a minute.
Yeah, fact.
Who is it that said? Who is it that said my name first? Is it that
Me.
Glover guy? You're that
Morty.
Glover guy. You're that
Glover guy.
You're the guy who has two personalities.
Yep, the duality of man is what I call it.
Yeah, dude.
It's him.
Yeah, you're like all super polite probably in here, and then you get on the timeline and you're just crazy reckless.
Yeah, you know it.
We seen it. We seen it. That's how they normally are, though, bro. You know that.
Wait, can I just hit him with a classic? I don't want to take over this convo. Just a classic.
Go for
it. Hit me,
Do you have any exclusive evidence that the Earth moves around the sun?
The orbit of the Earth? Yeah, stellar aberration, blue shift, red shift. I mean, that's the best we got.
Wait. Which part of redshift and blue shift is exclusive to the Earth orbiting the sun?
Can we construct a geocentric model of it? Like, is that workable within a geocentric model?
Do you know how logic works, brother?
I don't know, man. I'm a Glober, so.
I was just asking. I know that's a valid point. I was just asking you such a simple question. You just made a claim that Redshift and Blueshift was exclusive.
Yeah.
Okay, but I asked you how so?
I don't have that great of an answer, to be honest.
No, yeah, it has nothing to do with that. Is the answer? So, okay, stellar aberration. How is that exclusive to the Earth orbiting the sun?
Tag me in, Mort. I got you, Brody. I'll hook you up.
I ain't got shit.
All right, so when you ratio the aberration angle of 20 arc seconds over the course of a year over 30 kilometers, over the speed of light, you get 30 kilometers a second. The most convincing measurement made of the heliocentric model.
Hey, my boy Alan's got my back.
No, he doesn't.
Unfortunately, another lad came around about 60 years later and filled his telescope with water to see if he would have to make the same correction angle, and he didn't. So rest in pieces.
Not a failed prediction.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this follow up here, and then I'm gonna fall back. But like,
yeah, go for it, man.
Okay, so you don't actually. Let's see how to say this. You've never actually came to a conclusion that the Earth is moving around the sun in any form of logical fashion.
No, I mean, I wouldn't say that.
Wait up.
Yeah, go for it, man.
So you just believe it. So can you just openly and honestly declare that you have blind belief in this idea that the Earth moves around the sun, despite the fact that you're not even able to articulate any exclusivity of evidence?
Well, I mean, I thought we had a pretty good debate on this, and I presented some good evidence then. But I think that we have a heliocentric model that predicts everything quite well. I don't see any similar geocentric model, so I wouldn't say it's blind belief.
Can you name one thing the heliocentric model predicts that the geocentric model can't predict?
Yeah, we talked about this, the orbit of Neptune.
Why can't geocentrism predict that?
Well, it hasn't. It didn't.
Okay. And you're right. You're right. We did talk about this. You're right. We did talk about this. I had to correct you and point out that there were multiple people making those quote unquote predictions, and that even the one attributed to being the prediction that discovered it actually didn't. It was multiple degrees off. And actually, the person that allegedly discovered it thought it must have been a different planet because it couldn't have been the one that he was trying to find because it was that far off. And it was actually observed beforehand, and that there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence in your own paradigm anyway. And so that wouldn't be exclusive.
Hold up. Kinematic and dynamic equivalence?
Yeah.
What is the dynamic equivalence? Because I can rock with you on some kinematics. I think you can maybe make some arguments there. I'd like to see it. I haven't really seen it yet. I mean, Popov maybe does something. Are you referring to Popov? Like, what are you referring to there?
That's dynamics. See what I'm saying? Like, you don't.
Yeah, but you just said.
Respectfully, you don't know what you're talking about. It's okay, bro. But when you say kinematics, you can kind of get with me there. No, your model literally says that. Your model fundamentally says there's a kinematic equivalence.
Well, you're the only one that really. Geocentrists are really the only ones that actually use that terminology. Like, if you actually look that up, it's not something that's in common parlance. And you just said kinematic and dynamic equivalence.
Bro. Your argument is that people don't typically use the phrase? That's your argument?
No, I'm just curious if it's useful in any context scientifically beyond just, being a stand-in for a model that you don't have the dynamics of. And it doesn't seem like you have the dynamics of the model because you just kind of backtracked a little bit, because I'm pretty sure you just said kinematic and dynamic equivalence.
Well, yeah, but your gross misrepresentation of the two is what made us backtrack. I had to point out that you are conflating things. And for one, kinematic, it's not disputable. You said you haven't seen it shown or whatever. That goes to show
disputable.
that goes
I
to
dispute
show
it.
that goes to show that you don't know what it is because your model fundamentally requires it and claims it is the case.
Which model?
The modern heliocentric model.
Yeah, but which part of it?
Which one?
Yeah, how does the modern heliocentric model have a statement about kinematic equivalence?
Yeah, we'll just use Einstein's quote, right?
Okay, but hold up. You're saying the modern heliocentric model. Now you're talking about Einstein.
Does
So
the
is it
modern
relativity
heliocentric
or-
model not use Einstein?
Well, I think you're conflating two things there.
I ask you a question.
What
man.
is the modern heliocentric model?
Hey, bro, I ask you a question.
What is the modern heliocentric model?
Does the modern heliocentric model use Einstein?
So do we use relativity to predict the orbits of the solar system? Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna use
Do
a
we
quote
need
from
to use
Einstein.
that? No.
Okay, what are you gonna use instead of it?
We can use Newtonian mechanics for everything except the perihelion and Mercury. We went over this already.
Okay, so this
And
is
that's only 40.
incorrect. This is incorrect, but see, this is why I said I wanted to fall back, but it's like people like you make it where I can't.
Run it up, Wissy, run it up.
Yeah, it's because you say so many untrue things, But I could do, and I like to show this to people so they don't fall for this trick. You're scattergunning and you're running away from the conclusions of multiple points, and I could chase you around, but we're gonna actually get to the conclusion of each of the points that just came before this, right? So, kinematic and dynamic equivalence, you pushed against it, and you said kinematic. The kinematic equivalence is very simple. And to quote Einstein as a perfect example, he said that the I'm paraphrasing, the historical dispute between, say, Copernicanism and the Ptolemaic models would actually turn out to be quite meaningless, as it's nothing more than a coordinate system preference. The two statements, the sun moves around the earth and the earth is still, or the sun is still and the earth moves around the sun, are the same. They're equivalent in validity, right? And that it's just a coordinate system preference. Okay, and this is simple stuff, and I can show you a video. It really seems to help the Globers out a lot. There's a little video. You just have a little circle with a cross, like a cross arrows on the sun, and all the planets will move around it. Then you'll just take this little cross arrow and you'll move it over to the Earth, and everything just keeps moving the same. It's literally identical in terms of the kinematic relationships. So that part isn't even disputed. That's literally the core principle of relativity, is that there's a kinematic equivalence. That's what it means, right? So now you want to go to dynamic equivalence. That's fine, right?
Well,
So
that's what you originally said, right?
Yeah, I said
And I
kinematic
said
and
for the
dynamic. You even try to dispute kinematic.
Well, I'm just curious I'm curious how the kinematics applies, and if you're taking a geocentric spherical position or a geocentric flat Earth position.
That's irrelevant. It's not. It's not shaped.
Irrelevant.
It's not
It's
shaped.
irrelevant.
Yes.
So there's a kinematic equivalence between orbits around a spherical Earth and over a flat plane.
That's correct. Yeah. Yes.
That's correct.
Yes.
So the reference frame of a flat plane is kinematically equivalent to that of a sphere.
Yes, in terms of the kinematic equivalence of the motion of planets.
Yeah, they call it the fundamental plane. It's already there. It's already built into the celestial sphere model.
So you're claiming an equivalence of the fundamental plane to the topographic plane?
Yep.
You cannot be serious.
He said the orbit of the planets. That's literally what he said.
So
if you
there's
plot all those, if you plot all those
equivalence of a fundamental plane and a topographic plane.
Why are you getting away from the dynamic equivalence conversation, though?
Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. But this one's interesting, so we'll do it one at a time. So,
quickly, when you're in the northern hemi, right, you would have all the same observations that would be plotted using a fundamental plane. And then using that same math, you would just have it on the negative axis of that, which would, which would complete the sphere. And when something goes out of your field of vision, you could say, oh, it went underneath me, and then it'll come back at this location tomorrow, and it would all work out, even though it's just doing a circuit above you. Like we were just showing the orbits of satellites over a flat Earth versus what it would be if they were truly wrapping around a globe regarding circumpolar orbits, and none of them do what, or not when you plot them out. None of them show the same projection that would be required if it was wrapping around a ball. It would look completely different. What they all do is they do big eccentric orbits, and then they just wrap around a plane. So it would be the same thing. So when you look at, have you ever seen the what do you call it, the flower of life patterns that the orbits make when you plot them out over
Sacred
a plane?
geometry. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's the exact same thing of the equivalence. And then again with the kinematics, it's all based off of empirical observation. So none of that, like, we're not attributing a causal mechanism. You would just have the motion. That's what Einstein was saying, that it's all equivalent. So get on to the dynamics, boy.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a local. It's just a local
sec.
projection, bro. That's we can move on.
Though.
Well, oh my god.
1 sec. So with GPS satellites in particular, is there a kinematically
look what we're
equivalent?
doing. Like, bro, do you not know how to stay on subject, bro?
No, I am staying on subject.
You're literally not, though.
Well,
I mean,
you can say that, but
this is like this is a
tactic.
I just want you to be able to improve yourself, okay? When you're having a conversation, I got your back, bro. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah.
Dude, when you're having a conversation, try to actually drive home a point and get to the conclusion of that point, as opposed to every time your point is countered and clearly actually refuted, you just pivot to another point. Okay, that is ridiculously exhausting and nonsensical. Okay, can you please stop doing that? It is gay. All right.
Well, you know that I'm gay, right? So I mean, it would only make sense that my arguments would apply as such.
Checks out. Okay,
Checks out, right?
So there's a kinematic
dynamic equivalence there.
There's a kinematic equivalence. We get it. There's a local projection, whatever, no big deal. Okay, but the dynamic aspect of it, right?
Hold up. We're not there yet, because now you're claiming. So the reason I brought up GPS, and this is something that I've challenged before, can you create a kinematically equivalent solution to the equations of motion of GPS and derive your position?
Yeah, but this is you literally deflecting to another point.
No, and I'm not. Because if it's kinematically equivalent, then there's a kinematically equivalent solution over the model that you want that produces a GPS fix there's basically in the constellation. Your claim is that there would be a kinematic equivalence of that constellation that would allow you to calculate your position in the same way. So just show me that.
Okay, don't interrupt me. Okay, so I'm not like mad at you because I think it's overwhelmingly evident you actually don't even comprehend that you're doing it. So that's much different than you intentionally trying to obfuscate. Like, I think you genuinely think that was a good point. Okay. But I'm just letting you know it literally wasn't. It's irrelevant. It's a completely different discussion. We were talking about if you had exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun. We're talking about even if on the local scale, the planetary motions and the exclusivity or lack thereof of those motions in terms of the Earth moving or the Earth not moving. You have literally devolved the conversation to your inability to comprehend a projection equivalence, and then you've turned it into a satellite projection, right? Kinematic equivalence, which is specific to the shape of the Earth and in no way specific to if the Earth is moving or not, right? So you have quite literally, by definition, changed the subject. Do you understand?
No.
Do you understand that it's objective that you changed the subject?
No, because your strategy is a Montanvalley with this kinematic equivalence in the middle. And so now you've made a claim and two affirmative claims that are going to be problematic. The first one is that there's a kinematic equivalence between the flat planar geocentric model and the spherical one. The other claim.
Do you understand that's a change of subject? That was my question.
No, it's not.
Okay,
no, it's not.
So that's what I'm saying. This may be like an actual inability to logically comprehend things. I'm not even trying to be ugly. It objectively is. It's not, you can try. This is the typical Glober tactic at this point. You'll start chuckling like that and try to gaslight me and pretend I'm scared to talk about your new point. No, what you're trying to do is find a way to avoid the conclusion of the previous point that you clearly don't understand. And see,
No, I clearly do.
and unfortunately for you, I don't allow people to do that. I do not allow people to try to run around and chase them. In my earlier debates, I kind of did that, but I found out it is completely futile and it is disingenuous on your behalf. Okay. So if you want to have like an adult intellectual conversation, I'm happy to do that. You can put your non sequitur point in your pocket and we can talk about it in a second, but we should talk about the actual points, right? Which was, do you have exclusive evidence the Earth orbits the sun? You then disputed kinematic equivalence. That's embarrassing because that's the fundamental concept that is the staple of your current belief system. So we've discussed how ignorant that was. And so in a desperate attempt to save face, you have deflected the conversation to the idea of GPS coordinates and the difference between a planar coordinate system and a spherical coordinate system. Completely irrelevant in terms of if completely irrelevant in terms of if the Earth is moving or not.
Hold on, don't censor him. Don't Warwan. You got the information right. Don't censor him when he cooking. He gonna pass the mic to you. Go ahead, bro.
Completely irrelevant in terms of if the Earth is moving or not. In fact, with the GPS coordinate systems of the spherical model you believe in, we assume the Earth is not moving. We use an ECEF because these positions are mapped and plotted from a Earth position. So even in your model, it is automatically treating it as if it's stationary, and only is it later is it transformed, right? So now that that has been stated, you can understand that this is objectively a different topic, right?
No, it's not, because you've made an affirmative claim, and I'm not going to let you stick away from it, that there's a kinematic equivalence onto a flat geocentric model, and you have never shown that. I have from the beginning, when we discussed this, you can make an argument for a kinematic equivalence onto a spherical geocentric model. As soon as you apply that into a flat planar model, you now have the burden of proof, as evidenced by GPS, if it is truly kinematic equivalent, then all satellites within the heliocentric paradigm obey the same kinematic equivalence. And in particular, the GPS constellation does. Therefore, it is then contingent that there exists a kinematically equivalent solution to a particular fix of the GPS constellation producing coherent positions on the Earth. And no such thing exists. And it's precluded by the manner in which those calculations are done. So your invoking of the ECEF isn't going to help you here. And I've challenged people in this space multiple times to show this. It would be very easy to do so if that was actually possible. But it's not, because the fundamental plane is not equivalent to the topographic plane. And that's a false equivalency that you retreat to. And we can get into the mathematics of why that's the case.
Dude, you just literally all you did right there was literally ignore my point. I bet if I gave you $50,000 right now, you couldn't even reiterate my point. You quite literally just ignored it. What was my point before you spoke right then?
You were saying that in our model, there would be a kinematic equivalence, and there's an implication that the Earth is stationary in the ECEF frame, and that implies a kinematic equivalence to a geocentric and a heliocentric model. Therefore, there's not exclusive evidence of heliocentrism.
No, that wasn't the point. The point was that that's an exclusively different topic than what you have deflected to, which is specifically a distinction between a planar or spherical position to map that coordinate system out locally. You have once again avoided it. You couldn't even articulate that that was the point. And this becomes painfully tedious to keep people on your side intellectually honest and on to the actual point being made. So what happens is the audience just gets confused. They just hear one person having to scattergun everything and the other person having to follow them along trying to make sense of it. That is why I'm not allowing you to, that's why I'm not allowing you to do it. Okay. So we're going to go back to the point. Okay. Because so the satellite conversation, it's fine. No one's scared of the satellite conversation. Okay.
Well,
but that isn't the point. You're trying to use it to avoid the conclusion of the previous points. We were talking about, do you have any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits the sun? You said
yes,
redshift and blue shift. okay, which is like laughably embarrassing. You quickly just said, "Oh, I don't know, I got nothing." Okay, then we moved over to your first claim, right? Aberration, and you really had nothing. And Alan had to help you out and show you that you had nothing, right? So then you were making a distinction between kinematic and dynamic, and I explained to you, why are you even trying to pretend you're contesting kinematic? It's a fundamental staple of your position. That's what relativity is. The analogy, stop interrupting me. I'm just feel like I'm having to teach you what you should already know, bro. This is your belief, okay? The analogy Einstein used is the carriage moves on the street. Either the carriage moves on the street or the street moves and the carriage isn't moving. You can never know the difference. That is his analogy to the earth. Okay, so to deny a kinematic equivalence means you don't even comprehend what you believe in. I then gave you an out and said, just acknowledge that you just believe it. And you couldn't do that. You started having to find a way to bring flat earth into it, specifically the planar nature, the geometry of the earth, to try to deflect, to cover up the fact that you don't understand the first portion of your belief, which is if the earth is moving and what is the kinematic and dynamic equivalence within that. Do you understand that those are fundamentally two different subjects?
No, because you are making a stand-in, as you always do, for a geocentric sphere and a geocentric flat plane. And I'm holding to you to the fact that there is no kinematic equivalence, as evidenced by the GPS constellation, onto a flat planar model of the Earth and a spherical model of the Earth.
Dude, that isn't true, but it doesn't matter. In order for you to listen carefully to this, okay? In order for you to move to that point, it would require the prior concession of a kinematic and dynamic equivalence. Because your critique
No,
is,
I'm not going to concede on dynamics.
this is a McToon and Professor Dave tactic. It's very, very low level, okay? This is what Professor Dave tried to do in our debate. He tried to, in his opener, say, I'm not going to allow Austin to talk about geocentrism unless he admits the Earth's a sphere, right? That's what you're trying to do right now. You're trying to say, I have a critique with Witzett's position when he invokes and discusses geocentrism because I don't think geocentrism would work with the flat Earth. That is a way to deflect and avoid your need to concede that you don't have exclusive evidence the Earth moves around the sun and that there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence of geocentrism, heliocentrism in your own model. So please do not double down for the fifth time talking about how you don't think that a plane Earth would work with geocentrism. That is a red herring fallacy. Can you please acknowledge the first part of it? Once you have conceded the prior requirement of that equivalence and the lack of exclusivity, then you could try to change the subject. Please don't make me keep repeating this, dude. I know you're smart enough to know what I just said.
I just hit my second wind. I got all night, so I'm not really worried about it. The issue is, if you have an amorphous model for what you mean by geocentrism, then we have a problem. And we've now identified that the true model is the flat planar one, which Alan has suggested there is a equivalence between the topographic and the fundamental plane. Therefore, your kinematic equivalence would have to apply to that equivalent plane.
So you can't do it. You can't do, and this is what I'm saying. So like this nice guy act is whatever, but you are intentionally dishonest, right? Because
no, I'm not a dishonest
I
person,
just
sir.
clarified it in such a way that, bro, my little sister could understand. Like I know you understood it, and it's very simple.
Your little sister could understand this? How old is she?
You know, in her 20s. So, but she doesn't care about any. She's never heard of any of this. Really.
Okay.
And
but you made it sound like
stop interrupting. Okay, you're right. You're right. My niece could probably understand it, and she's like 5.
You think your niece could understand kinematic?
Yeah, you know why? You know why? Because what I could do is I could walk around a pole and I could be like, "Hey, look, you see how when you're looking at the pole?" I could take her in a car and I could say, "Hey, you see the trees moving while we're driving in the car? Think about this, right? If the car wasn't moving, but the trees were moving, it would look the same, huh?" Yeah, that's right. A literal 5-year-old can understand this. Okay. She wouldn't start talking to me about what the shape of the car is. Is it a Toyota or is it a Tesla? She wouldn't. No, that's not how any logical person would work. Okay. So this is what I want you to do. Please make the prior concession of geocentrism and heliocentrism in your own paradigm being kinematic and dynamically equivalent, or kinematic equivalent at the least, right? And that is not specific to the shape of the Earth. Your critique is, I don't like how you guys completely dunk on me when it comes to the kinematic and dynamic equivalence of geocentrism and heliocentrism, and I can't even provide any type of substance specificity as to the alleged exclusivity of my belief system, so I have to immediately avoid it and then red herring over to some deflection to say, oh, but you can't have geocentrism because of flat Earth. And it's just a tactic to avoid you having to concede.
No, it's not at all. So your position is a geocentric flat plane. You are using a Mott and Bailey strategy where you use a geocentric spherical model as a stand-in for the model that is harder to defend. So when you claim a kinematic equivalence, the kinematic equivalence does not apply, as we have established, to the flat planar model. So if that is your flat plane, if that is your geocentric model, then it is important, and I'm not going to concede to that model. And
no one asked you to concede to that model. That wasn't wait. That wasn't the conversation. No one asked you to concede to my model.
I see what you're doing. Yo, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. So he's saying, hey, I don't want to acknowledge that heliocentrism is not exclusive. So instead of just saying you're right with it, it's not. I conceded that. Can we please talk about the next step, which is the plane shaped version? Warwan, you're not addressing. You're really not addressing it, bro. I can see what I see what he means with what you're doing. It's almost like you're tactically trying to get away from the original point of exclusivity, saying, "Well, you don't believe in this, so I'm not going to concede to exclusivity," which was the main point, bro. That is a tactic, and I don't understand that. And matter of fact, I think Bennett gave you criticism on this type of I don't know tactic, I guess you want to call it.
Yeah, talking about motion, he's bringing up shape every time.
Exactly, and this is wait. Here's a really simple way to highlight how he just did that. I asked him. I said, "Let me ask him a classic. You know, maybe it won't take over." And I should have known better, obviously. But I said, "Do you have any exclusive evidence the Earth moves around the sun?" I asked him a question about his belief. Right? He then exhibited to the room. He's kind of ignorant of his belief, right? And we had to proceed, per usual, to kind of explain his belief to him. And he has turned it into shifting the burden over to my position about what I think about the shape of the Earth, because he can't just show intellectual honesty and concede on his position. What the conversation was about your belief, the positive claim that you're making about what the Earth is doing and how it's moving around the sun. That was the actual topic. What you've done is tried to sleight of hand switch the topic over to say, you can't have a geocentric flat Earth. I don't like your position. Explain your position to me. So you could avoid having to acknowledge the original point. And that is indisputably black and white what you did. Everyone in this room can hear that's what you did. Can you please show some intellectual honesty and act like an adult with integrity and go back to the original point and just concede and acknowledge what the point was?
No, I won't, because you're trying to make me concede to an amorphous position, and we have now identified what the true position was all along. The true position is a geocentric flat plane, to which you claim a kinematic equivalence where none exists.
Now, what
and nor can it exist.
One, that's
can
not
it exist.
He said. That's not. He asked you if you had exclusive evidence for heliocentrism.
Yeah. And we're going to get to that
so
now.
Is it exclusive?
It doesn't even need to be flat for his argument to work.
Hold on. Mordwan.
Yes, it is. So when we get to dynamics,
so it doesn't work.
We'll get to dynamics.
So it doesn't work
on
dynamics
and heliocentrism.
So you're saying it doesn't work on a geocentric sphere?
No, the dynamics do not.
Okay. So there we go. We got Sacred got you back in there. You must be scared of Sacred or something. Okay,
no,
so
I'm not scared of
thank you,
Sacred.
Sacred did it way more efficiently than me. I should have tapped him in a long time ago. Okay, whatever. We got back. We'll just use that phrase right there. We'll just say, can you do it on a geocentric sphere? We'll just say the word sphere a lot, and then maybe that placates you. Okay, so we're just talking about a sphere right now because we haven't got the shape yet. So when you originally disputed the kinematic aspect, you take that back, right?
I would still like to see the kinematic equivalence worked out. I think if all you're saying is that there's a difference in reference frame, and in one reference frame, we have motion relative to the sun, and in one we have motion relative to the Earth, I don't think that says a whole lot.
No. There's no two different scenarios there. In your position, those are both the same scenario. It just depends on how you decide to describe it.
Okay, but then it's just a description of a coordinate system.
Oh, like the quote I used 10 minutes ago from Einstein, showing that you have no choice but to acknowledge the kinematic equivalence.
I just don't understand why this is brought up as something.
I believe you don't understand it. I believe that, but that isn't the point.
Okay, fair enough. You can critique my understanding.
So we can move on. So, dude, it's not like the end of the world. Dude, every single astrophysicist and astronomer on your side would immediately concede that point. They would never, ever contend. Yes, the kinematic equivalence, absolutely, 100%. You're not going to find any of them that even slightly comprehend the current model that would ever utter a disagreement with the kinematic equivalence.
Well, I know a few, so we'll
who? What's their name? What's their name?
I want to know who, Marwan.
Name one.
No, I know a few. I'm saying I know a few.
Well, you can name one
people.
then.
I'm not saying they will disagree with you. I'm saying now that we have a position, I'm going to figure out if that's
okay. Yeah, go. Okay, cool. Whatever.
He said there's no PhD or nobody in that community would ever dispute it. You said, well, yeah, I know a few. He asked you.
I wasn't. No, I'm trying to say I know a few.
He asked you.
I know
who?
a few. And
no, bro, he asked you who, and now you didn't say any name.
He's trying to say what he's saying is that he knows a few. He'll now go ask. Okay,
Yeah,
thanks for that. Thanks you for that. Ridiculous. The point is, because if anyone actually said that, they would be immediately disavowing the model they're supposed to be defending. Okay.
But I don't understand if this is some.
I know you don't understand. We are familiar with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, if this is some fundamental truth that makes a significant difference in how we think about heliocentrism versus geocentrism, why is it like why is there no discussion of this in research? Is it just because it's such a basic fact?
Yeah, literally. Yeah, it's literally a basic fact. Yeah. So this is the reason that we have to bring it up, though, because people like you and you make them Google someone that supposedly will try to say some of this nonsense, but like Wikipedia or whatever. But usually it's like people like you or whatever. They will act like, retro. Yeah. That like religiously defend the belief they don't fully understand yet of heliocentrism, and they'll say stuff like retrograde motion, aberration, the motion of the planets in general prove that the Earth moves around the sun. They'll say stuff like the analemma of the sun, the annual path of the sun proves that the Earth moves around the sun. They'll say these things that just show they don't even comprehend their model because there's just a kinematic equivalence. So the way that the other bodies move in relation to the Earth, none of that is considered exclusive evidence that the Earth is moving, even from within your own paradigm.
Hold on. This is where it gets tricky, though, because I think that you are kind of confusing things here. It's kind of like the equivalence principle. So when we have the equivalence, and I'm going to use that as an analogy, in the equivalence principle, we say that motion with gravitation produces an acceleration which is indistinguishable from an accelerating reference frame. That does not actually mean that the field of gravitation is actually precisely the same as an accelerating reference frame. There is an important distinction to be made there.
This is totally a non sequitur and a red herring.
No, it's not. It's an analogy.
It's not analogous.
It is analogous.
It's literally not.
What you're saying is there's no way to tell the difference between movement around the sun and movement of the sun around the Earth. And all you have is a reference to a coordinate system. Now, it's interesting that you would invoke Einstein in this context, and particularly the theory of relativity, when all that's going to say is that there's two different reference frames that we can work from. And within those two reference frames, one coordinate transform works one way, in another it works the other way. We've now, I think, concluded that it doesn't work onto the flat planar model.
That's all you have is to deflect to a non sequitur.
I want to hear the dynamic stuff, bro. Like, we all want to hear it. Can you just stop going in a circle? This is like the sixth circle you've made.
That's what I'm saying. Like, look, here's the deal. Here's the deal. Anyone that wants to go down your route where they're just arguing just to argue, then they can do that, right? But you're just objectively wrong, okay? And you can't articulate how you're not wrong. Dude, this is all fluff and non sequitur BS. Okay.
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
There's
Dude,
an
like,
analogous situation. Again, what you're doing here.
I'm not going to
is you're-
discuss this with you anymore. So either we're going to move past the kinematics, which is like elementary stuff, and no one that
Well, now we're getting
understands.
to the good part.
Yeah, we're getting to the good part, which is the dynamic aspect of it.
No. We're getting to the good part of the kinematics. It just took us a little bit to get there.
Name one specific kinematic observation that is exclusive to heliocentrism. Go.
All of them.
All of them. Okay, so
Yes.
we've actually regressed to just incredibly stupid levels at this point.
Yes, because now what you're saying is there
Oh my
exists some
God.
other model.
You're just objectively wrong. It's in the Jumbotron. I even ChatGPT didn't screenshot it for you, dude. Look, like you're disagreeing with your own model.
I don't care what ChatGPT says. I have zero.
Fit your own narrative.
You've devolved into like an incoherent mumble.
I literally don't care about ChatGPT. That's completely irrelevant to me.
You don't care about the person that created the theory that is currently utilized for your model. You don't care about any of the mainstream consensus of
No,
the model you claim to believe in.
I disagree with your appeal to authority.
I didn't appeal to. Do you, wait. Define appeal to authority. Define it.
Hostile witness, dude.
Well, yeah, define appeal to authority.
That's what you guys always say. That's all you always say.
Define appeal to authority.
An appeal to authority is a statement that because someone said something, it is therefore true.
Okay, now explain how I did that.
Based on the basis of authority.
Explain how I did that.
You've quoted Einstein to make a point that Einstein never actually accepted. Einstein never accepted.
You didn't even support. You didn't even support your definition.
I'm getting there, buddy. So, when Einstein says in his quote what you are describing, it is not a statement that there exists some geocentric model in which there is an equivalence. It's just saying that the heliocentric model looks different depending on where we look from.
So I didn't appeal to authority. Okay, so you were supposed to be explaining how I supposedly appealed to authority. You defined it properly or properly enough, right? Which is it's making a truth.
I'll take it.
Take a deep breath, man. It's making a truth claim and saying that claim is true because the authority said it in place of supportive evidence. Okay. Now I obviously didn't do that. I'm not even making a truth claim. I'm not actually claiming that heliocentrism is true. I'm not claiming that the relativistic interpretation of heliocentrism is true, which would literally be the prerequisite for me to then appeal to the authority of Einstein. Whenever you went to supposedly substantiate that I was appealing to authority, you literally said I misrepresented Einstein, the alleged authority I was appealing to. So please stay far away from the accusations of fallacies. You are way out of your league with that, bro. Can we move to dynamics? Can we move to dynamics? No. And actually, I'm gonna say goodnight to my wife anyway. So I don't know if Alan or your PAs though. This guy just is exhausting. But I'll come back in a sec. If someone else wants to pick it up with them with dynamics, or if you guys want to go in circle about kinematics, whatever, I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, come back with dynamics, bro.
What do you think the theory of relativity is supposed to even mean? Like, why do you think it's relative?
It's a trap, by the way, flat Earth geographer. It's a trap.
It's a trap.
Yeah.
You're talking about the special or general theory?
Using the word relativity, generally speaking, in this subject of the Earth.
It's important to be precise. Are you talking about the special or the general theory?
He's talking about the general, Mordwand.
Okay, great. So in the general theory, we're talking about. I think the best metaphor is that of the equivalence principle, and I think that's what's lost in this discussion of kinematic equivalence. When we say I know that it sounds pedantic. I get that, but it's actually not. When I say that the effect of a gravitational field is indistinguishable from an accelerating reference frame, I do not mean that the Earth is literally an accelerating reference frame, and that is where we're stuck. So when we say a kinematic equivalence, there is not an implication of a geocentric model in which such an equivalence exists. We are merely looking at the heliocentric model from a different position, from a different coordinate frame.
Hey, hold on, let me
give it to you in 30 seconds.
Please, hold on. I'm gonna let you go. Watch me do this in 1 second. Or one.
Mm-hmm.
Orbital motion. Calculating that orbital motion.
Yeah.
They use point masses.
point masses in the calculation of orbital motion?
What I said, Morwan, you ain't got to repeat it. Ain't no broken record. I know I'm the flat earth DJ. Do they use point masses? Answer, Morwan. This is you to show that you are intellectually honest. Do they use point masses?
Are you talking about Kepler's laws, or what are you talking about specifically?
Calculate orbital motion. Use any type of point mass.
Well, okay, but then it's an important distinction, right?
Yes or no, bro? Do they never use point masses, or do they use point masses?
Well, which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the dynamics? Or are you talking about the
kinematics?
Okay, so we're just talking about kinematics. So what? Kepler's laws?
Like what? Point masses used. Why is it so difficult? This is what Witzel was talking
You can't even answer a question, dude. It's ridiculous. The answer is yes.
I can answer a question, but I tried to clarify the question.
Bro.
Just like and that's how we got to
You're so cautious about anybody making a point. You're afraid. You don't know what the point's going to be. You're afraid where it's going to take you. So you don't want to go anywhere. You just want to like stick your feet in the sand and like plant yourself where you're at right now and not
I'm
move.
not afraid of anything.
So
The worst case scenario is I look stupid on the internet. That's not really very scary to me.
Yes or no, so I can finish my point, and then I'm gonna let Piers go, and then I'm gonna let you respond, and we're gonna get to the end.
Mm-hmm.
Are point masses used to calculate orbital motion, celestial bodies, as point masses? Yes or no?
In Kepler's laws, I'd have to look it up.
So you don't know. So the answer is yes. And if that's the case,
can I add something?
Hold on. If that's the case that they use point masses, since you just acknowledge that you don't know, which I think you do know.
Well, that's an accusation that I'm being dishonest, which I dispute.
I mean,
I'm trying to understand how things are done here. So
you were asking like how it was applied. You were saying, well, in what scenario? So why would you ask me what scenario if you didn't know how it applied in either scenario? What will be the point?
Because it's categorically not the case if we use a dynamic equation based on Einstein.
Bro, the three-body problem requires point masses.
Simplification to the three-body problem requires point masses. That's what you're saying?
Yes, it requires point masses. So let's just roll because it seems like you're not gonna. It seems like you're not gonna concede, right? Because you just told me that you didn't know, so we're not even gonna waste any time about it. I'll let you go ahead and do some research on that. But if you are going to hold Witsit to shape of the Earth, that means we can do the inverse and say, well, y'all apply to living on points, not spheres, not obliques. No. You can't do that because your position when y'all calculate these orbital motions is point masses, especially kinematically. And if that's the case, if you're going to sit there and hold Witsit to flat Earth, then that means you live on a point mass because guess what? They don't account for the shape or the size. So you live on a point mass then. That is your true position, right? If you're gonna use the same argument to Witsit with, well, your true position is flat Earth, well, that means you live on a point mass and everything in the sky are points, not spheres, bro. Now you see how the conversation will devolve if I continue to push that, knowing that that's not what you really mean. But since that is what you want to use to deflect away something not honest, I could just continue to do the same thing because you could never sit there and say, nah, there's no such thing as point mass is sacred. You could say you don't know about it, which is probably a tactic again. But once you go look it up and you realize that they do use point masses, then I could just hold you to that. You think you live on a point.
That was a good use of the soundboard. Good job. So, I mean, but here's the thing, though, right? You are making an affirmative claim of a kinematic equivalence to a flat disk. That's what we've established.
No, that was not the topic.
And you are using a kinematic equivalent claim for motion on point masses. So if I live on a flat disk that you can't that you want to hold me accountable, then you live on don't have a sphere. You just abandon your whole spherical paradigm. You live on a point, bro. We could go back and forth all day. I'm not going. If you don't want to concede to anything else, then you live on a point, bro. And it's not even our claim. We're using a hostile witness as a flat earth geographer so eloquently put that that is your paradigm. He's using your own. Hold on, I'm gonna give you the mic.
Okay, you go for it.
Einstein in your own paradigm to show, hey, even Einstein said there's an equivalence. And even when they calculate those equivalents, they don't account for shape. They're all points.
So they're in the okay. So again, when we get back to what Einstein meant, when we get back to what Einstein went.
Please.
When we get back to what Einstein meant, it is a statement about looking at the heliocentric model from two different reference frames. It is not a statement. It is not a statement about the existence of an equivalent geocentric model.
Wow.
And then when we get into dynamics, you're going to have a lot more problems.
We're not on dynamics yet.
Go ahead, Piezo.
I know we haven't gotten there yet, but it's
okay.
cool. I got my second win.
I'm good to go. Kinematically, we're not on dynamics yet. Don't even say the word. It doesn't matter yet, unless you want to go to that topic. Kinematically speaking, Tycho Brahe and Nicholas Copernicus both accurately modeled the motion of the objects in the solar system.
Incorrect.
That is no, that's a fact. They both modeled the same patterns, the same periodicities. It was all based on optical measurements. Now, hold on. Hold on.
All right, go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
Fast forward to the modern day. What modifications have been made? Oh, well, they changed the heliocentric model technically to a barycentric model. They did what modifications they could to reduce the number of epicycles because they thought perfect circles were more aesthetically appealing, and they thought aesthetics.
That's not correct.
Okay.
So the problem with epicycles
bro, I'm still talking.
Okay.
Let me finish, and then you can have the mic. Okay. So they thought that, trying to conform everything into perfect circles or ellipses was better, right? That's what they wanted. In the beginning, the heliocentric model actually had more epicycles, but they've, refined it. That doesn't actually matter. Like, in reality, that doesn't matter. The point is that by putting the Earth in the center of the solar system, or by putting the sun in the center of the solar system, you can make the same predictions for the periodicities of the planets. That is a fact. Yes,
it is not a
you
fact.
can. You are wrong.
Show me.
Bro, I already did it, and you said you didn't care. If you, okay.
Show me.
You already lost a bunch of money to Shane. Hold on. You already lost a bunch of money to Shane. Would you like to lose money like you did to Shane again by stating on the record for money that you cannot accurately predict the periodicities of the planets with a geocentric framework?
Put a bag up.
So, when
yes
you
or
have
no?
epicycles,
Not just yes or no. I just want to know yes or no.
When you have epicycles,
do you want to put money on it?
Show me.
Or are you willing to put money on it? Yes or no?
If you put it down right now, I'm willing to commit $300.
What? So you're
if you show me right now, just show me. It's no big deal.
Can I add something?
If you look
digits off.
If you look in the Jumbotron, right? I don't know if you've already done this. You already have. Hold on. You got to go back like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the fourth from the left, right? That show. Okay.
Piezo, it's the one that you tag more wanted.
Sorry, hold on. Maybe I just need to refresh the feed. Hold on.
Wait a second. No, it's the second from the left. My bad.
The one that he's tagged in, right?
Yep. It's the second from the left.
Check your noties, Marwan, and if you don't.
Second from the left. All I see is my posts.
Marwan, check your notifications. If you can't find it while talking to you, I'll send it to you in your DM. Okay.
I'll just read it to you. It's very short. Under the current relative. Okay. Well, I tagged you. You can check your notifications. Check your notifications on Twitter.
I did. I'm not seeing anything.
Rotate the mics, guys.
Okay. We're gonna let Piezo finish. I'll bring up We're gonna rotate some mics. Marwan, just mute up real quick, because people are trying to listen to this. I am going to send this to you because sometimes the nest does glitch out. I'm going to throw him a little bit of bail, so he may not see it. So let me just throw that to you. I know, just be patient, Piezo. Don't lose that thought. I'm sending. Oh, he got his DMs closed. I can't even DM. So yeah, just check your notifications, brother. Go ahead, Piezo.
Okay. So I'm I'm just gonna read this too. The point is, I don't want your money, Mordwand. I'm sure I could use it. I'm not the most wealthy I've been in my life right now, that's for sure, but I don't want your money. But it's right here. I'm just gonna read it. Under the current relativistic astronomical framework, is it true or isn't it true that there is a kinematic equivalence between the solar system and a heliocentric and geocentric framework? Here is the response. Yes, that's correct. In the context of relativity, the heliocentric and geocentric frameworks can be considered kinematically equivalent. This means that the laws of physics apply equally well in both frames, and the observed motions of celestial bodies can be described from either perspective without contradiction. Both in the heliocentric model, we describe the orbits of planets around the sun, while in the geocentric model, we describe celestial motions as if everything revolves around the Earth. Both models can accurately predict the positions and motions of the planets, provided we take into account the correct transformations between the two frames.
Got it. So that's going to be the sticking point. There's a little bit of a fly in the soup. So your claim, and I see, the claim that you're trying to make was that the model based on epicycles and some geocentric model of Tycho, for example, would produce the same results. What you're really saying when you talk about kinematic equivalence is that the heliocentric model as it exists can be expressed from two different reference frames. There is not categorically a geocentric solution to those kinematics based on epicycles and the theory of Tycho that produces the same results. If that were the case, we would see those simplified models used in calculations of the ephemeris. When we think about the ephemeris as it pertains, like the JPL ephemeris, as it pertains to the calculation of the bodies relative to the Earth, all of those calculations are done within the framework of the heliocentric model. The only difference becomes what reference frame we look at it from. And that is the distinction I'm trying to make, and that's why I brought up the equivalence principle.
I was very clear on what my claim was. I guess I shouldn't have said the word epicycle at all, because adding more details just offers more opportunities to deviate from the point.
That is the point.
No. The point was that you can equally validly use either a geocentric or a heliocentric model to predict the motions of the planets. And you said, no, you can't.
Based on the way that you would frame the statement, on the basis of Tycho and the epicycles, you're misunderstanding the way that I don't want to frame it that way, but that's the way that we've been having this conversation.
Okay, let's clear it up now.
Let me rephrase that, because I'm trying to get away from the "you don't understand" language. I don't think it's productive. I would rather say I don't think you are framing it in the correct way. When we talk about what kinematic equivalence means, it does not mean that there is a kinematic equivalence between the model of Tycho based on epicycles and the application of Kepler's laws within a heliocentric model. All it means is that when we look at the heliocentric model from two different frames, we look at the same results.
If you put this Earth in the center, it's not a heliocentric model. It literally says heliocentric because sun in center.
No, that's not the case. That's what you're misunderstanding.
Heliocentric means helios in center.
But that's the thing. That's the sticking point. When we talk about the equivalence principle, it is often misunderstood it has been misunderstood recently, that a gravitational field is equal to an accelerating reference frame, meaning the Earth is literally accelerating upwards towards an object. That's not what it means, and that's the same problem we're having here. It is equivalent to having an accelerating reference frame to experiencing gravitation. But that does not mean that it is literally the same as that accelerating reference frame.
Okay,
and that's
you're talking about dynamics now. We're talking about kinematics.
I'm talking about the equivalence principle. So now we're talking, and that's analogous to the situation that you're bringing up. It's analogous to the situation we're bringing up,
bring up an analogous point in a second. We need to clarify the thing that you just contested me on, which was you're talking about Tycho, and I said, let me clarify then. Let's just be clear. I want you to state again for the record so I understand that we both know what each other is talking about. Okay. I'm not saying epicycles, I'm not saying if it like just period. In general, a geocentric model, a model in which the Earth is in the center of the system, and a heliocentric model in which the sun is in the center of the system, is it true or false that both of them can accurately predict the optical measurements of the periodicity of the planets as viewed from Earth? Yes or no?
It is false because the heliocentric model is the model in both of those cases. We are simply viewing it from a different reference frame.
Yikes.
So the application.
Yo, did you say we were trying to move on to mics after this? Sorry.
Yeah, but with this back, let's let him finish up the dynamics thing, bro, because this is just beating a dead horse. It's like it's been deceased for like 3 weeks, dog. It's rotting in the ground. The maggots have eaten its flesh. Like,
yeah, this is just it's pretty lame.
I mean, the dynamics.
All right, bro. Stop pretending you're teaching us, bro. Okay, I'm gonna read this quote from Fred Hoyle. Do you know who Fred Hoyle is? He coined the term Big Bang. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, astronomer Fred Hoyle. Quote, "We know now that the difference between a heliocentric and a geocentric theory is one of motions only, and that such a difference has no physical significance. The Ptolemaic and Copernican views, when improved by adding terms involving the square and higher powers of the eccentricities of the planetary orbits, are physically equivalent to one another." Physically equivalent to one another. Okay. Now, this is the part that's super interesting, though. And I know this room has heard me say it, and I don't want to, not to be the whole thing, but this is the most precise point about dynamics. This is the actual history of it. And if you ever were to want to defend the current model against the misinformation that is geocentric flat Earth, then you would have to be able to be honest about what happened. Okay, this is what happened. Newton, supposedly, in 1666, saw an apple fall, and he's like, oh man, okay, gravity, 666 newtons. Oh. Okay, and he said, oh, God must be doing it, and the sun's in the center of the whole universe, and I can't understand gravity, there must be an ether. These are all accurate representations of Newton. 95% of his works was metaphysics and alchemy. So now we're going to fast forward, and we're going to get...
That's not quite correct.
No, it literally is, though.
No, so, he posited there could be an ether.
No.
There must be an ether.
No, he specifically said that the idea that gravity that I have proposed could exist, such as gravity acts on innate brute matter through long distances in a vacuum without a medium acting between, is to me so great an absurdity that no man with competent faculty of thinking in philosophical matters could ever fall into it, and whether or not this medium is material or immaterial, I've left to the consideration of our readers.
Right, but now you're substituting ether for something that is material or immaterial.
A medium.
Yeah, you want it to be ether, but it's not necessarily ether. Ether was merely one thing that he posited.
Oh, what was the other thing he posited?
Well, you just said immaterial and material. Those are two very different things.
Whether or not this medium is material or immaterial, meaning a material that was tenuous or actually immaterial. Buddy, chill out. You don't know what you're talking about. You probably never even read Principia at all. Okay, so
I doubt that you have either.
I've read the relevant portions many times. So
what does Newton say?
Stop.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
You've read the relevant portions.
Yeah, many times. Okay, so now we're going to go over to what happened, because no one knows this, and they leave this out. They omit this, and then we just try to show people, hey, man, believe what you want to, but here is what actually happened, just so you know. And then we have a weird group of people that are trying to combat us from doing that,
Weird
and that's
group
super.
Of people?
Yeah, yes.
You think I'm weird, brother?
I think that your intentions are weird. Yes. Okay. Can you please let me finish? So we get up to like the 1800s, and everyone thought there was an ether. Everyone thought that Newtonian gravity was legit. Okay. So then we get to Ernst Mach.
Oh, wait, hold on though.
Chill out.
Hold on, wait, no, because you keep doing these little slip-ins.
You can't do it, man. You have no impulse control, man.
I have plenty of impulse control. I've done dialectic behavioral therapy. I'd recommend it.
Just wait until he passes it back, bro. You're not on a phone. You're on a space, and people want to hear the full thought.
unless you feel like you got to censor people and stop people and interject in order for them to
I'm
not
not
get the point.
censoring. I think
all
it's
right,
literally
so
are.
let him finish his point, and then I'm gonna make sure that you get your full thought out,
okay.
uninterrupted.
I'll note the
Sounds
thing that
good.
was just
Sounds
flipped
good.
in.
Sounds good.
Okay,
I'm trying to
go
give
for
a very succinct summarization of the history of this position that leads us into the discussion about dynamics. Okay. So we have Newton. He says gravity is an intrinsic property of matter. He said there is no time variable in his equation, so it's implied that it's instantaneous. Instantaneous action at distance, later called spooky action at distance, I think actually by Einstein. And so there must be a medium that's mutual contact for anything to be instant, obviously, and he can't comprehend it. It must be God doing it. Okay, he said that he thought that the sun was in the center of the universe. And then on the last page of his Principia, he said, or the Earth could be in the center of the universe, similar to the Ptolemaic model. You would have a force like gravitation and an equal and opposite force, akin to gravitation. And that page was removed from his Principia prior to publication, not by him, but by the publisher. Later found by a non-biased university professor. Okay, we fast forward to like the 1800s. Ernst Mach comes around, so we get speed of sound, being called Mach, of course. He says, wait a minute. Everyone overlooked a major component of this. Everyone thought that, like, oh, we know the Earth moves around the sun, and Newton, because look at Newton's gravity, and it basically proves it. It's the only way it could work. But what we overlooked was Newton was assuming the sun was in the center of the universe and that this local system is all there was. That there was the Earth and the planets and the sun. The sun was really big and it was in the center of the whole universe. Everything moved around it. And so, proportionate mass would dictate that the Earth moves around the sun. But Newton did not know about the vastness of the universe. What we now know.
Yo, my bad, lads. I got to restart my browser. And
Portion, and there's way more mass outside of it. Alan, you saying something?
Yeah. Can I respond to that?
No, that Alan was saying something. Okay. So he said that there's way more mass. So if we actually take the principles of dynamics and he used Newton's bucket, for example, and we use what it is that Newton was claiming, if there was a rotating universe, there would actually be a dynamic equivalence because the mass would be so great. Please stop, dude.
Okay. You've been just going on there's so much wrong with what you just said.
Or Juan, bro. This is what he's talking about, impulse control. He's trying to get a full
no, I've been very patient.
But you haven't, though. What did I say? Didn't I say I was going to let you go uninterrupted?
Yeah.
Right. And then you decided to come off the mic, bro. You are literally interrupting the thought. Everybody forgot what he said the past 10 seconds because you felt like you had to interrupt. Take a pencil and paper, bro. Yo, take a pencil and paper and write down your thoughts. And then you could respond to them with specificity. Stop interrupting, please. I'm not going to let anybody interrupt you.
Like, what? No, we know the Earth moves around the sun. This is stupid, blah, blah. But then what ended up happening was Einstein started developing his theories, and he realized, oh, wait a minute, Mach is totally correct. In fact, if I don't acknowledge what's referred to as the Machian principle, I can't even propose my theory. He then writes an apology letter to Mach, right? And he says, this is absolutely true. There is a dynamic equivalence. And then he gives a few analogies to explain why. And he says that he says this is literally a required acknowledgement to even propose my theory. Okay. Now that is leaving out all kinds of details, and it doesn't matter. Okay. So that gets us to a somewhat modern times understanding of the dynamic, like environment, right? And then quickly, I'm going to say this very quickly, sorry, but where it really hit the fan, because we're going to go back a little bit prior to Einstein's concession, you have 1887 in Michelson-Morley. And whenever they had assumed the Newtonian orbit and therefore assumed that the interferometry would be decisive, to quote Einstein, in detecting the motion of the Earth that they assumed, when it did not, they realized, oh, wow, we must now change the dynamic claim. Okay? And I'm pointing out that there's a Newtonian dynamic equivalence, right? And then this actually ends up spilling over into an Einsteinian dynamic equivalence as well. and the Newtonian dynamic claim was left behind due to Michelson-Morley and many other things. But okay, anyway, that's just a history. That's an accurate history of what happened that they have completely omitted from what they teach people in school, and it's very easily verified. Okay, done.
All right, cool. So you keep mischaracterizing this idea of not having a time variable as an implication of instant action, neglecting the fact that Coulomb's law does not have a time variable, and there's no implication of an instant action. So the idea that gravity would transmit instantly simply on the basis of not having a time variable is incoherent. The application of this notion of spooky action at a distance, this is not a correct application of the term to gravitation. So that's completely incoherent as well. When you talk about, now you're trying to get into dynamic equivalence, but again, we've already established that when we talk about kinematic equivalence, we're talking about viewing the heliocentric model from two different frames. To assert now a dynamic equivalence on the basis of Mach's principle requires that you show that we can derive all of the orbits and the orbital mechanics, and this we'll get back to GPS here because it's going to specifically relate to all satellites of the Earth. We would have to be able to derive a dynamically equivalent theory to explain that. No such theory exists as much as you would like it to. The only work that has been done in this area is Popov's work, which considered a Neo-Tychonian model and only considered a subset of the solar system. Such a model itself would not be kinematically equivalent to the heliocentric model. So the entire position that you hold is incoherent.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Your entire invocation of the ether, as it is necessitated by Newton, is also a conflation strategy of the luminiferous ether and a gravitational ether. A gravitational ether, which was only suggested as a possibility for Newton, and is not necessitated in the way that you think it is, in the sense that all of the fundamental interactions occur without reference to time. They all occur at the speed of causality, which is the speed of light.
Newton never said anything about gravity operating at the speed of light. You just made that up. Newton never said anything about a gravitational ether. You just made that up. Newton never said it was optional whether or not there was an ether. He said that if you weren't actually stupid, then you would acknowledge that there has to be a medium. He didn't say anything other than there's no other way unless you're just completely incompetent to think that there could be no medium. And then I'm just correcting all your claims very quickly. Then you said that the Neo-Tychonian Newtonian analysis by Luka Popov, it only showed a singular subset of the solar system, and you're talking about Mars, which goes to show that you are once again just very uninformed about this. Everyone knows that if you actually demonstrate the dynamic or kinematic motions within so the dynamic causality of the motions or the motions themselves with Mars, for example, a singular body, that can be applied to all other bodies. This is why in all academic papers ever where any of this is broken down, they almost always only use Mars.
So the reason that there's no academic papers on the subject is because it's a joke of a subject. There's no need to invoke a geocentric model because the heliocentric model is completely consistent.
No. Why are you avoiding what I just corrected you on?
I'm not. Don't look. I will respond in the way that's appropriate.
Acknowledge what I just corrected you on.
I'm not going to accept your incorrect correction because your statement is incoherent. Your claim that somehow you can take a model that only applies to a singular subset of the solar system and then derive all dynamics of the solar system as they exist from that phenomena is incoherent.
So you deny your own model.
It's not my own model. It's your Frankenstein.
How was the current model? How was the current model created? What planet did they use?
The entirety of the solar system.
Wrong. They used Mars. They used Mars. You're wrong.
The entirety of the solar system is derived in the ephemeris that currently exists from the motions of the bodies and the dynamics of those bodies that are primarily calculated with Newtonian dynamics, but can also be calculated with Einsteinian dynamics. However, there will be no equivalent geocentric dynamic within a neo-Tychonian model, which is the reason why the work of Popov is the only such work that exists. There exists no complete model, let alone all of the mass outside of the solar system, which you need to magically explain with special pleading all of the problems you run into when the Earth doesn't rotate, such as precession of gyroscopes, which you'd like to believe.
Stop deflecting and scattergunning.
I'm not.
No, look, this is the problem with flat Earth. People
contingent.
like this guy can pretend he knows what he's talking about, and people will think what he just said must be true. No way someone could be that confident and completely have no idea what they're talking about when he talks about how the only reason this guy used Mars is because he can't do the rest of the planets. Is the most it's embarrassingly incompetent. Correct. It's well known from anyone that knows anything about astronomy or astrophysics that if you can actually show the relationship between, say, Mars and the Earth, or Mars, Earth, and the Sun, that can then be drawn out to the rest of the solar system. That is a fact. And watch how easy it is to prove how you're lying like you know what you're talking about, but you have no idea. Okay, explain to me how that you could show it working with Mars and explain specifically why it wouldn't work with another planet, specifically.
Because the dynamics is far more complicated as soon as you deal with objects outside of the solar system.
Whoa!
So your appeal, so the entirety of the solar system, your appeal is now, it works, trust me, bro, it works for this one subset case, and it'll totally work for the rest of them too.
You just deflected out of the solar system, so the whole room heard it.
I misspoke. Hold on. Your entire model relies on Machian principle and all of the mass processing around the Earth, rotating and processing around the Earth to magically produce the effects that we see on the Earth.
Stop deflecting.
In a way that is completely non-physical. And your attempt to invoke this one paper, which was attempted basically as a what-if exercise, not as a serious exercise of developing an alternative.
That's another lie.
No, that's not true.
He's literally a geocentrist and wrote 3 subsequent papers. You have no idea what you're talking about. There are multiple papers. Also, there's an entire book, Relational Mechanics, Andre Assis. You're making stuff up, but that's what you do. But we're going to go back to the point that you think you're going to get away with it, but I'm just not the guy that's going to let you get away with it. You just made the claim. You just made the claim. I think you enjoy it. You know what's happening and you enjoy it or something. Okay, you just made the claim. You made the claim that his paper is invalid because it only describes a subsect of the solar system. I didn't specify. Hey, buddy. I specify exactly what you could be referring to. You probably heard someone else say it or whatever. And it's that he uses Mars. He uses Mars. It's explained in the paper why it's sufficient to just use Mars. By the way, you could just Google if that was true, and it's well known within your own paradigm that is true. Stop interrupting me. So then I pointed out, this is the easiest way to point out that you have no idea what you're talking about. Just explain to us then why it wouldn't be sufficient and specifically why it wouldn't work with another planet. You then said it doesn't work outside the solar system. Buddy, in your own paradigm, it's well known that no current gravitational concept works outside the solar system. Okay, your original claim. Stop interrupting you because I'm actually speaking truth. Your original claim was that the theory. Listen, your original claim was that theory doesn't work because it only would adhere to Mars. I asked, okay, then why wouldn't it work on other planets? And you completely deflected to outside the solar system.
I misspoke. What I meant to say was it needs to be shown for all of the bodies within the solar system, and then you're conveniently omitting that you're invoking Mach's principle, relying on the mass outside of the solar system to do dynamic lifting in a way that's never been demonstrated. All you have is special pleading that, well, okay, it works for Mars. Now I'm going to add in all this extra mass, and all of the dynamics that don't work are suddenly going to work.
Wait, you just said it. You just did it again. You just did it again. You said you need to show it work with the other planets. Why wouldn't they work with the other planets specifically?
Because the dynamics of the solar system are far more complex than the dynamics of simply the bodies that were considered in this particular study.
How so specifically?
If it was the case that it was so simple to do it, it would have been done. It has not been done because no such model exists.
Okay, so this is untrue. This is untrue. This is untrue. Do you want to bet 20 grand?
I'm not gonna. You
want to bet 20 grand that what you just said is not true? 20 grand.
You are invoking.
How about this? I'll give you a deal. I'll give you 20 grand if you're right, and you only give me 2 grand.
Ooh.
What's the bet?
Okay, that the reason it wasn't done is because it doesn't work with the other planets, and that's why he only showed it with one of the planets, and it's because the solar system's motion is quote unquote too complex, and so the reason that it wasn't done was that it could only work with the one that he showed.
I'll take that bet.
Okay, okay, right, everyone hears it. Everyone hears the bet. Okay, so 20 grand to 2 grand. And I don't want payment plans. I want my 2 grand up front. Okay. I don't take payment plans.
I'm still on a payment plan. So.
Well, it sucks to suck, bro. I charge interest. Okay, we're gonna international banker
you got a vig on it?
No, I'm not gonna vig on a bet. I'll make it work.
No, that's not what I said. I said vig, like Witsit was imposing a tax for late payments.
Yes, yes. I'm gonna Rothschild this guy.
Okay, so. Is it not? So you're making an affirmative claim now, on the basis of what?
Well, first of all, you made the affirmative. You made the claim that he could that the reason that because I'll just contact him. By the way, news. Hey, I hate to drop this here. I can talk to him. I can literally talk to him. I have a connection to him. Okay, you're putting words in his mouth and lying, and you can't even read and comprehend his 2-page paper. It's laughable. Look, here's the deal. He explains the claim. He explains the claim you just now said in the paper. He literally disproves the claim you just made and addresses it specifically in the paper.
Bring up the paper. Post
and
the
it's
paper.
what time? Oh, we already made the bet. It's a well-known principle. It's a well-known principle, right? That if you can actually establish a dynamic relationship between, say, Mars, Earth, and the Sun, that can be equally drawn out to all the other motions, because all you have to do, guess what? All you have to do is substitute different masses.
So that's your claim. So now we need to derive that claim is true. And you saying that it's well known is not strong evidence of anything. I dispute that claim in the paper.
So wait,
how much did you guys bet?
He has me 2 grand, or I'm 20.
I thought he said no. He took it back. What he said.
No, I don't take these backsies.
No. I need my 2K with interest. With interest or round them up.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about.
No takes these backsies. I don't play those games. So
Mormon, you must make good money to be making all these bets, dog.
And I can't take interest. I think I'm not supposed to do that actually. So
you're saying it's well known that the dynamics will just work out.
Yes, this is embarrassing.
Right,
yeah.
Okay. So what would be the basis of disputing that claim in your view?
Well, you need to establish your claim. The bet is very specific. You made the claim that the reason that he only applied it to Mars because that's the only one he could get to work, it wouldn't work for the rest of them. Correct. Which is just such an okay. Support that claim, bro, or pay me my money. Pay me my money.
I'll bring you in the sources. I don't have all the sources right now.
There are no such sources. There are no such sources.
I'll get some PhDs involved.
Get a deadline. Get a deadline. What's the deadline?
7 minutes from now.
Yeah, that's
I'm chill. You could a couple days, whatever. No such thing as this, my brother. I feel bad. Like I'm actually Shane took your money. I may not even take it. But I will because I gotta give it to you. Almost every other Glober runs away. As soon as you actually call him out with the money, and you doubled down, bro. You staked that flag for that 10 seconds of pride.
I still will.
But why though? Because admittedly, you've never.
You can't see my eyes unless my head is bent. You dig? If I know that you know it's slowly falling right side. Like show is.
Wow. Okay. This was.
Elon muted you.
This was more eventful than I planned.
Yeah, that's how I roll, man. It's always exciting.
Thanks, man. Thanks, because it's getting crazy out there. I could use some freeze dried food, you know. So anyway,
I hear you, man.
Anyway, all right, but I'll help you out here.
Things might dry up after Antarctica.
So maybe we'll take a
I'll be
payment
your
plan.
biggest fan, buddy.
Well, yeah, because the sun's totally got me terrified. So we can either.
It's just. I mean, I kind of know what it's going to be, man. It's pretty clear what angle you're going for. So if
that is
now.
Why are you acting so feminine? Like, why do you make these subversive implications? Like, say it with your chest.
Because I'm attracted to you, bro. That's why I'm acting.
I don't think you're joking, but
finally honest. He's finally.
But say it with your chest. You know, like what are you implying that I'm just gonna pivot over to geocentric glober?
No, I think that you're not going to abandon the flat Earth position entirely. You're just not really going to talk about it anymore.
Okay, just because I started talking about stuff like World War II. Hey, man, World War II is interesting too, man. You know, but anyway, okay. Well,
I mean, it's pretty obvious.
I know you guys are running that narrative, but it's funny because I'm about to pull Skull and Globers back up, and I'm about to release a whole entire new series specific to geocentrism, and I got like 4 debates lined up.
Sweet.
Nice.
So you're wrong.
So
you're
let's
wrong.
clarify.
I manifested that, y'all. I'm telling you, I manifested it.
So let's clarify the dimensions of this. So we have now said 2 to 20, bro, that this analysis can be applied to the entirety of the solar system, and every reasonable source, it's well known that that's the case. And
all of that is true, but specifically what the bet was was that you claimed. That's why I can't believe you took the bet. You claimed the reason that he only applied it to Mars is because that's the only place you can apply it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for giving my money. That's what I'm saying, bro. It's all good. Like, no hard feelings. Look, we'll do a payment plan, or you can do a lump sum up front, and you can get a deal.
Or I just prove you wrong, and it's.
I'll take 1777 up front.
1777. How about 1488?
Nope, 1777 up front. 1777 up front. Or you can send crypto, and
I don't fuck with crypto. It's funny.
Oh man.
So all I need to do now is demonstrate what I claimed.
That's right. Yeah, you have to demonstrate the claim in which you divined his thoughts. When I actually have a connection to him and have read his subsequent papers, and he actually identifies that claim as patently false in the very paper that you're referencing.
Okay, cool.
So may I ask a question?
Easy enough.
Hold on 1 second, Piezo. That was a great back and forth, man. That was a wild turn of events.
Yeah, we got to a lot of different things there.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate you for being a good sport, 1-1. Just have like a little bit more self-control, bro. Other than that, like that was awesome. Just Tribe and I've been stand up for a minute. I let them chime in, and then we'll slide over to Piezo.
Wait, me?
Nah, just try.
Oh, just try. Sorry.
Welcome.
Testing, mic check. Big Justin.
Check.
There you go. What's going on, man?
All right. First thing of all, English is not my first language. Okay.
It's all good, brother. Just take your time. You got it.
For the topic before about heliocentric and geocentric, and
Were you in Brian's space earlier?
nope.
Why did I not believe that answer? Yes, we were talking about heliocentrism and geocentrism.
For me, I'm a glober. For first of all, for me, yes, it's kinetically the same. That can be true.
Yeah. Do you want to know the question that started it? It was, do you have any exclusive evidence the Earth moves around the sun?
Let's just discuss about this later time. I wanna just say that yes, heliocentric and geocentrics can be kinetically the same.
Okay, nice. Yeah, they're kinematically equivalent. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the video that I see about this is from Wells Lab video, the Ptolemaic model. It's a good video, I would think.
Are you
Maybe
able to
you
link
can.
it here on Twitter? And we could pull it up on the Jumbo for everyone.
Maybe.
Yeah, if you can post it to your profile, I'll put it up to the boys.
Just a second.
I also have a question for Tri. I mean, he said he believes in the kinematic equivalence, but I was wondering what his number one reason why he still believes in a globe.
Because of the dynamic.
Oh boy, do we got stuff for you, man.
The dynamics is exclusive for you?
Well, first of all, the geocentric model of the Earth is not can be directly applied to flat Earth. That's the one point.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that you can't have a geocentric model if the Earth is flat? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. You.
Why not? Why not?
Basically because I think the flat Earth orbital of the or model of the planet or the sun is centered around the North Pole, right?
Well, is he still talking?
I was just about to say, am I talking or
You
still there, Just?
Yes, I'm still talking.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah, the link already posted.
Okay, man. Can you like give us a summary or something?
Well, the heliocentric model, like whom Piazza said, is can be derived to other motion system like geocentric or Mars centric or lunar centric. That's just the point, the main point.
Okay, man. Look, let's cut to the chase, man. Mapping out the planets, mapping out satellites, no big deal. You have to choose a projection to map them out in relation to. Whether you choose a flat projection or a spherical coordinate system doesn't matter. It's literally that simple. Literally. And then the geocentrism aspect of it isn't exclusive to shape because of what I just said. Because when you get to actually mapping it out in relation to the surface, that's a projection decision. It's not even like the geocentric discussion, the dynamic validity or lack thereof of a geocentric position is not specific to shape.
It is, though, because we established that already. There's no, if it were the case, it would have to be the case for all bodies orbiting in the geocentric framework. And it's falsified by the lack of kinematic equivalent solutions to the GPS constellation.
How could there be a lack of kinematic solutions when literally the way we map it out is with a geocentric position?
Because there's a difference between the plane and the sphere.
Okay, so you would just map out their positions over the sphere. I mean, over a plane.
It doesn't work.
Why not specifically?
There's no kinematically equivalent solution for that constellation over that plane, and that's the issue you run into. That's the source of this. That's the whole reason, and the reason is that there's not a topographic or topological equivalence between the fundamental plane and the sphere. And that lack of topological equivalence will stymie your efforts to create a kinematically equivalent reference frame onto the flat plane.
How
and
so?
That's the issue with the flat planar model.
No, how so specifically?
Because the specific locations of the satellites within the ephemeris, like I'll give you an example. So I posted in the Jumbotron how just a small difference. So there's the Galileo satellites that were just recently launched that had a slight deviation, a very, very slight deviation from their projected orbit. They did not function because of that difference. So your claim is extraordinary that despite the fact that a slight change in the shape of the orbit, and the two orbits should be kinematically equivalent if your view is true, was enough to make the satellite non-functional, would somehow not pose an issue when you project that onto a flat planar model that doesn't even have topological equivalence.
Okay, and
your
you
problem
see,
is you don't have the ability to place things on the bottom of the disk. So
yeah, you don't
your
have
claim,
to.
which is the claim you have to make, that there's a equivalence between the fundamental plane and the topological plane, which is equivalent to the sphere, is falsified because
It's
you
literally
cannot topologically map a sphere onto a disk with a single side. There exists no topologically equivalent solution. That lack of topological equivalence will lead to a lack of kinematic equivalence.
Yeah, it's patently incorrect, which is
the
why when
basics of the mathematics, and it's supported by the fact that you cannot do it. It's
okay, so
fairly
when I
simple.
ask you to
I've even provided
can you hear me?
a GPS library that provides the simulation.
Can you hear
Fork the library, run the difference in kinematics, and show that it works.
Check Mord 1. Can you hear us?
No kinematically equivalent solution.
Mord 1. Can you hear us?
No.
And then when we get into the dynamics and pop-up, the issue that you have is that now you're asserting, okay, well, it totally works.
Yo, Mort, can you hear?
Well, the
real quick?
issue is,
Hello?
you need a lot
He
to work.
can't hear us, boys.
And then you also run into a conflict between relative and absolute space. There's a fundamental conflict, a contradiction.
Can I ask my question next?
In the need to invoke relative and absolute space in the same model. I can provide you with a paper to that effect. But the real issue is going to be all of the dynamic things that you need to work out to get the same empirical results of the heliocentric model do not work out. And the simple one is that you need to apply, and you've made this statement earlier, Mach's principle and the notion of this great mass outside of the solar system and within the solar system rotating around the Earth to produce all of the dynamical effects that would be observed due to Earth's rotation, such as the precession of gyroscopes. So you're stuck. There's not a way to resolve that. So you can try to invoke it. I mean, I think Bennett has an interesting idea with the two different, and I'm not trying to strawman his position. This is what I understand his position to be.
Can you hear us?
I don't think he can hear you.
Yeah, did you not hear me?
Yeah, everybody's trying to
couldn't
talk
hear
to
you.
you, but it's not reaching in. I just joined as a speaker, just letting you know, brother.
There's a little bit of lag.
Oh, did you not hear me at all?
Everybody hears you, but I don't think you hear Sacred and Proud Fleur for Witsit or just try.
No, I didn't. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. It's just the space is glitching out.
Yeah, so cycle down, bro.
It's Elon
Cycle
Musk
down,
again.
we'll pull
I
you
blame
back
the
up.
Jesuits.
I'm talking to him. I can hear me again.
Witsit is speaking right now. Just wait a little bit. Try to rejoin the space.
Yeah, I'll leave and rejoin.
Yeah.
Yeah, really quickly for the room. If he leaves, then he'll hear. But anyway, I asked him to specify why there's some type of difference with it when he specifies topology, and he did not do that. He talked about a satellite slightly changed orbit one time, and how would that work, right? Because there is no fundamental difference when you just throw the word topology in there in terms of being able to kinematically route it. But it's pretty simple, bro. Like, you can only see like one Hemi at a time, And on the plane, it's due to limit of perspective. And in your position, it's due to physical obstruction of a spherical Earth. It doesn't really matter, right? Like, it's just a projection. You can map the trajectories either way. You didn't actually say anything as to why you can't. When you start saying like you would have to go on the bottom of a disc, you're literally saying that like because we can only see one hemisphere basically at a time, and we map it that way, that we must go to the bottom. No, it's due to perspective, and that's just a non sequitur to the projection equivalence anyway. But I'm going to go ahead and read this. This is the conclusion of the Newtonian Machian analysis of the Neo-Tychonian model of planetary motions. Like I said, it's like literally in the paper. In the conclusion, it says, this analysis can be performed on any other celestial body observed from the Earth. Since the sun and Mars are chosen arbitrarily and there is nothing special.
Just try. Can you mute your mic real quick? There's some background ambient noise from your mic. If you can mute while you're listening, please. Thank you. All right, continue.
Yeah, so in the conclusion of the paper, it says this analysis can be performed on any other celestial body observed from the Earth. Since the sun and Mars are chosen arbitrarily and there is nothing special about Mars, one can expect to obtain the same general conclusion. And this is a well-known principle in astronomy and astrophysics in general. You just establish a singular, like, two-body relationship, or even, we know how they struggle with the three-body relationships and dynamics, and then that can just be reasonably drawn out from there. So, yeah. So if you take the sun and you say, look, this is how the Mars is going to move around the sun, and you're going to be able to show how all the other planets move around the sun as well, whatever dynamic. And just like Andreas Cease does the same thing in relational mechanics. He uses a Lorentz magnetic force or something akin to a Lorentz magnetic force, right? And then once they show a singular planetary relationship, that can be attributed to any of them. So this is just like well known, right? I mean, if you understood the dynamics of the current model, say you use Newtonian mechanics, like what do we use? We use like a proportionate mass relationship, a singular equation that doesn't have a time variable, and then that same equation is just applied everywhere. So you can just go show, look, this is how it works with the mass of Mars and the mass of the sun. Here's the equation. Here's the gravitational relationship. You wouldn't have to actually then show it work at all the other places. It's simple. It's a mass relationship. It's a mass distance relationship. So. But anyway, and that's kind of a previous point, and I'm happy if you want to try to somehow dispute that. I mean, it says it in the paper, but we don't have to take that all over, because what I really want, this seems to be like your home run, this idea of like a topological difference. Can you address specifically what we're saying about the different hemispheres and this idea we would have to put it to the bottom of the disk when in fact it's just that you just see one hemi at a time?
Well, hold on, Wesley, just one second, because it was just try. I wanted to make sure he fully got his thought out. I know you're going to get this back and forth with more one, but he kind of jumped in. Unless, just try, do you want more one to continue, or did you want to finish your thought?
I want to continue. I want to continue.
Sorry, did you say you wanted to continue, or are you passing the mic to more one?
I want to continue.
Okay, just hold your thought, more one. Just keep Wish's question like in the
got it.
We'll thought out. And then Piezo, I know I said you were next, but Taylor had a little bit of a connection problem, so we're going to come right after this. I'll try to get through all of these thoughts. So just these guys just maintain your thoughts. Go ahead, just try.
What the last point I made?
You said that you said that geocentrism wouldn't work for a flat Earth.
All right, that because first the orbit, you can you can search or look on the internet that the orbit of geocentrism. There's many picture or diagram for it, like the epicycle or something similar. But that diagram or orbit, the established orbit of the geocentrism, can be done. Can be directly applied to the flat plane, because like the center of the established geocentrism is Earth, and the flat Earth, the center of orbit, or the orbit is North Pole. That's the first. And the second is the dynamics. Basically, I don't understand how and why the orbit on the flat Earth could work.
Does somebody else want to take this one? Because I feel like
Run it back, dog. Part 2.
You would just enter the coordinate system over the North Pole with respect to the North Pole as if that's your viewing angle from Earth, so that the two places would line up when you transpose them. And then as far as the dynamics, well, we have totally different size universes, of course, so everything would be scaled differently. We readily admit that we don't have a 100% dynamic understanding of the sky, and we're fine with that. But it seems that like if we don't come up with one, then people say our model can't be correct, even though like their model doesn't accurately do it either. So it's not really a weakness of our model. It's any more than the heliocentric model. I don't think anybody knows how the sky actually works with specificity of numbers and stuff.
Yeah. But that's why I'm still a globe, not a flat Earth, because the orbit of the sky object is there's no there's no model of it in the flat Earth. The geocentric orbit is basically north. Is basically can be directly to be applied in the flat Earth.
No, we have a superior model. All right, so
maybe
he gave you the politically correct answer, but I'm going to give you the sauce here. You're just going to have to, whatever. So if you read Andre Assis' Relational Mechanics, he shows a dynamic equivalence of a geocentric position using Lorentz magnetic force. If you look at the positions of the planetary motion over a plane Earth, you get the flower of life geometry. It's the exact geometry seen in a magnetic field. So we can take any distances, any sizes, because we have the ability to have varying magnetic field strengths, and we can completely map out the planets regardless of their sizes and regardless of their distances using a magnetic force over a plane, and we can map it all out. The reason we point out that even within your own paradigm, if we use Newton or Einstein, we can show dynamic equivalence is because, like Piezo said, we're not ignorant enough to just run around making baseless distance claims and medium claims and, mass assumptions. But objectively, we could, because actually, if you use a magnetic force, then it doesn't even matter what the masses and distances are. They can just have different magnetic properties, magnetoreactive properties specifically.
Can I jump in, because I think there was an important point that was made, and I kind of cut out, so I wasn't able to hear all of it. But you mentioned, Austin, a projective equivalence of the sphere onto the one side of the flat disk. Is that your position?
What?
Is your position that there's a projective equivalence of the sphere onto the flat disk on one side?
On one side.
Yes.
Yeah, we map out one side at a time now. We only see.
How could that be the case when the disk with surface on one side is not in the equivalence class of the sphere? Topologically.
What? It's just a projection.
Do you know what topological equivalence is?
Yes, but it's just a projection, dude. It's
Okay,
how you're
okay.
taking. Wait. So you're just going to take the observations of whether it's satellite or planets. You're going to map them out from your position, and then you're going to map them out relative to a projection that you decided upon. That is it. You can take that same exact relative observation, and you can transpose it on any projection. So you can do it on a plane. Okay, so I asked you specifically why not, and then the best you had was, this satellite slightly changed orbit, and that wouldn't work if it was flat.
Now I'm challenging you on the fundamental geometry. So you've now made an affirmative claim of topological equivalence, and you've stated that you know what topological equivalence is. Can you define topological equivalence?
No, I never said there was a topological equivalence between a flat Earth and a sphere, what I said was the actual observations themselves can be put on any projection, including a flat Earth. The fact that you have internalized a belief system that says it's happening around a sphere, and then you've taken that trajectory and believed it, is irrelevant. When you're claiming exclusivity, you're saying that those motions can't be mapped on a plane. You're fundamentally incorrect.
No, that is correct. And the reason for it is that there is not a topological equivalence between the sphere and the disk with one side. And that is the fundamental problem behind all of your problems with your
That would only be a problem if you could prove definitively that the actual relationship put onto the sphere was accurate.
If there's no equivalence between the sphere and the disk with one side, as there cannot be with a lack of topological equivalence, your entire model falls apart. This is the source of all of your
you know what a
problems.
baseless assertion fallacy is?
Of course, ipse dixit.
Okay,
that's my favorite one.
That's I know that is your favorite one. Okay, so like, dude, it's an arbitrary determination of projection.
It's not.
It
It's
is.
not. No,
Okay,
it
can
isn't,
someone else
because
talk to this
there's
guy?
no-
Can someone else talk to this guy for a second?
Yeah,
I
I
gotta
mean,
do
just let him cut in, but it was just tried. I was finishing his thought, and we were gonna go to Taylor and then Piezo. That's what we. So just hold on 1 second more. Let's get.
Yeah. I just get too excited. I get too excited, you know.
You really do. I told you got to work on that self control, brother. You can't be stepping on your other anti-flirts though, because they trying to get that off. Just try. Just make sure. Just let me know if you finish your complete thought, and then if so, we'll move on. Just try. You good?
Yeah, about the orbit of the flat Earth of the sky object like planet or something. That's basically you guys don't have the orbit yet, or you have it.
We do have it. Yes, I explained it to you, bro. That I can say.
Maybe can you retweet it to me or something?
You can take the planets of the motions, or the planetary motions. You can map it on a plane projection. Okay, it's going to give you the flower of life. You're going to have elliptical orbits over top of a flower. It makes a flower of life expression. This is the same exact geometry, the pressure mediation that we see in a magnetic field. We can map out dynamically all the motion of the bodies with a magnetic force. So our model is superior to yours. Why? Because your model claims fairy tale physics. It claims that space and time somehow physical properties and bend and warp. It just doesn't apply to Mercury. And then just trust me, bro, I'm off by 96% of the rest of the universe. Our model doesn't do that. Our model says, what? No, it's a real force. It's magnetism, bro. You can go test it yourself. You can physically identify and isolate it. And it absolutely does work. And we don't need to make up a 96% Band-Aid outside of the local system either. And also, any type of anomalous motion within Mercury is perfectly explained with a difference in the magnetoreactive properties. See, we're not limited to mass alone. Your model, here's a very simple way to point it. Your model is strictly limited to mass. So whatever the mass of the object is, it must have a specific orbit. Distance and mass, you have no leeway there. You have a proportionate mass limit. So your force, or
oh my
force,
god, I can't believe you gave me Mike.
Force that's not a force, but you can think of it like a force, right? What you guys call gravity, is limited strictly on mass.
Hey, fuck you, Tyler.
So we don't have to do that. Meaning, for example, we know Mercury has a certain mass. When we plug that into your equation, it says Mercury should do this. But then it doesn't do that. It actually doesn't do that, right? It has an anomalous shift, the perihelion shift. Now, in our position, we don't have to just take some assumed mass of Mars or of Mercury and plug it in and say it must do this. We have huge leeway with understanding that there are different magnetoproperties. It can have a different type of magnetic field or force. So, of course, it can be anomalous. It's not strictly limited to mass. So even if we just took your mass assumptions, which we don't, we disavow them. I think they're incredibly stupid and absolutely incorrect. Even if we took those mass assumptions, we have a superior model because we have flexibility due to the causal dynamic claim of, say, magnetism. So it's actually a blowout in every single way. It's not even remotely close. Our model, although not even specifically claimed or defined, is far superior to yours because it's limited and falsified.
Okay, so basically, in your model is using magnetism, right?
Sure, I will say for my model, my tentative model right now, I'm using magnetism,
Uh, that that magnetism cause orbit like sacred geometry.
Yes.
And thus, the sacred geometry is for you it makes sense to you, the sacred geometry in flat Earth.
Well, it does. It absolutely does make sense. It matches the magnetic field, but it's not really about like a subjective opinion about what makes sense. It's just objectively superior in terms of flexibility. We can explain the observations better. Do you understand why? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like your side is limited to mass. Let me give you another example. We looked out
yes, I understand
just
that.
give me just a
understand.
second. I'm going to completely
okay,
back to you. One more example. Okay. In 1933, Fritz Zwicky looked at the Coma cluster of galaxies, right? And based on gravity, the equation, whether Einstein or Newton, there was a certain amount of mass required to keep all these galaxies bunched up in a cluster to prevent them from escaping. There had to be a strong enough gravitational field to keep them all clustered up. Okay? When they looked at these galaxy clusters, this galaxy cluster, it only had 1% of the mass it needed to keep all of those galaxies from escaping, but they weren't escaping. Right? So there was a 99% discrepancy in the amount of mass that the gravity predicted and necessitated. So what did your model have to do? They had to plug in fake fairy tale mass. They literally plugged in a variable that they called missing mass. And they now call that dark matter. It's literally just a fairy tale. Because your model is so limited, it can only be based upon mass. Now let's look at it from our perspective. We looked at the galaxy clusters. We don't claim gravity that's proportionate to mass. Say we use magnetism. Well, yeah, the galaxies aren't escaping the cluster because there's a very strong magnetic field there. I don't need to add fairy tale substances to fix anything because I'm not limited to proportionate mass. That model is objectively superior. And the fact that it is not even entertained goes to show you that this is not a discussion of science. It is a philosophical bias that cannot be questioned on one side. It's effectively a religion.
What is a galaxy? What's it?
This is a deflection away from the death blow that I just said.
No, Marwan, hold on. There's people in front of you. Just chill out, mute up. Let's try. Did you finish? You have any other things before we move on? You got a little bit of a bird thing going on in the back. We can hear the roosters.
Yeah, I'm in the village.
All right, shout out to the villager flat earthers. I know y'all got some flat earthers in the village.
I still need the orbit of it. Like, do you have the orbit model like
The Earth
in
is
the
not in
top?
orbit.
Oh no, yes, I understand that in the flat Earth, the Earth is not in orbit, but the other sky object like Jupiter, Venus, and Moon, and the Sun has an orbit or path in the top of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
And you said it's because of the magnetism and some stuff, basically.
That's what I think. Yeah.
And your model is superior because your model doesn't have a limitation of like the masses or the masses
Correct.
and other things. Nah.
No, just mass. Yeah, you're limited to just mass. Your belief is very boring.
Yeah, maybe. And do you have that model? That model like the orbit of the Jupiter and other thing is modeled has already been modeled.
Yes, it's called Relational Mechanics by Andreas Cease, and then just term search Lorentz magnetic force.
Yeah, I'm gonna post tweet on the space tweet. Just why I can like I don't think flat Earth is true because of the orbit of sky object. I gonna post this, and uh, maybe you can discuss it or something.
Okay, yeah, just tag me. I'll reply.
All right. Basically, I think that's for the orbit and the geocentric. That's my point. Uh, if if like one speaker is just one topic, maybe you you can skip me. But I I have another topic. But if one speaker just one topic for one moment, then you can skip me.
Hey, I appreciate that. Just hold that second topic. I'm gonna swing right back around to you. Let's go to Taylor, because Taylor been super patient, and then we'll start with the Piezo. I think he wanted to chime in on something too. Thanks, Joshua. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Taylor.
Hey, I just had someone who had a question for you guys real quick.
Yo, I'm just super happy to be here on Flat Earth Friday, and just want to thank
Yo,
y'all for having the space.
Right, can you mute up while you're waiting, please? Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to thank Sacred and Witsit for being here. I appreciate it. Everyone here, it's just making it awesome. So, Taylor's been in these spaces for a while, and I've been listening in the background and stuff. And I don't know, I've been coming around, you know what I'm saying? And I just kind of want to hear, what y'all what y'all think is the best evidence for, the biblical Earth model and the globe model, and then sort of on top of that, kind of what else could I do, using photography or a drone or whatever to prove or to kind of disprove the globe. So the one way I think about it is in science, you have to reject the null. And so the null would, if you think the biblical Earth model is correct, you'd say your null hypothesis is that the Earth is a globe, and then you provide evidence to reject the null. So just kind of understanding, what could I do to help build more evidence that's helpful. Thank you all.
Yo, bro, shout out to you for keeping an open mind. Yo, Taylor always tagging in somebody. I'll mess with Taylor. Long distance observations. I know they'll probably claim refraction. At least that's what the other side normally take. Which means you'll probably have to just account for some of the atmospheric conditions just to validate those claims. But that's just stage one. There's a bunch of different things that we've been kind of talking about, refuting the radius. But there's a lot of things that have already been done thus far. I can actually link you to a couple different YouTube videos and kind of give you some ideas. What did you say? You said you wanted to focus on long distance observations?
Oh, I was just kind of curious what I could do to help back. Really, I just had a question for y'all, and it was just, what do you think is the best evidence for the flat model and globe model? Can
Yeah.
you? Yeah.
So look, dude, I think that you have to kind of change the way that you view this for starters, because I get what you're saying. Technically not experiment, it's a measurement question or whatever, but I get what you're saying about the null hypothesis. But the way that you framed it is that basically the plane Earth has this burden of proof, and we need to falsify the globe. And we certainly have done that. That's why we're here. But this is the reality of the situation, which is all engineering in the world. So say we're building bridges, runways, railways, canals, you name it, assumes the Earth's a plane, utilizes the Earth as a plane. Planes fly as if the Earth is a flat, stationary plane, right? Radio stations, microwave stations, everything that we do in the real world uses a plane Earth. Literally, when we build, say we do civil engineering up to 100 square miles, and really what they'll do is even connect those square mile systems. It's all plane survey. The way we measure the Earth and get the maps that we use, plane survey. So everything in the world that we actually use in real life uses a flat Earth. The horizon's horizontal. That's how we make measurements. It's how we build things. We combine line segments. The way that we make elevation measurements is a vertical distance above the horizontal baseline, and that's basically the water level extended all the way out to wherever you are, to the center of a continent, right? To go to the Atlantic Ocean all the way to the Colorado Mountains or whatever you get your elevation. So I'm just making the point that in reality, that's actually the default position. There is an overwhelming amount of evidence that the Earth is flat on its face. The other side says, sure, that's true, and we have to use the Earth as if it's flat, but actually it's so big that it just looks like it's flat, and it's actually curving. Trust me, bro. So, like, in a simple logical perspective, they have the burden of proof on its face. Okay. Now, like, I'm all for like falsifying the radius, and you can do that line of sight, microwave transmissions, radio wave transmissions, long distance observations. Like, what you can personally do, you can do something as simple as a mirror flash, laser tests, long distance observations. You can go look at specular reflections over bodies of water, and just compare it, see if it stacks up to the radius value.
Man, you just hit it right on the head, dude. This is literally like why I totally started to change my mind, because I started watching your interviews or your debates or whatever on YouTube, and then there'd be like no response. Like, what are you even supposed to say back? Like, I guess what I'm saying is, like, is there any way that the freaking airhead globers can make any kind of evidence? I mean, what is their point?
Tag me in, coach.
Dude, I saw that hand raise up
coach.
immediately.
Put me in, coach. Put me in, coach. All right.
Go ahead, Marwan. You got a minute and a half.
Your claims that pertain to aviation are categorically false and are falsified by the adjustments that are made in inertial navigation systems. We won't concern ourselves with the rotation of the Earth, although we can. The simple fact is that inertial navigation systems require adjustments to their vertical reference in a manner that falsifies flat Earth. And that is a fundamental principle in all inertial navigation systems, and it completely invalidates your entire argument.
Okay, that's patently false. So give us a specific.
One second. Yeah, we've been over Schuler tuning before in the orthogonal orthogonal to the vertical correction for a single axis gyro, dude. If the ether wind following toroidal geometry makes the exact same prediction.
Well, that's what you say, but you haven't shown that.
Oh, it's even worse than that. That's even worse than that.
Not only did I not show it, a globularist named I Can Science That modeled it out for me, who doesn't even believe in the ether, but he did it as a kindness to see if my hypothesis would even work out, and it worked out fantastically. I've sent you the video to it. The fact that you came here to reiterate that point to this guy who doesn't know that is insane, dog.
No, it's just because you're not providing a coherent explanation for this phenomenon.
Wait, time out. There are two different things being discussed here. This idea of the gyro's precession relative to alleged rotation or the ether drift, and what you actually claimed, which was that aviation requires an actual correction due to curvature.
Correct.
Okay, that's just so easy to disprove. So let's just see real fast. Let's say we use an inertial navigation. Let's say we use a gyroscope on a plane. Like, let's use a modern commercial plane. What mechanism is used to correct for the curvature on that gyro?
It's called Schuler tuning. And I've just posted a link. I have many references to this. It's a well-known principle in inertial navigation. And try as he might, Alan does not have a description of this phenomena. What he has is something that is relative to the precession in gyroscopes. It does not explain the angular adjustment to the vertical that is not latitude dependent and would be independent of his proposed vortex wind, which is entirely a latitude dependent phenomena that was only designed to explain the precession in gyroscopes. So you need to demonstrate that there is a way to reproduce this required adjustment to the vertical, which is easily explained by the deviation of plumb lines due to the sphericity of the Earth and the lack of a consistent vertical reference, in complete contradiction to the flat Earth.
Yo, you're super conflating the deviation in plumb lines. That has to do with echogravitational potential that they're saying that they're making a correction for. That's not related to what we're talking about. We're talking about tilting the axis of a gyroscope to be in alignment with the supposed axis of rotation of the Earth. Now, the hypothesis that yes, that's what Schuler tuning is. That okay? Then you don't even know what you're talking about. So let me continue though before you interrupt me again. Secondly, when you're correcting the single axis gyro, right? When you're tilting it up to be in alignment with Earth's axis of rotation, they're aligning it to Polaris. That's what they're doing, right? So on a flat Earth with an ether vortex, that would produce the exact same thing. I linked the video that Matt made modeling it out in the description. You could watch that if you're unconvinced of it or whatever. But I don't need you to understand my point. That's fine. So you can look at the model of it working though, and that's all you need.
No, you don't, because you're completely conflating two phenomena. This is completely independent of latitude. It is entirely based on the fact that there's not a consistent vertical reference. It has nothing to do with the rotational axis of the Earth.
No,
you have no clue what you're talking about.
No, okay. They do claim
you're just grasping at straws.
Stop,
because
bro.
you have no explanation for this phenomenon.
Just give me a second. They claim Schuler tuning does have something to do with the curvature of the Earth. I asked you the mechanism, bro. Okay, because this is so laughably easy to disprove.
Okay, then disprove it.
What's the mechanism?
The mechanism for what?
For the correction of the curvature specifically. What is the actual mechanism?
I've just posted it.
No, you didn't. You invoked a principle of tuning. So, I asked you, what is the mechanism?
It's an adjustment to the angular torque rate.
What is the mechanism?
It's an adjustment to the angular torque rate in the gyroscope to maintain a fixed vertical reference.
Okay, what makes that adjustment?
It is there. Do you know how a gyro-stabilized platform works in inertial navigation?
Why are you not answering a simple question?
Because it doesn't seem like you have any idea what you're talking about.
Okay. I'll help you out here, man. So one of the primary ways they claim that they account for the curvature that, say, a plane would encounter on a globe when it comes to the gyroscopes is pendulous vanes. It's a very similar concept. And so they claim that basically, as you go over the curve of the Earth, as the gyro maintains its rigidity in space, since down is constantly changing, vertical is relative to the center of mass, as opposed to on a flat Earth, of course, it would just be vertical. Horizontal would be perpendicular at all times. So on a flat Earth, the gyro, you could just fly straight. It would just maintain its rigidity in space and be horizontal parallel to the ground, and its vertical would remain the same. On a globe Earth, that vertical would keep tipping over because it would be relative to the center of mass. And then in modern planes, they claim that they have something called, what are you doing? Mute, bro, mute. They claim that they have something called pendulous vanes that constantly correct this gyro, right? The easiest way to disprove that is, what about the small, older planes that don't have them but utilize gyros?
So all inertial navigation systems need to apply Schuler corrections. This has been known for 100 years. Schuler derived his theory in 1924. This attempt to reduce it to this other phenomenon is completely ridiculous. The application of the mechanism is very simple. I've provided two references. So the gyro-stabilized platform can be torqued to adjust the platform to make corrections. In the second reference, I have shown you there is basically we have a downward acceleration and then a differential acceleration. We then apply an adjustment, which is very simple to calculate here, based on the radius of the Earth. That's the adjustment that is done for the deflection of the vertical as we move over the surface of the Earth. It has no reference to the rotational axis of the Earth.
No, I didn't say anything about the rotational axis.
Okay, but I'm responding to both of your points simultaneously.
Okay,
it has nothing to do with the rotational axis of the Earth.
No.
And it's not related to what you're talking about.
Yes, it is. You're just lost. Okay.
No, I'm not.
No, don't worry. I'll help you. So what I actually did was give you your strongest argument, because you don't realize how weak this argument is, and that's okay. I'll help you out. So Actually, what Schuler tuning is not specific to a spherical Earth, right? It's just known that periodically there will be oscillations. It's a stabilization principle because there will be oscillations that cause it to like periodic. It basically minimizes the errors due to oscillation. Now,
Incorrect.
it's literally the definition of what it is. Okay.
No, it's not.
Yes.
I provided the definition.
Do we want to make another bet?
I've provided you with the definition right here.
Dude,
very simple.
Dude,
principle.
Do you want to make another bet?
Look at the definition I provided you.
You know you don't. You're scared of the bet. You're scared of the bet.
Look at the definition.
Look, I would feel bad taking
you.
your money again. Can you chill out? I'm going to help you out here, okay?
Look at the definition I just provided you.
Dude, I'm letting you know it's about stabilization for correcting the drift errors due to oscillations. In your paradigm, one of the primary causes of these drift errors would be that you're on a sphere. Okay, so it's going to drift relative to the center of mass. This is why I brought up pendulous vanes. It is the same concept in relation to claiming its evidence of sphericity, objectively. Now, they will claim the pendulous vanes correct for the curvature of the Earth at a specific rate consistent with the radius value. But of course, Honeywell makes all of these gyroscopes and they're completely protected and you're not allowed to actually pull the data from them. And one of the times that we did get the data pulled, it did not in any way make corrections consistent with the radius value. Now, the easiest way to debunk it, again, which you didn't acknowledge, was older planes and even smaller planes to this day, they don't actually have these pendulous vanes in them. But they work just fine. The gyroscope has rigidity in space. Now, stabilization is good because of vibrations and oscillatory displacement, right? So the stabilization is it's a technological advantage that we've established over time regardless, because it helps the gyro maintain rigidity in space. So when we talk about this, if they make the assumption that one of the primary causes of displacement is going to be going over the sphere, and then they factor that into an alleged electronic correction, the fact that you can go to Google, which I guarantee is all that you did, and say, what is the correction? Schuler tuning, it says it uses the spherical nature of Earth, it uses the radius value, and then that's put in their equation, and they make an electronic correction, doesn't actually make it real. It doesn't actually make it real, just like it doesn't make it real with the gyroscope to claim the pendulous vanes specifically corrects for the radius value of the Earth. And you actually can't claim one without the other, by the way. You can't claim one without the other. If you're claiming that Schuler tuning is correcting for the radius of the Earth, you're claiming that pendulous vanes are correcting for the curvature of the Earth or the gyros on the plane.
You're completely incoherent in your response. So
so you just have an ad hoc.
You can provide no evidence of your claim. I'm providing you with specific sources to the contrary. And you ad hom me first by saying that I just went to Google, as if that's what I did, instead of spending a ton of time researching in technical manuals and speaking to subject matter experts on the subject. I can provide you with many different systems, not based on gyroscopes, systems based on a single pendulum, systems based on a gyrostabilized platform, and your argument is incoherent. Both of the sources that I've provided, and you can provide no source to the contrary, is describing a phenomena where there is a deviation from the vertical that is corrected by the application of an angular torque rate.
So you're making my point again. You're making my point again. Yeah, first of all, you said your only response to my specific layout there was that it's incoherent. You just hand-wave dismissed it as incoherent two different times. You don't seem to know what incoherent means, though. Because it was specifically coherent, you could dispute the actual information, but that would require you to be honest. And that's why I made the point, okay, that you can't invoke one without the other. And you said that they're irrelevant, it's incoherent. That's wrong. You just claimed a deviation from vertical relative to the radius of the Earth. That is exactly the same thing that must be claimed, mind you, for a gyroscope on a plane, and pendulous vanes are claimed to correct for that. So you can't claim one without the other. If you're claiming that Schuler tuning is actually adjusting a torque rate relative to the deviation from vertical proportionate to a radius value on the spherical Earth, you're going to have to also claim that gyroscopes are being corrected at a proportionate rate relative to the radius value of the spherical Earth with pendulous vanes. You cannot pick and choose. They have to both be happening on the plane. It's basic physical geometry. It's the physical implications of the geometric claim you're making. Do you understand that point? Acknowledge that point. Acknowledge the point.
I'm not going to acknowledge your falsehoods. You are claiming a equivalence between two things that are not equivalent. So when you describe this particular phenomenon, you are making an assumption that these two are precisely the same, that the application of pendulous vanes are as applied in the
straw man
artificial horizon are precisely the
straw
same.
man.
No, it's not. It's a statement of your position.
That's a straw man
Statement of your position.
I never
Now
said they
you're
were
claiming-
precisely the same.
So
That's a
you're
straw man.
claiming that they have to apply the same effect.
I said you can't invoke the cause of your claim without it simultaneously being true with the other mechanism. That is a
Except
fact.
they work in completely different ways. And you're
Okay,
misunderstanding that.
wait. The
So
method that
in one
corrects them
case-
the method that corrects them is different, but is the cause of the deviation from vertical the same? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yep. Thanks for playing.
So the
answer the question
about-
is the
Come
cause
on.
is the cause for the deviation from vertical the same?
No, I don't think that it describes the same phenomenon.
Oh, it's
Because
literally
the-
it is the same. It's supposedly the
No,
spherical nature of the Earth.
Then,
That's literally-
so then there would have to be the exact same application of an angular torque rate within this apparatus, within the pendulous vanes. Is that
Can you
what you're
tell me?
claiming?
No, they're different things. So wait, can you tell me real fast why? What's the difference? Okay, so what's the
Because
cause? Interrupting you is not going to get you out of this. What's the cause of the deviation from vertical with Schuler tuning?
The deviation as we move over the spherical Earth.
Okay,
The difference between the two. The difference between the two is that in one situation we are maintaining a level surface for the purposes of the inertial navigation system to function, and it has to maintain it has to apply an angular torque rate as we move over the surface of the Earth. In the specific case of the pendulous vanes, it's applying a different mechanism.
Doesn't matter.
To maintain,
Non sequitur.
It's applying a different mechanism to just maintain an artificial horizon. Those are different things.
No, first of all, it's non sequitur. It's not the mechanism that's used to correct them is irrelevant to the point being made. So that's why you paused, because I think you know the answer is that they are the same. And in both scenarios, it is the claimed sphericity of Earth that causes the deviation from vertical. Okay, that is a fact. That is a fact. So if there is a physical cause of sphericity that causes the deviation from vertical, then it has to be present in both scenarios. Do you have a selective globe? Is your globe sometimes flat and sometimes it's a globe? Sometimes when planes try to fly level over the flat Earth, it deviates from vertical, and sometimes it just doesn't deviate from vertical? Of course not.
No, naturally not.
Okay, so the sphere has to be the cause of the deviation from vertical in both scenarios. So the point that I'm making to you, in both scenarios, they claim, yes, it does deviate from vertical, and with the assumption of the globe, they would say, we know exactly the rate that it does that. It's based on the radius value. So we know. So with pendulous vanes, it corrects at that rate. And they would say the same thing for Schuler tuning. We adjust the torque at the rate consistent with the radius value because we know the rate that it's going to deviate from vertical. Are you with me so far?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. The problem is that upon further investigation, for example, the pendulous vanes claim is not true. Okay, because, for example, older planes did not have pendulous vanes, and the gyroscopes maintain rigidity in space without this consistent correction for deviation from vertical. And when we pull the data from modern planes, the data did not show that the deviation was being corrected at the rate consistent with the radius value that's claimed. So therefore, that's physical evidence that shows that there isn't a deviation at that rate. So now you can't just claim, oh, well, this system says they do it. The manual says they do it. Yeah, the manual says they do it for pendulous vanes in modern times as well, despite the fact that older planes didn't even have them, right?
So you're conflating two things, though.
It's like saying
two things now. So now you're making a claim that older versions of inertial navigation systems did not apply Schuler tuning. That's not the case.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
So okay, then what are
you
you
just
saying?
made that up. I didn't say anything. I didn't say older versions of inertial navigation
then what are you
systems didn't apply. I said that older planes did not even have pendulous vanes.
Yes, but why is that relevant?
How do you not see why it's relevant? It has the same. You're using the Schuler tuning correction to support the claim of sphericity. Okay.
Yeah. So you're saying one didn't have a particular flight instrument. Any inertial navigation system has to apply the principle of Schuler.
There's no way.
Yeah, I think I said it enough.
Yo, I think you're probably right, Mord. So who else was going to talk? I think
that's a good point. I didn't even think about it that way.
Or Galatrax, or my boy D3. I see Taylor's got her hand up.
Actually, I think Piezo was up next, and then we're gonna get to the rest of the hand. More want to just mute up because we can hear some background noise.
Oh, sorry.
Well, it's funny because my question is like an hour and a half behind the topic now. But it was pertaining to something that they were talking about earlier, but I still want to like kind of hear his answer. But please let me,
go for it, yeah.
Yeah, let me get it out though. I don't want to be like, trampled on, because that has been like the MO tonight, I feel like. But anyways, so when him and Witsit were doing this 2K bet earlier with the Neo-Tychonian measure equivalence, right? Pointing to Mars, Sun, Earth system, the three-body system of Earth, Sun, Mars. And he made the claim that the reason that he used Mars is because it would only work for Mars, but none of the other planets, right? As if the same laws of physics and the same equations weren't being applied the whole time, which of course they are. Of course they are. So then, if that's your position, in order to be logically consistent, to say that it does work for Mars, but it doesn't work for the other planets, even though they're all using the same equations, wouldn't you have to say that it is like an astronomical mathematical coincidence that it even worked for Mars? Why would it work?
Is that to me?
Yeah.
No, not at all. Because the full dynamics of the Neo-Tychonian model only
are they based on Mars?
They have not been demonstrated to work, and that is the position that I will stick to. The only thing that this paper says is a very weak claim. I don't know why you would stake so much money on this claim. Since the Sun and Mars are chosen arbitrarily and there is nothing special about Mars, one can expect. He does not say it is certain that the same result will be achieved. Only that there is an expectation of the same result.
Is it a coincidence then that it does work for Mars? Because you acknowledged that it worked for Mars. You said, but it only works for Mars, none of the other planets. So Mars works, but the other ones don't.
It's not a coincidence. It's like
so
saying,
why does it work for Mars?
Well, it's like when you have a full dynamical system that has many other perturbations occurring, you have more complex effects that arise. Then, in the Machian model, you have a variety of other dynamics which need to be derived on the basis of everything else rotating around the Earth.
So how does it accurately derive it from Mars?
It doesn't. There is no such derivation. It's just trust me, bro. That's it. That's all that's here. There's nothing here, bro. And
what is
the other problem
right now?
that you have, the other problem that you have is that the Machian geocentrism violates the law of non-contradiction by entailing absolute space while invoking relative space. So that is completely broken on arrival. Therefore, all you have is special pleading, and trust me, bro, I made it work for a tiny subset of the problem, so it's going to work for everything.
So you're agreeing it works for a tiny subset?
Yeah, I'm not going to deny that this paper is what it is.
Okay, so it works for Mars. You just say it works, right?
In this specific subset, I've never disputed that.
Okay, so you haven't answered my question yet. Why does it work for Mars at all in the first place? How is it working, period? It should either work all the time or it shouldn't work at all. How can it work for Mars?
That's a fallacious piece of reasoning. Do you not see the difference between the full solar system with all bodies applying perturbations to all other bodies including massive objects like Jupiter.
I'm just asking about Mars.
And necessarily, in the Machian model, all mass also rotating around the Earth. Do you not see why that's different than just Mars?
I don't see how it got it to work for Mars.
Well,
how do you get it to work for
need to
Mars?
Because it's a simplified, smaller version of the model that's ignoring the vast majority of the interactions that are occurring in the solar system. And
you base that claim on what? What do you base that claim on?
Based on the paper itself and what it's actually deriving. It's logically contingent that that's the case. Moreover, ignoring the fact that there's a violation of the law of non-contradiction in the very principle of Machian absolute space, and there's a contradiction.
That's a separate topic. It's a separate topic
because
we have different stances on absolute space. So you're like invoking a relativistic, philosophical claim about absolute space.
Yeah. So in the paper that
I just want to know about Mars.
Okay. The whole point of your model, of a geocentric model, excluding the fact that we have demonstrated a lack of any kinematic equivalence to the flat plane or disk. If you want to have a geocentric globe model, you require everything to rotate around the Earth in accordance with a Ptolemaic or Neo-Tychonian model, or a better model, but we know we're not going to get that. So the best you can do is one of these two. You claim that because it works, you're making a claim the paper isn't even making. This paper is
makes
saying
the correct prediction.
This analysis can be done on any other celestial body observed from the Earth. It doesn't show that. Since Sun and Mars are chosen arbitrarily, and there's nothing special about Mars, one can expect, it is not certain that this result will be the case.
Okay, so do you want to take baby steps with this logic? Because it's appalling to me that as adults in our 20s/30s with education and training of the sciences, you want to invoke that statement and think that that's somehow a point in your favor. So
it absolutely is.
Okay, so you're agreeing though.
Yo, how are you going to interrupt right off the back before he even finishes, bro? Mute for a minute, please.
Okay, sorry about that, Alan.
Yeah, so you're claiming, you admitted twice now, and so you're not denying that within the Earth, Moon, Sun system, within the geocentric model that he built, which he didn't build it, he just was showing the equivalence, that it works. And you're like, yeah, I don't dispute that. I'm like, okay, so how was that chosen? You're like, it's arbitrarily chosen, right? He could have picked anything, right?
That's what he says.
Okay, he did. Did he pick Mars because Mars is special compared to all the other planets?
That's what his claim, which is not supported by.
I'm asking you, yes or no?
The claim, which is not supported in the paper, is that it was arbitrarily chosen. Can you demonstrate that that's the case?
If you are, bro, I don't need to demonstrate it's arbitrarily chosen. You would have to say, oh, dude, Mordwand, are you denying? Like, are you telling me right now, just as an adult, you're trying to tell me that you think Mars is special compared to every other planet in the solar system?
I'm telling you that the relationship between the inner solar system planets and the rest of the solar system, he's making an assertion that it's an arbitrary choice. That assertion is not supported. So
dude, you're really bad at answering.
Wait. If he arbitrarily chose it, how is he making an assertion? He arbitrarily chose it. I'm trying to help real fast. If he arbitrarily chose it, you're claiming at the same time that there's something special about Mars, which is literally antithetical to arbitrary.
He's claiming an arbitrary choice. Can you show that that's the case?
All right, Piezo, I tried to help you. I tried to.
Okay. There's only two options here, Mordwand. Either Mars is not special, which by definition would make it the choice of Mars arbitrary, or Mars is special and unique, and there's some kind of conspiracy of mathematics in the physics background of reality itself, which is causing Mars to work. Which of those two choices are you going to pick?
The inner solar system planets, you cannot demonstrate that the choice that is made here was actually arbitrary.
So is Mars special then? If you're saying it's not arbitrary, then you are defaulting to the other position, which is that Mars is special.
The inner solar system has a particular arrangement.
Bro, are you like a
planets
record
and
player
mass.
that's stuck on a track right now? Like,
The inner solar system has an arrangement of planets and mass that is particular
this is
to
interesting.
those bodies.
Okay, what's the difference?
Therefore,
What's the difference?
Well, for one thing, Jupiter is far, far larger and has much greater number of moons.
Does it have a different
We know
set of
that
Kepler's laws?
there's a perturbation.
All right, can I read this for the edification of the room so everyone understands why his bet is really, really stupid? So this is a physics forum. The sun is so much more massive than the combined mass of all other objects in the solar system that we can effectively treat planetary orbits as if the foci exist at the point that is represented by the center of the sun. The same applies for a satellite orbiting the Earth. And it goes on to explain why, right? And it says, you don't need to drill down to high precision to make practical predictions in terms of knowing where a planet is going to be located in the sky. The reason why you can just use Mars is, again, because the sun is so much more massive than the combined mass of all other objects in the solar system that we can effectively treat planetary orbits as if the foci exist as if the point that is represented by the center of the sun. This is a well-known thing. That's why he arbitrarily chose a planet. And by the way, this is notoriously and historically the planet that is always chosen.
Show it.
Okay, I happily will. You know, you're not going to get out of the bet. I hate to break. You know, you said.
I don't take.
First of all, if I'm going to be really specific about the bet, you claimed he chose Mars because it's the only one that would work. But then we go read what he said and why he chose Mars, and he said because reasonably it's going to work for all the other planets. On its face, right there, you lost the bet. You claimed that the reason he chose it was because it would only work for that one. Right?
No, that's not what I said.
Now, dude, it's recorded.
Oh, it's recorded.
Okay, so we'll go back and read the recording.
Yes, of course. But even worse than that, I can obviously just pick out a random other planet and show that his exact same Neo-Tychonian dynamic equivalence would work for the planetary orbit, right? And then immediately you're refuted. So it's like crazy that you did that.
Show me.
It's all good. Okay. I will. We'll show you.
But back to the question though, it's crazy, right? Like there's a binary option here. Either it's arbitrary or it's not arbitrary. Those are the only two possibilities. Like there's not a third option. There's not this like semi like hybrid arbitrariness, right? So he claims it's arbitrary. Mm-hmm. You're saying that that's not the case, which means that if it's not arbitrary, there must be something special about Mars which caused all this math he did to uniquely work for Mars, but nothing else in the solar system. So can you please explain what that unique property of Mars is that causes it to work in a geocentric system? Go.
So all of the remaining planets will perturb and work with each other. So is the claim now that you can just do it? Okay. Is the claim now that you could just do it for one other planet, like say Jupiter? Like, what is the actual claim?
Yo, I'm done, dude.
You are like, you can't even follow a simple.
Did you hear his question? Did you hear the question?
I heard his question.
Can you repeat his question? Repeat his question.
Yeah, he asked me if there's if there's something special about Mars and its relationship to the solar system, or is it an arbitrary choice?
Well, why don't you answer the question? What is it? No, he said that the necessary implication of the claim that you're making, which is that he lied, it actually wasn't arbitrary. It's just that Mars has a very specific quality that allows this specific dynamic equivalence to work. He said, okay, which is it's just stupid on his face right there. What is this special quality that distinguishes Mars from the rest of the planets? That's a very specific question. You should be giving us a quality of Mars right now.
It's a much smaller mass relative to the other larger planets.
Okay. Okay. So does gravity only work if it's a smaller mass?
No.
Thanks for playing. Okay, I'll take Zell, dude. This is why I made the bet. I didn't make the bet because he says it in the conclusion. That's just a hilarious cherry on top. It's just a fundamental understanding of how this works.
So you're going to stick to the claim that this will work applied to all of the other planets in the solar system.
Are the laws of physics universally valid?
That's not so Do you stick to that claim? Yes or no?
It's a very. I'll just reiterate my question to you. Does gravity only work on smaller masses?
No, naturally not. But
okay, do you know that this is a Newtonian dynamic equivalence?
Yes, I'm aware of that. It
okay, Zell is preferable.
It wouldn't functionally make a difference whether it was Einstein or Newtonian, except for the difference in the precession of perihelion of Mercury.
Bro, I think you know. Like, look, if you'll show some integrity within the next day or so and admit that you kind of got out of hand and you're just looking for anything right now, I'll consider not making you pay it because I'm a really nice guy like that. But if you keep going out swinging like this, bro, you're gonna pay it. So just soak in it. Think about it.
Verbal contracts are a B in the United States, dude. Dang.
Yeah.
Hey, but seriously, Mordwan, like, I look, I know that ego plays a part in all heated conversations for 99.999% of human beings, but I just got to ask you, bro, like, seriously, I know that you see the logic. Please just in good faith answer my actual question. Since you say that the choice of Mars was not in fact arbitrary, it was specifically chosen on purpose. What is this unique property that Mars has which enables it to fit in mathematically correctly in a geocentric system?
The fact that it's not in interaction with all of the other larger bodies in the solar system.
Oh my God, dude. Do I have to read it again? The sun is so much more massive than the combined mass of all other objects in the solar system that we can effectively treat planetary orbits as if the foci exists at the point that is represented by the center of the sun.
That means it wouldn't matter which planet you picked because all of their masses would be tiny compared to sun.
Correct.
There's
This is a well-known principle in mapping out the planets since the beginning. This is why typically they just show one planet, then you just plug in the different masses in the same equation.
So then it should be trivial to show that it works for the entire solar
That's correct. He actually has 2 subsequent papers where he does this and more. That's the point, bro. Like, you think I just randomly say on a recorded space that I offer $20,000 in a bet to a 10-to-1 ratio? Do you think I just randomly did that, more to one?
Let's show me the other papers. Let's talk through them.
Sure, we're not going to talk through. We're going to take over the whole room right now. Like, I just want. I'm trying to offer you. This is a one-time offer. This is a one-time offer for you to, within the next little bit, right during the space, maybe take a breather, to think about it. Be like, I kind of stepped out of line here, and show some humility, okay, and walk back the claim, and realize that you're just desperately looking for anything right now, which everyone knows, and I will allow you to wipe your debt clean. When I heard you talk about it, I could hear in your voice that you regretted doing it. Okay. And I'm actually, I'm a little softy sometimes. Okay. So if you can be honest, I'm not, you don't have to do it right now. Just take a breather. Okay. Piezo just walk you through simple logic with it as well. But it's a one-time offer because if you go down swinging, dude, out of principle, I'm going to have to make you pay up, and then I'm just going to get a flat earth billboard on sale or something.
You're gonna get a flat Earth billboard with $2,000?
Yeah, probably some small town or whatever is worth it.
You can put it in the center of Bucharest.
I'll help you. Oh, sorry, Chrissy. I'll help you, Mordwand. So, even your response to me, I'll show you why that doesn't make sense either, because your response to me was that Mars is not one of the larger planets, so since it has one of the smaller masses, it would be affected differently than the big ones. So that's why Mars will work and none of the other planets will. But there's 2 other planets that are smaller than Mars.
Correct. It doesn't even matter though. Mars is always used. And there's many reasons why Mars is always used, because it's closer to the size of the Earth in their model, right? So they just use Mars. And once you establish the Mars relationship, it's well known that can be carried out to all the rest of the planets. And this is literally how it's always been done. Mars has always been the planet of choice to do this. I'm well aware that you're not aware of that, obviously, but it is just the fact. And that's why I told you
this isn't about what this guy thought or what you divined his thoughts, which is why I was like, dude, just here, bet it, because I thought it would move the conversation. I thought you would just let go of the claim because you try to divine this author's thoughts. When I happen to know, he got this peer reviewed and it got published by the European Journal of Physics, and then he posted a much more in depth follow up, and they refused to publish it, though they could not actually find any like mathematical or physical flaw with the paper. Right? It was just ideological censorship. And then he has a third paper. We actually have access to those second and third papers because of Connects.
Just posted them in the jumbo.
Cool, perfect.
Yeah, so take a few minutes and then maybe just you will have to vocally declare that you are humbly walking it back and conceding.
I'd rather give you $2,000.
Well, hey, at least you can and I don't even need you to acknowledge it because I don't expect you to acknowledge that the sky is blue at this point. But you did say that I just went through the reasons. I don't need to repeat it again. But the reason that you gave, there's 2 planets that are smaller than Mars, so you're not even being logically consistent with yourself because you're saying that Venus and Mercury wouldn't work, only Mars would. But the reason Mars works is because it's smaller than the bigger planets. But there's planets smaller than Mars and they don't work. So you're already logically contradicting yourself even with your answer.
Hey, more ones want to let you know. Whistle was trying to send you a little bit of mercy. You turned it down. Hey, Whistle, when Lambo?
Okay, Lamborghini Mercy. Yo, chick, she so thirsty. I'm in that 2C Lambo with your girl, she trying to jerk me. Lamborghini Mercy. Yo, chick, she so thirsty. I'm in that 2C Lambo with your girl, she trying to jerk me.
Yo, I gotta say one more thing about this. So, one could say that I trapped him by saying 20-2, right? But I thought I was doing the opposite. My intention was oh, he'll know for sure he shouldn't take this bet if I'm offering him something so ridiculous. And it I don't know, whatever. I guess he looked at it the other way, which is oh, this is such a good deal for me.
I guess it'll just shake out when I work through it all.
No, yeah, it's all good, man. I would encourage you to think about it for a sec and jump back on a little bit and just be yo, bro, let's wipe the slate clean. Then I'll take your money some other time.
Yo, does Flat Earth come with some type of financial advisor?
Gosh, I wouldn't want that.
You need it.
Yeah, I probably do, honestly.
And Mordwan, let me also just hit you with a little psychoanalysis here. I happen to know that you admire our diligence, our spatial reasoning, our ability to basically think for ourselves, and that we've put a lot of stuff together. And I know that you also do see that there's a lot of validity in the points that we make, certainly in terms of geocentrism. I happen to know for a fact that's the case. And, we don't have to get into how I know. I just know. And if you were hooked up to a lie detector test and they were asked you, is it possible that geocentrism is correct, you would fail the test miserably if you said no. And so I know that you know. I know that you know. I know that you know. I'm not saying that I know. I don't think you believe. Listen, let me clarify. I don't think that you believe in geocentrism. I think you know it's possible and that there's validity to it. And that's actually a compliment. I'm complimenting you because I'm assuming that you have the ability to grasp why that is. But, I guess I could be wrong here. I don't know.
No, because we haven't even gotten into all the fun parts of geocentrism.
Oh, man.
No, let's my vote is let's give you a break. And I encourage you to consider my offer. I feel like my offer is quite generous, right? Because I put $20K up on the line, and anyone that knows me knows I would pay it. And I don't have it, right? So talk about a payment plan, right? Times are hard out here. So
fair enough. So I will get back to you on it. And offer of mercy rejected. Thank you, though.
Yikes.
Do you think that you lost in any point, Mordwand, whatever? Do you think that there's any point that you think Whitsit or anybody else did better than you, even one?
That I lost on?
Yeah.
I didn't answer well at all the initial question that started this engagement.
Well, at least you can recognize that.
I think that then what happened was you spiraled into overcompensation, right? So yeah, it's all good.
Well, no,
That's dude. By the way, for the room, that's the most lethal, easy question ever, bro. You have to throw the word exclusive in there. That's the only thing you have to remember. Like, do you have any exclusive evidence that the Earth is moving around the sun? And dude, I promise you, you're not going to get a legitimate answer. And all you have to do is familiarize yourself with like 4 or 5 things that people regurgitate because it pops up on Google. And I definitely encourage people to intro the conversation that way because it's it's pretty elucidating.
That's not how I do my research, buddy. So, do we want to get into all the fun parts of geocentrism?
No.
Nah.
Oh, come on. What better do you have to do?
It's 3 hours deep with you up here, dude.
Yeah, so what? I can go another 4 hours.
Yeah, but nobody wants to hear it.
Yeah, but
though.
no
The
one can.
outcome's been horrendous, man. Conversation hasn't moved an inch. So
why don't we just keep playing? I mean, what
the fuck? Yo, that's retarded. What are you talking about, bro? I just explained to you no one's interested in hearing any more from you, and you're like, let's keep playing. No, we're not going to do that. We're moving on now. What's up, Chrissy, or literally anyone else?
No, I know you want to get back, but sometimes you gotta take them L's, bro. It's okay. I know that ego is popping, but just chill, man. There'll be another week. There'll be another time. There'll be another hour. Stationary Saturdays. Out there, everybody pulling up. We got Chrissy in here, and then we're gonna slide over to Taylor. Go ahead, Chrissy.
Hi guys. I had to jump in because it was morning where I'm at, so I was trying to wake up, and this conversation just kept putting me back to sleep. So, what I wanted to ask, I know they always use Mars, but if you look at it from an astrology perspective, since most astronomers were usually astrologists, they pick Mars not because it's closer to Earth, because actually Venus is closer to Earth in mass in their model. They pick Mars for the smaller planets and Jupiter for the larger planets. That's what they do. And it's an ideological choice because they represent the 2 most powerful gods in their pantheon, apart from the sun. That's quite fascinating because in scientific paper after scientific paper, you only find these 2 examples. And there's always been a question in my mind, what about the rest of the planets? What do they do? Because they say they're equivalent, but they say they're all also different. They give us a lot of explanation on how their axes are rotated and other bullshit like that. But they don't make a comparison. They never make a comparison. And in research, it's very important to compare stuff with other stuff to get to a conclusion. Just wanted to say that. Good morning, guys. Love you guys.
Good morning. Like the simplest thing here is that the heliocentric model is actually very primitive and retarded. Like that's the actual truth. So it's super primitive, and so they just use mass. It's like such an elementary, simplistic undermining of what's probably actually going on. Like it's probably so much more nuanced with like an abundance of variables, but they just use mass. So like that's the answer. Like for them, it's all the same. It's just like a number, and they can tweak that number until they get the relationship they want. So they literally look at the sky and they think, okay, let's boil this down to one like caveman principle of mass, and then they just throw that everywhere. So it's really going to be looked back on as like embarrassingly inept.
That's hilarious that you think that.
I think it's like, I don't really think that. I think it's just like not even debatable, because for example, Mercury's perihelion shift like shows it. Mercury's perihelion shift shows it. More than one, I'm not trying to talk to you. I'm trying to say something to the room. Mercury's perihelion shift shows it, but not only that, like when we looked deeper into space, quote unquote, right, it showed it abundantly clear that it's not, that this majestic realm with all of these intricate movements and periodicities around us is not as simple as the concept of mass, which, by the way, has like 12 different interpretations and applications. It's not, because when we looked out, what did we see? We saw like, wait a minute, there's like not anywhere close to the amount of mass we need to see all the stuff we see, all the movement we see. Mass doesn't work. It's like abysmal. It's not even close. Where in their current model right now, 83% of all matter in the universe is dark matter, right? Because it's just not correct. Like the idea that it's just mass is laughably wrong. It's not even if like an error margin of like 1 or 2% should be unacceptable in terms of cosmology, like specific cosmological claims like this. We're talking about 83% when it comes to mass. And then you combine dark energy, you get to 96%, right? Of the whole universe. So yeah, I'm just pointing out, I mean, and to me, this is such such a death blow point for our side. Like they're limited to proportionate mass, which is why they're running around like just children, like no idea what they're doing. You know, like caveman with a clipboard, like literally, and they're just stuck here. And they're just like mass. When in reality, it's a variable that can fluctuate, meaning something like magnetism, because you can have two magnets that are exactly the same size, exactly the same mass, right? And they can have vastly different strengths. Like their forces can be completely different. One of the magnets can be super weak, one can be super strong, but they can have identical masses. In their position, it's always going to have the same force. But in our position, it's just like, no, they can have the same mass, doesn't matter, right? They can be completely different. Now you can actually explain, you can start to actually describe all these motions. And so to me, it's wild that we're stuck in this paradigm that's so like pigeonholed, and you guys get it. You know, it's because of the Copernican principle.
Shout out to Copernicus. Nah, dude, it's not the problem with anything.
That doesn't mean you chime in every time with this speak, bro. Chill. And not you.
Neutrons.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Let's define stuff in words, please. Please, let's define words, because people use words and they don't understand the meaning. I know this Morqua doesn't understand words. Let's talk about words, right? So dark energy, what is it? It's energy that's not visible, that interacts, but you can't measure it, you can't see it, you can't shit. So it's virtual energy. Dark matter, what is it? Matter that you cannot see, that you cannot check, that you cannot find. They can't find it. This is a concept. Those are definitions for concepts, right? So let's not call it the way they call it, and let's call it like it is. Virtual energy, as it exists only virtually in their minds and in their equations, and virtual particles that exist also in their minds and in their equations. And as an added bonus, no one has ever given empirical proof on how massive is anything in this universe. Not the sun, there's no empiric proof for the sun, there's no empiric proof for the earth, there's no empiric proof for the mass of Venus, Jupiter, Mars, or whatever. Those are just assumptions. And based on those assumptions and those distances and the way the geometrical mathematic works in creating the revolutions around the sun, they assume what it is. It's geometry, people. It's just religion and geometry. I'm sorry. Good morning.
Well said. Well said. Yo, is that young Galatrax I see with a hand up? With a post-conversation analysis ready to roll? No way. Real-time logic fallacy analysis? Let's go, dog. Is this baby mind shock? What's good, dog?
I wouldn't say that, but I did take notes for about 2.5 hours. I do think it's a bit unfair if we keep engaging Mordwan's arguments and then telling him that we're tired of hearing his circular reasoning. But if I could have like 3 to 5 minutes uninterrupted, and I could tell you guys what I think of that conversation, is that all right? That dialogue for the past 2.5 hours.
Yeah, please do. That's probably what we feel.
Yeah, that's all right. So, first of all, I want to define some terms that I learned from someone named Gregory. I really like this guy's argumenting style. He taught me some words, specifically palter, obfuscate, prevaricate, and stultify. And I'll define these for you guys. To palter is to act insincerely or deceitfully, or to equivocate or prevaricate in action or speech.
To prevaricate is to avoid giving a direct answer to a question in order to hide the truth or to speak or act in an evasive way. And to stultify, and this is the most important one, is to cause someone to lose, your opponent, cause to lose enthusiasm and initiative, especially as a result of a tedious routine. To stultify. And then obfuscate, you guys know what that means. Some of the fallacies that I really didn't like during it, there's like the shoehorning, they're constantly trying to force in the, geocentric, oh, you must mean globe, but you also mean flats, therefore you're wrong, which is known as, that's a straw man, but it's also a definist fallacy, also known as the persuasive definition fallacy. So like A has definition X, X is harmful to this argument, therefore A has definition Y. So when you say geocentric, you mean geocentric glob. It doesn't mean that. That's not what he means. He means that, well, I don't need to get into what he means. When Mord says that Austin's geocentric kinematic equivalence position is a geocentric glob position, it's a straw man. Avoiding the issue fallacy, it's when you avoid a question, you miss the point of, you stray off the point, digress, distract. It's similar to the straw man, but it's not like it in the sense that you don't create a related argument, you create an unrelated argument just to divert attention. There's logic chopping, that's the technical tool of logic, where you use logic in an unhelpful and pedantic manner by focusing on trivial details instead of directly addressing the main issue. Again, this comes up in the equivocation, which we're going to get into. For the record, an ad hom is when you make an argument, you make an insult in place of an argument rather than an argument. So when you guys use the term ad hom, you can't just say that's an ad hom because there's an insult. So if I say, this is my argument, here's the evidence, you idiot, that's not an ad hom. There's an insult at the end of it, that's not an ad hom though. There's circular reasoning. One big thing is questions cannot be straw mans. They can be loaded questions. So, the classic is, when did you stop beating your wife? That's not a straw man. That's a loaded question. There's a difference. And so if someone asks you, is your position this? That's not straw manning their position. That's simply asking if their position is that. It's a difference. Equivocation or doublespeak, that's going to be an important one. I wrote a lot about that. I want to define a straw man. A straw man is substituting a person's actual position or argument with a distorted, exaggerated, or misrepresented version of the position of the argument. And usually people do this to create a weaker version of someone's argument so they can easily knock it down. And then here's the really egregious doublespeak or equivocation that I didn't like. Equivocation or doublespeak, of course, is using an ambiguous term in more than one sense, thus making a misleading argument. So, for example, in this argument, there was the if geocentric and heliocentric have kinematic equivalence via transforms, and geocentric means topographical plane, and fundamental plane means topographical plane, then geocentric kinematic equivalence means topographical plane and fundamental plane and geocentric globe, therefore you're wrong. That is the dumbest fucking argument I've ever heard. And that was Bordelon's argument. But that had nothing to do with the point that Austin had, which was when you use the heliocentric model, it's the baseline. You have to grant that there's a kinematic equivalence of the heliocentric and geocentric model, and it took an hour and 45 minutes to grant that base. That is the base of the heliocentric model. That's what it's relative to. So that's that part. And then to end where I started on stultify, to cause or lose enthusiasm and initiative, especially as a result of a tedious routine. The last word that I didn't define was obfuscate, which is to make unclear or hard to understand with irrelevant detail, especially deliberately, which we saw with red herrings and non sequiturs. I'll end the plane there.
Dude, that was awesome. Yo, can you
Can you say the words at the beginning again? Because I don't know these words, and I'm so excited. You have like Proveric. Can you say the words? I don't remember them. And can you maybe spell them?
Gregory taught me them. Prevaricate, to avoid giving a direct answer to a question in order to hide the truth, or to speak or act in an evasive way. And of course, this is a form of paltering. Palter. I could just post these in Aether Cosmology for you.
Yeah, that would be awesome, bro. Because I don't know how to spell them, but because
I learned all these
the
words.
distinguishing like characteristics of those are actually very important, right? Because they normally just get all looped in with like deflection or obfuscation, but specifying it is fire, dude. I'm definitely gonna get some word salad accusations in the next debate, but it's like,
Yeah, if you get a chance, talk to Gregory. When he debated Mordwand, he called him out on all of these. Stultify being the big one, where you're just super tedious and long-winded, and you just waste a ton of time, and you just like it's a war of attrition. It's a tactic.
We
Those
call
are
this
the
language,
tactics I
in
noticed.
my language, demagogy. Demagogue. It means when you can, using language, you can waste time, obfuscate, change meaning, change direction of the conversation, replace the subject matter of the conversation. So we have a word that defines all of this circular kind of discussions, and usually is used by politicians.
and to clarify, that's basically stultify is meaning like basically you're taking the wind out of someone's sail with the tedious tactics.
Yeah. So it's like basically any type of fallacy does that, where you're just wasting infinite time, wasting your time, wasting their time, but you're relying that you have more time, or you're conserving energy. And there's a lot of people that do this. I think Omnivore might be one of the more egregious people that does this.
Oh yeah, for sure. Arguing for argument's sake, pretty much.
Yeah, pill pull, splitting of hairs, all that nonsense.
What was the one where it was failure to acknowledge like the basic point so that the conversation gets stymied completely?
Yeah, I got you. That is I don't know what song to use. That is avoiding the issue. I can even send you guys a book on the 300 formal logical fallacies that I've been mulling over.
Yeah, bro. Let me know because I'm literally making a logic course. I'm making a debate course to kind of show people like here's how you can just effectively debate, and obviously familiarization with logic is a big part of it. And I will just say this: a big part of it is what immediately happened with our conversation, where and I see a lot of flat earthers fall for this trick, and I used to fall for it a lot, and still do at times. And it's not necessarily you fall for it; you're just like whatever, because you're just actually looking for the truth, and so that proper intention can be abused, but we follow them through these deflections, right? Or they're really like red herrings because they appear to have some type of relevance, but they're primarily intended to obfuscate. And you have to bring them back. Because what happens is the audience gets overwhelmed and then they just focus all of their attention on this last point made. So once you engage with it, they get away with the prior or like what should have been a concession prior, right? And that happens all the freaking time in this conversation because so many people, it's like a pride thing. Once they make a point, the point is proven wrong. They will never concede, so they would rather just deflect, right? And then they use a red herring. And you have to, just for even the edification of the audience, you have to be like, wait. I'm happy to discuss this because this is what they then do. They try to gaslight you and make it, and this works so well against flat earthers because people, they have such a bias against us. They try to make it look like we're scared of the next point. So when you try to bring them back to the point that didn't get wrapped up, they're like, you're running away. They project that you're running away while they're in the process of running away, right? And so like mastering how to not come across as if you are running away or being too aggressive or whatever, but still being able to be assertive enough to bring them back and keep track of it is kind of like an art, that like I'm still trying to master basically. So just throwing that out there because it's night and day difference. If you master the ability to bring them back to the point they're obfuscating away from it, you have to be able to train your mind to kind of keep up with the first point and catalog the subsequent points. Dude, it's like you have such an advantage. You're going to just destroy people in these debates if you do that.
You're also just going to not debate as much, though, because you're going to notice that, oh, this person is only going to use these tactics. Why would I debate them? I can't wave these tactics away. I mean, listen, the reason why I started looking into this, I saw Gregory, a guy, taught me those 4 girthers of words. He taught me prevaricate, stultify, palter, and I knew obfuscate, but he sort of laid out the groundwork for how you can use it. I saw him and Mordwand arguing about mass, material, matter, and whether or not they're the same and when they're different, and then they're using them interchangeably, where Gregory has concrete definitions for the 3. Mordwand wants his cake and eat it too. He wants to define mass as like 3 different things, matter is 2 different things. And it was 2 hours. They were going to debate relativity. They didn't get past the definition phase. If you can't agree that words have empirical definitions and meanings, you can't debate whether or not things contain those properties. So if, for example, walking means laying down to you, but to me it means walking. If I say that person is walking and you say, no, they're not, they're laying down. Well, look, I mean, we're arguing, we mean the same thing technically, but we're using different words. So if you can't agree that words have empirical definitions and meanings, you just can't argue. So it makes me not argue with anybody at all the more I look into it.
You know what's so funny about that? Like, you remind me when you're as you're talking about this, using these words, these explicitly, these words, these qualities, these behaviors are the ones most closely associated with all the people that I dislike the most within this space of this topic, like debating, like flat Earth and all this stuff. Thinking about
but Piezo, can you name a prominent globe Earth debater that doesn't use them?
Well, I would say that all of them use them to some extent, but some are way, way, way worse than others, and it's almost like their MO and their identity. Whereas some do it just as like a natural pug dis response. But the ones the ones who do it very intentionally, like constantly, consistently, are the ones that I just can't stand to interact with.
So I'll throw a piece of advice there. So if you try to empathize with him, for example, with Mordwan, he enjoys sparring, in terms of debate. So I think he just enjoys the process. And so that's the way he's viewing it, is just you know what I'm saying? So I think that's part of it. So this is what it comes down to, man. If you really want to learn the information, go to Ether Cosmology, go to Flat Earth Fridays, jump on one of my streams, jump on someone that's going to share the information, give you some sources, go back and forth where you're literally learning the information. Okay, the debates are for the troopers that are going to go in the trenches. They're going to help introduce the idea to the audience. And one of the main ways that happens is they see that the other side is incapable of intellectually honest discussion, and they start to think over time, wait, why is that? Right? Why is that? Because I thought maybe it's just that guy, but then I watched 10 of Witz's debates and they all do that. And so it's basically just it's like a sacrifice. You have to persevere through it, knowing, like he said, you're just going to not even want to debate it because it could be so much more fruitful if it was honest, and it's not. But if the audience hears me say 20 times that you're skipping over and laying it out, they're like, okay, you're clearly avoiding it and he's correct. Can you please be honest? And they never do. It makes that person want to go look into it in a better environment, right? And then that's where they're going to truly learn it. So it's two very different things, I think. And it's sad because in a proper intellectual form, debate is the most efficient way to learn things, because you get to hear both sides, and that both sides' points are being engaged with directly and in good faith, and it actually expedites learning. But that rarely happens in this discussion. It's it doesn't happen.
Also in academia,
time too. The reason I started doing this, taking notes on these debates, it was actually the first debate I took notes on I coincidentally was that modern day debate thing that you did against Dave, the English guy. You had a younger guy on your side. It was Nathan. I was taking notes on that. I was like, fuck this, man. Like, this Dave guy sucks. So I stopped taking notes on it, and I did like 10 minutes of notes. But then someone linked me to a debate with Sacred and a guy named Red's Rhetoric. And it was the most disgusting debate. I felt like disgusted with it. So I started taking notes on it. I started writing down a lot of those, like what was said, the logic used, and
God, Galatrax, that was you that took down those notes. Yo, shout out to you, bro.
Yeah, that was the first debate I took notes on. Yeah, I think Alan asked me for him, and I sent him to you. Yeah, that took a couple hours because you have to go back. You have to listen to what they're saying, interpret it, the logic or tactic they're using. But I started doing this, and I think everyone should do this. If you're debating someone, take notes, right? You start to develop, you notice patterns of how they debate, their tactics. And then in the future, you might just be like, wow, this person just sucks. Like, this person just does not want to debate in good faith. They don't want to have a fruitful discussion. They just want to, like, nitpick or cherry pick. I mean, it's technically a different thing. But it just sucks. So it's like, oh, why debate? I haven't debated anybody in months, and I get hounded all the time. People are like, oh, why are you just focusing on the meta? I'm like, listen, because if we can't even get past the, that man is a man and woman is a woman, basic simple stuff, right? We cannot debate. We cannot debate if you think that up is down and down is up. We can't, because we just think we have a totally different reality bubble. It just makes no sense.
That's how they do it. They use language. That's what I keep returning to language. They obfuscate language. They change meanings of the words constantly in every field. In every field they do it. And how can you have an honest intellectual debate with someone that believes apples and oranges are the same thing? They will keep hammering the point because that's their core belief, because it's their language, that apples and oranges are the same, because they are the same. They're also a fruit.
What was that word, like scatter bombing or something, where you just constantly throw out information?
Scattergunning.
That's the one I see him do the most. That's crazy, dude. And a lot of people won't even catch it.
Yeah, it's a cheap trick. That's like, so all the physicists are wrong about gravity, and then, they've been wrong for 40 years, and also that means that rockets don't work. And it's like, you have several points, but it's based on a straw man in the first place. Also, Mordwan used Mott and Bailey completely wrong. That's not how that fallacy works. That's when someone puts a very weak and not defendable thing in the front, and they retreat back to a much stronger steel thing in the rear. So
Thank you, Bear. I appreciate your feedback.
That was all feedback for you guys.
Thank you.
Yo, Galatrax, you're a legend. Bro. Appreciate you.
Huh?
I was saying to Galatrax, appreciate you, man. You're a legend.
Yeah, he sure is.
The
real legend is Gregory, who is the master of all logic.
Galatrax is also a legend, okay?
I just gotta shout out Gregory whenever possible.
Yeah, I asked him to show up. I told him I was going to use 3 of the 4 words he showed me.
Well, this was fun. Can I just say like one last thing before I pop off, because I do need to sleep at some point in my life.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead, Morgan.
All right. Cool. So I mean, take of it what you will. I guess I'll just make a quick thing from my side. We have a choice on what works effectively in reality and what we wish to work. Every day we have to make that choice, and the side that you fall on will be validated at the end by the results of experiment and engineering. And I just ask that we align ourselves to that And I hope that these debates, to the extent that they accomplish anything, are educational for the audience, inspire people to learn about science and engineering, and yeah. I have a great server I'm trying to run, so I'd appreciate everyone joining, and we can facilitate more of these debates. I have a flat Earth final bosses role, and only Alan has it so far. So
I actually left your server.
oh, you did? That's a bummer.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because like when that guy got banned and everyone else got a 2-day warning and stuff, and like, you know, people were saying you were up to some nefarious activity. I was like, well, I'm just gonna not take the chance there. But shout out to the final bosses.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's that was a good call, because getting caught up in that server nuke would have been bad.
Hey, Morty, feel free to drop your server in the side chat if you want.
Oh yeah, sure, absolutely. I'd appreciate everyone joins, you know, regardless of what side of the debate you're on, and I will host events on any topic within reason, and I encourage open discussion. So,
and maybe this will become a less expensive hobby for you in the future.
all of my hobbies are expensive. That's the problem I have. So, we'll see.
Like some people go down to the racetrack and they're like, they put all their money on black or whatever you do at a racetrack. Word One's like, dude, I'll bet you can't predict an eclipse.
Yeah. But can we just point out that?
Oh my God, Morty, and on a good note, bro. Don't ruin it.
Wait. One last thing, please, Sacred. One last thing.
Bro.
Has anyone in history ever paid out 10 grand on a bet made in a Discord chat? Or am I the first in history to do that?
You will be the first in history, and you can have all the virtue from it when you pay the rest.
Yeah, I'll harvest it. I'm harvesting
harvesting it in the meantime. You're cheapening the sweet victory when you pay it off, right? If you harvest it all now, when you pay it off, it'll be empty. Just
I'll be happy to periodically help you add to that virtue.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you will.
Oh man. I mean, technically, you should have paid me $300, but I don't want your money.
There was only one other Glober that actually was going to back up a Discord bet. That's Kosho, who bet me 25 grand that the Artemis moon landing was going to happen by 2025. And he recently came to me. He's like, all right, man, so I don't think it's going to happen. So can we work out some type of deal? Like, is there a way that I can like work for you, or can I go undercover for you to NASA and stuff like that? So I'm like, I respected that he actually came back to me, you know, and was gonna try to negotiate and honor his bet. So I'm like, you're good, dude. I'm not gonna ruin your like 20-something-year-old life with $25,000, bro. Like, chill.
Well, the real proof in the pudding will be 30 years from now, when none of these physics have been implemented. All of the engineering goes off of the same principles. And nothing will be accomplished by your side.
More than one.
Have a good night,
Give
guys.
it up. Give it up, more than one.
Good night, Mord.
Hey, sorry, real quick. I just wasn't going to let more than one go on and on and on. Hey, I just wanted to say real quick, I don't have you people's brilliance, but I just wanted to point out the Galatrax was somehow assigned janitor of Flat Earth World. I mean, in the same way that I was assigned ambassador. But I have to say, Galatrax and Alan G, he inspired me to do this. I have to say that.
I would say quality control.
Yeah, here on Galatrax will be Janitor G. And in case you didn't know what's it, because you're not around that much here these days, sadly, I wish you'd show up more because it's so wonderful to have you here. But what's the G? I call all of you 5 teachers with the G. I say Alan G, Shane G, what's the G? And now it'll be Janitor G, Galatrax G. And oh my God, there's so many G's going on. I have to call Pietro G. Chrissy's going to be called Chrissy G. Sacred's going to be called Sacred G. I mean, wow, this community is just getting full of G's and I just love it. So just want to tell you guys that it's such a pleasure to hear all you lovely, intelligent people. And more than intelligent, the honesty is really what impresses me. And I think, Sacred G, you remember that story that you said you promised you were going to steal from me and spread out. So I don't know if you remember that story, but if you do, you should tell it. It's a beautiful little story. I love you guys.
Oh, I love you too, Liliana. Typically, people call me the manager of custodial services, but I'll accept janitor.
Oh, you did a really good cleanup job, trust me.
Oh, thank you. It's actually the first time I've ever interacted with Austin, but I've seen almost every debate and every schooling Globers.
Wow, bro, that's a lot.
Clean up on aisle 113.
What's a G? In case you didn't know, you're called the Emperor, and rightly so. So there.
Oh, I got upgraded from magistrate.
Yeah, it's kind of a go-between term. Dave tried to overthrow you one day, and I just gave you all the titles so that wouldn't be possible.
Wow. Not doing too much for stereotypes, man.
Dude, he tried to quickly subvert the movement and undermine your position, but I was like, no, he's the emperor too, bro. Like, what are you doing?
Oh, sorry. Also, Taylor G. Can't forget you.
Dude, Taylor is a G. She brought a NASA guy here. She brought some guy here that used to be a Glober, and now he's like, yo, how do I help, boys? Where do I sign up?
Can we all make a pact really quick though, like an informal one
Talking about a blood pack? Let's do it. I'm in.
Well, can we just all mutually agree to never let 4 hours of our time be vampired away from us through that type of interaction on this space ever again?
Yeah, please do.
Sometimes the audience needs it, Piezo. I know. So like we've been doing this for a minute, so it's like repetitive to us. But some of the new listeners come in here and be like, "Wow, like how I did not know the conversation was going to turn out like that." So maybe we'll limit it to 3.5 next time. So we're working on
it. It was a dumpster fire, bro. Like, oh my gosh.
Dude, when it really went off the cliff was when you tried to walk him through like this elementary angle of how what he was saying was fundamentally stupid. And he just like refused. I'm like, oh, this is a wrap. This is over. It's arbitrary, but it's hyperly specific and chosen. It's like, what?
It's a binary choice, dog. Which one you gonna pick? And then he's like, well, the thing about dynamics is
Yo, but what do you guys think though? What do you guys think about the point though? Like I say it all the time kind of, but the magnet analogy, you know? Like, what do you guys think about that point? Because I think that's like one of the strongest points on our side.
Yep, it is. It is.
like not being tied to a mass dependent framework.
Yeah, and just like everyone can understand the magnet analogy, right? It's like you got two magnets, same exact size, same exact mass, but they're like vastly different in terms of like the force. Whereas, so like, you know, if you didn't have a belief system that was limited to just mass, then you can explain all kinds of anomalies, right? Or what they call anomalies. It's like, yeah, sure, that looks like it has the same mass as that, but of course they're different. We don't need magical, you know, dark fairy dust or anything like that. So yeah, I just think that's so. It's like you have to completely lack pattern recognition and discernment to not see that clearly one of those sides is correct and one of those sides is not. Meaning the side that's not limited to proportionate mass strictly is correct. Or it's just like too much, right? Like you just can't let go of the paradigm no matter what. To me, it's one of those points. It's one of those points where it's just like, it's actually just undeniable. You know, it's just like obvious.
I want to say also how you got him, Piezo, is the fact that he doesn't understand the concept behind the words. He doesn't understand the words really. And even if he does, he only has a surface level understanding of the meaning of the word. For instance, if you check Tolkien's work, you'll see that he used specific words for specific meanings. So when you use big words with a person that believes that he has the upper hand in a discussion, he's not going to register your words at all. Like literally, not at all, because they don't understand language. They don't read words. They don't search the meaning of words. And that's really sad.
You're probably right partially on that, Chrissy. It's hard to not to try to psychoanalyze people sometimes, but it's like they do it to themselves.
It's just an observation. This is an observation. He used words he didn't understand himself, and he didn't understand your questions because he didn't understand the words. You needed to dumb them down. But how can you dumb down a basic concept as a binary choice? I don't know a synonym. English is not my first language, but I don't know a synonym for these two words to use that would be dumber than that.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the I agree. Oh, what's it? Yeah, I think it's a smart point, the magnetic thing, and not only does it allow one to be able to, change variables up on objects of apparently the same size or whatever. It also works good in conjunction with things like the Elias effect, the tides. It could even potentially have a way to explain things like perihelion shifts when planets and objects in the sky get very close to each other, and like the paths that they take ever so slightly changes, maybe through the intermingling of their magnetic fields. Could have something to do with it. Just there's a lot of things that where it would theoretically make sense for. So
Dude, this is such a pivotal, simple part of why I'm so like solidified in my position is that it's just so obvious to me. I don't even know how anyone would fight that. It's like another example, you named good ones. Another one is like the galaxy rotational speed issue. You have Vera Rubin, 1955, galaxy rotational speed, right? And they're like, oh, well, we have a mass issue. Just throw dark matter everywhere, whatever. Because the galaxy rotational speed is too fast. And it's like, or it's just like a stronger magnetic field, bro.
Dude.
You retard.
Too fast. And then also, because they have the apparent magnitude and the absolute magnitude that they have agreed upon or whatever. So like just based off of the star brightness, they're like, oh, look, this galaxy has to weigh this much. And then their prediction was off because there wasn't enough mass to keep everything from ripping itself apart based off of the brightness that they agreed upon. Not even the brightness that they see. That's the apparent brightness. Can't trust that, boys. Got to go with the agreed upon absolute magnitude. Stone has a great video on that, and like the whole system is insane. And like this stop, they're like to keep the validity of that lie going, that this agreed upon magnitude is the real one that we're going to base what the masses are based off of the color. To keep that going, like that they call it the noble ladder in astronomy, like where they're building upon these different rungs of the ladder to establish distances and stuff, right? They could never backtrack that. So obviously they know how much the galaxy weighs. So it's not even on the table to readjust that because that's all based off of the absolute agreed upon DS that they came with. So the solution was, oh, there must be some matter there that doesn't interact with anything, and they just fill that in to supplement the entire thing. It's a never-ending, unfalsifiable thing. Like the fact that you can't falsify it, and we let them claim it. It's like that's pseudoscience by definition. If it can't be falsified, it's pseudoscience. We should stop like anything like that. In its tracks, it's dead. Dead on arrival.
And what's interesting is there's like degrees to the falsifiability, right? Because when you start making any claims about the sky, like you're going to run into a lack of falsifiability pretty quickly, right? Like even with magnetism, well, it's like, am I just going to arbitrarily fluctuate the magnetic field strength of the different observation? And like, what exactly is it that is magnetic, right? But when you get into stuff like let's literally just plug in something that doesn't exist. It's like, bro, you're gone, you know? Like, that's just insane. So it's different, but this is why it sucks, because I know that we could make a model. You know, you could, like, you could just say, okay, let's just say the planets are this big, the medium is super fluid, you know, gravitational lensing, although not consistent and doesn't match their predictions. The effect is easily explained with plasma. You have eddy currents, so a lot of electrical universe positions integrated into a more local, finite, closed system. And then you could take these assumptive figures, and you could obviously just expand it all out with ratios, right? Which is all they do, obviously. You could model everything out, and we would have a far superior model, because like, we don't need dark energy, we don't need dark matter. We can explain all these anomalies. We don't have an issue with objects that are further away having less redshift and all this, right? We can explain all of it way better. The problem is, then what would happen is those people would all of a sudden become hypercritical, and they would say, how do you know the size? How do you know the distance? How do you know the medium? It's like,
dude, they would suddenly become us.
It's like we almost need to trap them in a way, right? Because it's like, yeah, that's our point, buddy. That's our point.
Yeah, and
have you heard of?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I did. I was just gonna add. He made that point about gravitational lensing. I was gonna say, have you guys heard of magnetars before? You know what a magnetar is?
Never heard of her.
Yeah,
sounds like a Narnia character or something.
Right. No, they're basically said to be like a special type of neutron star that has they're named magnetars because their magnetic fields are so strong, like in the trillions of Gauss strong. And it can cause this phenomenon called vacuum birefringence, where basically the vacuum, because the magnetic fields are so strong that it will actually polarize the vacuum in such a way that it will have different refractive indices in the vacuum. And so because of the change, like the gradient of the refractive indices, it can cause the light to curve. It can also like emit like gamma ray bursts and stuff like that. But, you know.
Wow. No, I have not. Magnetar.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have obviously heard of like the idea of the plasma, right? Because like that's been like that, you can replicate that in a lab, you know what I'm saying? You can just take plasma, take some light. You're going to see the light from behind an object in the plasma. And that's been replicated in a lab. And then like eddy currents, basically you can have like this crazy, similar to like a brain has all of these like neural connections. You can have that going on in quote unquote space with eddy currents. So yeah, I don't know. It's just like in every single scenario from the quote unquote quantum scale all the way up, like I guess what people call electric universe is superior. Utilizing electricity and magnetism is superior in every single realm of physics. Like, it's not even close. And yeah, I just like, I'm almost at times I get really disappointed in mankind. I'm like, how are we like universally this stupid? You know, like you would think that there would just be a period of time where people would be like, all right, there's obviously a more accurate position over here. And it's like so the opposite. It's like even discussing it, you get ridiculed. It's like clown world, you know?
Speaking of ridicule,
Alan?
I was gonna. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. No, go. I mean, me and Alan spoke at the same time, but he'll probably let you talk. I don't know.
Yep, you're good. Go ahead, Taylor.
I was just gonna say from earlier, that video I posted, or I just posted a series of pictures of how things disappear bottom up in the distance, and then this dude had the audacity to say, "Oh, I animated it," and in the same sentence, or the same post, to say that I took the tape off of because I used the tape at on the bottom of a bottle to like show how objects in a distance will disappear bottom up. And he said it was animated, and he said I took the tape off. So I don't know how both of those could exist. So I had to go through and post the video of me moving the bottle every time. Good thing I recorded it. So if anybody says anything, I put it up in the chat.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, can you not hear us? Gilly, you can hear Taylor speaking?
No, I can't. I'm jumping out. Sorry.
Drop down and come back. I got you. You're up next too, by the way.
I was just also going to make one more point about something that just was crazy to me that I've learned about more recently. It's just about like how melted magnets do not create a magnetic field. So I'm not sure how that they explain that. Like with the whole magnetic field and the lava and stuff, it just doesn't make any sense to me. So anyway.
Or
they
it
have
starts.
the Curry point. Yeah. Like, just so you guys know, one of the ways we actually create magnets is by making them get, like, the metal get really, really, really hot, and then you're able to align the magnet effectively, right? It's called like the gyromagnetic nature in alignment. So that's where you get coherency. So you can either use like voltage, or you can just like heat the metal to align it and magnetize it. So it basically like resets the system in really simple terms.
What do you think about the Rupees Negra? What's it?
The mountain in the center?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there's probably a mountain in the center.
Did you see that video of it?
Do what?
Did you see that video of it?
No.
Okay, I'll post it.
I remember seeing a satellite weather data showing an anomalous area up there somewhere where like a storm pattern was going around this like mountain that wasn't supposed to be there. Like it wasn't topographically drawn, but like when you watch the movement of the satellite tracking the weather pattern or whatever, the winds, it was like it was going around a mountain that wasn't mapped in. That's all I've seen.
How dare you bring up Mount Olympus or whatever? But I wanted to touch on a little bit of what Witsa was talking about earlier with the kinematics and dynamics, in particular with Kepler's laws, and then the supposed dynamic aspects of everything, right? So for those of you who aren't familiar with this part of the conversation, kinematics, number one, means measurement, and it that's basically predictions of future motion with no regard for causal mechanism. So that's super important when we're talking about kinematics. Now, the motion of the heavenly bodies in the sky all obey what are called Kepler's laws. And Kepler's laws are based off of empirical observation. But when we're talking about periodicity and ratios of constants, what that means is the periodicity is how long it takes for an object in the sky to complete a circuit and go back to its original spot. So when that happens, it's not like they're making a prediction. They have a period, like they first observed the periodicity, right? They waited until how long it completed its circuit. And then they use a ratio of pi to get the diameter for everything. And that gives them all their distances and all that. So when they took Newton's equations and applied those to the sky, what they found was based off of the constants big G and big M of using big M of the Earth, you can get the big M. You can get the little m of the sun, which then you would use that as your big M for a constant. So you would ratio everything off of the big M and the big G, and then you would still use that same periodicity relationship. And what they found was when they do that algebraic switcheroo, that everything all worked out. So they were like, "Oh, bet, no way." So not only do we have the kinematic aspect of it, we now have a dynamic cause, meaning that weight, like mass, gives will produce like that produces that attractive force, and because this body weighs this much, therefore it must weigh this much. It has this much mass to it to fit this periodicity and orbit over this distance. So when they started establishing this proportional ratios for everything, they were like, "Oh, no way! That must mean Jupiter weighs this much, and the sun weighs this much, and the big G we have here is the force in between them, right?" So they were all super stoked about that. But what happened is they kept falsifying as interferometry became a developed science, they started realizing that they could use interferometry to measure the velocity of the Earth through space that they thought they were traveling through. And that would confirm the dynamic aspect of the model that they were putting forward. Because when you put in dynamics, you're talking about the actual forces to predict future motion. So kinematics is predictions of future motion with no regards to causal mechanism. You just have velocity and you're making a prediction. It would be similar to if I throw a baseball at you, you're looking at that baseball in your mind, you're calculating how fast it's moving, and you're going to predict where to place your hand to intercept it. That's what kinematics is. You don't care about the wind resistance, how much the ball weighs, or anything like that. You're just looking at velocity and direction. You're like, okay, this is where I need to move my hand because otherwise I'm going to get hit. So when they do dynamics, right, when they put in Newton's equations, they were like establishing that causal mechanism for why they move. And this is very important to them philosophically, because think about that development in time. Everyone that wasn't observing the sky and making these observations and recording them all, like this would just be like magic to them, right? Like you would have a lot of power over somebody if you could say, hey, buddy, I know how much the sun weighs and I know how much that other light in the sky weighs, and I can predict when it'll, how it's going to move in relation to that mass and force relationship. And everyone was like, oh, dude, what? You blew my mind. Now, keep in mind, while Newtonian gravity can't describe anything outside of the solar system, and then if you really want to be particular, it doesn't describe the perihelion precession of Mercury, because when you're going perihelion, you're locked into your plane of orbit. You can't deviate. So the fact that there's a perturbation ruins any causal mechanism of gravity being the cause, because when you're, like I said, when you're in that perihelion, you can't deviate from that center. So that was a huge problem for them. But to back up a little bit to the interferometry and validating Newtonian dynamics, they were using interferometry to validate the speed of the Earth through space that would provide an actual supportive evidence for their model that the Earth is in motion. But they kept getting a result that was much smaller than the mandatory predicted value to still be valid for Kepler's laws and Newtonian dynamics. Now, everything pretty much works for a good approximation using Newtonian dynamics and Kepler's laws for the solar system. And they say, well, outside of the solar system, we have the grand scale of the universe, and we have to use general relativity and introduce tensor calculus and all this stuff. Well, and in dark energy and dark matter, depending on the scale you want to play around in. But the truth is that everything in the sky obeys Kepler's laws, which is just based off of periodicity, which is just an empirical observation. So they actually don't even have any dynamics, but we, that's why, like when Whitsitt brings up the Popov stuff and he's introducing a Lorentz force, a magnetic force to supplement the gravitational, and you're like, well, how do all those equations work with Mars? Well, they would work with anything that you plug it in with, because it's all going to be a ratio of the constants based off of the periodicity. So it doesn't even matter what the planet weighs. If you change that weight into what would be the required magnetic force, like boom, you're good to go. The same thing would be applicable to electric universe. If you treated all the surfaces, or if you treated all the bodies in the sky as Gaussian surfaces, and which would change, and you could just say that instead of having like a mass, they have a charge potential and an electric field gradient that they move in relation to, it would all be the same. Like you would have no way to claim like mutual exclusivity over the cause. And that's why a lot of stuff like that doesn't get published, because once the public figures out like how this works in relation to algebraic swapping things out, and it all being based off of constants and a ratio of the periodicity, which is all that matters anyway, because the only variable that changes is the periodicity. So once that goes like mainstream, like that's a wrap for the heliocentric model and mutual exclusivity over Newtonian dynamics and all these things. That's why you won't see a lot of publications even accepting Popov stuff, because it's spilling the beans. So I just wanted to add that in there. So when people are like, you need to tell me why it moves in the sky, why they think it moves in the sky is an illusion, and all they have is a ratio of pi and a periodicity. So that's my closing statement on that.
Bro, very cool. Very cool. Because people don't seem to get that part of it, right? That just all comes back from Kepler.
Yep. and I've got some excellent videos on my channel. If you go to YouTube, go to Space Audits and look at the kinematics playlist, I've got a breakdown of this algebraic flip-flop that they do and the ratios and stuff. That's why Cavendish was so important for them to establish the ratio. They talk about the sensitivity of the gravitational potential of all these bodies in motion and all these perturbations and stuff. But when they did Cavendish, they didn't account for any gravitation. They didn't account for any gravity of the moon or where Jupiter was in the sky when they took the measurement or anything like that would have mattered. In an actual dynamic system, they isolated it by just ignoring those and then saying that they got this measurement here on Earth, and because they accounted for the electric charge or the static charge of the matter, then they isolated it, so the only thing left could be this gravity, this attractive force, to give them this ratio of constants, but it doesn't even matter at all. But they have to build upon that as if it's gospel, essentially, because it is gospel, and they have to present it like it's not, because they're supposed to be about science and they're not supposed to be about belief. They're like, we empirically proved the balls move. Like, nah, you didn't really do that, bro. You have a you derive big G as a ratio from little g using the mass of the balls and the torque angle that was produced, and the angle is like extremely small. So that's how they established all this. It doesn't even nobody knows why the fucking thing moved, but they set this up and present it as, okay, this is the ratio here. And then now when people do that experiment after the fact, if they get an angle that's bigger, right, they're like, oh, experimental error, I must be doing something wrong. Let me throw that bad boy out, because we know what my boy Cavendish did in his shed 200 years ago is the correct interpretation. Because otherwise, how would we have landed dude, it all circles back to the same self-reification, because without that story, they have nothing to even start to assert Newtonian dynamics to the sky.
To me, that leads to like purposeful deception. It's like, do we really think that they haven't figured this out? Like, do we really believe that we're the ones that first now figuring this stuff out? Like, bro, they've been knowing about this already. Like, why they keep on pushing the same mainstream narrative?
My thing is, even if they assumed that everything was correct and they looked into it themselves and they realized, like, hey, this is wrong, where are the ones who tried to push back on it and say or change it or correct it or propose something new? Those are the ones that I want to know where they are right now.
Yeah, I was just looking into this definition of this information. So you have misinformation, false or inaccurate information that is spread regardless of intent, not necessarily involves malicious intent. Disinformation is deliberately deceptive, false, and misleading information that is intentionally spread with the purpose of deceiving or manipulating an audience. And then you have malinformation, refers to information that is based on reality or truth, but is used with the intention to harm, manipulate, or cause damage. I was just wanted to add that to the whole collective understanding of this stuff.
Kinematics is an important concept.
Appreciate that, Gilly. I'm glad you can hear it now. You got some mic issues before. I know that we said we was gonna double back to just what's the name? Just Try, but let's go to Brian Sweet. And then we'll go to